Yo, good evening, everyone. Sorry for these technical difficulties. We was having so much trouble with my laptop, but I definitely want to give a warm salute to everyone that's tuning in. So, welcome to Knowledge and Relationships. This is your boy M3, and tonight we're still having a couple of issues with the computer, but that's okay. Tonight's episode, courtesy of Mr. Intellectual SoapBox. Woman's expectations, are they really that high? Okay. So before I begin, gotta give a shout out to Truth is Never a Favorite. Thank you for tuning in. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna dab into this topic. So and even Mr. Intellectual Soapbox, he's having trouble with his computer as well too. So yeah, man. But anyways, I want to kind of give a breakdown synopsis about okay the expectations that most women have for men, um, and tell me guys like in the chat what you guys think. Tell me your stories. How do you feel about this? Because see, the thing is, you know, society in America always place a lot of pressure for us men, and so the expectations could be higher for women because I mean, the expectations for us can be a lot higher as the list will go on because the thing is, you know, the average woman versus the average man does have more options to choose from. Okay, play some music real quick. Play this one. Hold on. Actually, I like this song better though. Okay. So the thing is, we can start with the list. Like, okay, what do most women chat right? I definitely want you guys to reply on this one. What do most women uh, want in a man that you usually hear from social media? What is like the average qualifications that a man must pass in order for a woman to even catch attention for him? And Truth, let me know if you still here, bro. 'Cause I want the chat to participate like on this question as well. Because we have so many different roles, stereotypes, and expectations, it could be like outrageous a little bit. Like an example, okay? Um, thanks to social media, most women have a list where sometimes you cut off a lot of potential men that has potential because of the height, um, physical type, and you hear like a lot that wants a man to make six figures and above. But how was it like before social media? Okay. Sorry, hold on. Voice is cracking up a little bit. What was it like before social media? Okay. Because before social media, you wasn't I mean, yeah, women was getting hollered at by men, but it wasn't in abundance. You know what I mean? Like probably ever so often, a woman will probably run into a man, and the compliments will be taken as very genuine. Because if a woman hasn't really heard much compliments from men, like I said before social media, then whatever you say to them, most of the time, they'll actually appreciate it. But now, thanks to social media, like you can just go online and if you're a very attractive woman or even like average at best, you'll have a floodgate of men give you compliments, tell you all kinds of things that will emotionally and mentally stimulate you. You know what I mean? And so when you have those people that's constantly giving you that constant validation, after a while, like, compliments from a man that you may see in person is, not validated. You just like, okay, whatever. You're not gonna really appreciate that person that's actually giving a genuine compliment because you can hear that all the time. So as you're swiping left and swiping right, you're having so many different options to choose from. It's like you're watching TV and you have all these channels, but all these different shows is good, but you don't know which show to choose from. So you're focused on choosing the best option. Shout out to Mr. Intellectual SoapBox. This is watching from the clouds. I'm here though. All right, thank you for tuning in. And like I said, shout out to Mr. Intellectual SoapBox for this topic. I did have another topic in mind, but I'm glad that we're doing this one. And you know what? I will put the stream link for any guy, well, for anybody that would like to join in. So hold on. Okay, give me a second. So anybody that would like to join in, whether it be from the YouTube side and for the Twitch side, please feel free to join in. All right. All right. So while I wait, I want to take a look at this article. There was an article that was talking about gender roles and stereotypes. So let me go ahead and pull that up. Mm, 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 mm. All right. You know what? Go ahead and put my glasses on. But anyways, if you guys and ladies are tuning in, feel free to get the likes up. If you are new, please subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. And also, please share the videos. And also feel free to join in too. All right. So, oops, where is it? All right, let me go ahead and read this off real quick. So, what are gender roles and stereotypes? Okay. So, gender roles in society means that we're expected to act, speak, dress, groom, and conduct ourselves based on our assigned sex. For example, girls and women are generally expected to dress in typically feminine ways and be polite, accommodating, and nurturing. Men generally expected to be strong, aggressive, and bold. Okay. Now, every society, ethnic group, and culture has gender role expectations. Okay. But they can be very different from group to group, which is true. Because some people, they go by gender and they go by culturally expectations. Okay. So that's something to also keep that in mind as well. Hmm. All right, where I'm at. They can also change in the same society over time. For example, pink used to be considered a masculine color in the US, while blue was considered feminine. I did not know that. Okay, so that's something new. I never knew that pink were originally like a color for guys. All right. How do gender stereotypes affect people? A stereotype is widely accepted judgment or bias about a person or group, even though it's overly accurate. Stereotypes about gender equal and unfair because of a person's gender. This is called sexism. All right. So if you think about this, though, this is where we start having expectations, based off of our gender. So as a woman, you're going to expect for me as a man, okay? And we're not even going to go talk about race and culture. Let's just say, like, just Americanized, right? You have an expectation for me to act in a certain way. And so, women expect for a man to conduct themselves, as the article says, to be strong, bold, and aggressive. So, for men, this is where the problem lies in with us, where it's not safe, okay, to display any kind of weakness. Now, we hear this a lot from religion, that it's okay, and some women, that's okay for us to be vulnerable. It's okay for us to let our guard down and to cry. Now, here's the thing. If you need to cry and release all those tears to prevent yourself from doing harm to yourself or for others, go ahead and do so. But however, it may not be safe a lot of times to do that in front of women, even though they'll tell you it's okay to feel and to be more emotional. The thing is, people will tell you that it's okay, but when you actually do that, then it repels them. It's like it kind of like they get so grossed out because now you're displaying a weak side of you, which it kind of sucks at the same time because, hey, if the world could be vulnerable, I think like people will be a lot better. But unfortunately, as the article says, people will stereotype, and sometimes the judgment is never fair. Just like a woman is expected to have a submissive type of attitude, or some type of friendliness in her. Excuse me, my eyes are straining me. But anyways, there's so many expectations from that. They may not feel like it's fair, especially if a man is assigned to lead and a woman does not want to yield and follow. You know what I'm getting at? Because right now you have women that is, that has their own independence. And so with their own independence, they don't really like it when someone is actually taking over and guiding their life. You know what I mean? Especially when you hear, even through the church, that the man is supposed to lead and he's usually the guy that makes the final calls. And sometimes if you're not secure within yourself and the person around you, you're going to get very fearful. And you're going to want to take over and you're going to want to lead and take charge of your own life. But like I said, these are gender roles that are expected. Okay. There are 4 basic kinds of gender stereotypes. Personality traits. For example, women are often expected, okay, to be accommodating and emotional, while men are usually expected to be self-confident and aggressive. Okay. Salutes to Wally. Thank you for tuning in, my brother. Yeah, I don't know if if you're still you and Jake Takashi are still having a stream together with Marcus, but definitely salute. Thank you for coming by. Wally, what do you, if you're still here, right? What do you think about the personality traits of a woman and a man? In your honest opinion, what do you think or feel that the woman's role should be, and then the role for a man should be? And also, too, feel free to come up if you want to. The link is pinned in the chat. And then also, he says, Pass it by real quick. We'll catch the replay after. Hey, no problem, man. Salute, salute. Okay, and then we have the lovely Princess K in the building. Thank you for tuning in, Princess K. She says, greetings and salutations to Knowledge and Relations fam. Thank you so much, fam, for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you for doing so. Right now, tonight's topic is women's expectations. Are they really that high? And right now, I'm just reading an article about the gender stereotypes and how it affects other people. So even though the title is about women's expectations, we're going to still go back and forth with between the man and the woman. But if you have any opinions, any thoughts, feel free to chat up in the chat, or if you'd like to come up in the panel, the link is in I was gonna say the description, but the link is in the chat. It's pinned to the chat. And everyone else, if you guys want to donate, help the good cause, feel free to do so. But other than that, hey, continue to watch us for free. Either way, I appreciate your presence. All right, so so back to what I was talking about, so that's the expectation, accommodating emotional, okay, for women. But when you're encountering, and I guess you have to use the term modern females. So when you're encountering those modern women or females, however you want to call it, and they're not accommodating, or they're emotional, but they're more on the aggressive side of the emotions. You know what I mean? And then when you have men who are not even confident in themselves, maybe due to a lot of rejection, going on. And so when you're not really confident in your own self, then you're not gonna, you're not gonna approach aggressively. And being aggressive doesn't mean that, like you're being rough or whatever around the edges. It's just that you know what you want, and you're not being passive in your approach to women. You're actually walking up with full confidence, introducing yourself, and making your intentions known. Okay? So aggressive does not always have to be something that's hostile. But yeah, chat, let me know in the comments what you guys think, and ladies think as well too. Now, domestic behaviors. For example, some people expect that women will take care of the children, cook and clean the house, while men take care of the finances, work on the car, and do the home repairs. That's interesting. I'm gonna get to that in just a minute, but let me go ahead and read this chat from Princess K. She says, can you ask if a woman's expectations are really high? But the better question is, why do a fair amount of women set expectations for others that they cannot and will not follow? That is a good question. Why do some women set expectations for others that they cannot and will not follow? Now, I'm assuming that meaning like women are setting expectations for the guys that can't really follow those expectations. Can you give like a few examples, Princess K? Like, what are some of the expectations that women are placing on men that is pretty much almost like damn near impossible to follow? Now, I can say this though. You could change as a man. You could change on your aesthetics. You could change on your finances, depending on your ambitions and what job that you go for, or maybe you might hit the lottery. But the one thing a man cannot change, okay, is his genetics. I mean, meaning pretty much his height. A man can go from 5'4" to like 6'4" overnight through any type of surgeries. That's pretty much, unfortunately, genetically impossible. But what you think, Princess K? What other expectations do they usually place on men? Okay, she says you want your man to have a six pack, okay, but you sit with a deep. Oh, okay. a deep couch, eating sorry, masosas and fried foods in excess. Mm. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, now I get it. It's basically what you're saying is why is women setting expectations for men, but they're not really following the kind of guidelines or the rules that they're trying to place on other men. Being like kind of like you're being hypocritical because it's like as a modern woman, you want to you want your man to be traditional, but then yet you want to still live a liberal lifestyle. You know, let me see. She also says you want your man to be wealthy, correct? Oh, I gotta get the sound effects better. But you don't walk amongst the same circles that will get you to that man. Never mind the fact that you don't match up with the qualities of a wealthy man. Oh, it is of what a wealthy man wants. Okay, okay. And then you also said too, you want all the money from him. Meanwhile, you're in severe debt and cannot manage your money well. That's a good one, Princess K. Right? We'll give that air horn for that, right? And the y'all for that. Because see, the thing is, a lot of these, you know, a lot of these women, right? You know, they kind of feel like by, by the power of the P, or I'll just say the fish, okay? Not to insult anyone, but they feel like their economy is pretty much like the golden for JJ, and so when you have that type of mindset, and then you have not the wealthy guys, not the guys who are already confident within themselves, but when you have, I had to say this, the simps that's confirming, or no, let me stop right there, because actually I forgot I did like a live stream about this woman named Amber Lucas, and she was average at best. I'm not gonna say she was like a 10 or anything like that, and I'm not gonna say she was ugly, but she was pretty average. Um, if you check into that live stream, she went on a dating app, and then all these men, these rich men, okay, was taking out her trips, buying her Chanel, like Gucci bags and all that, and she was pretty much like taking advantage of the free life, traveling and all that. But prior to that, her excuse was she dated broke men, men that was pookies and rayways, excuse me, and they used her for sex. They used her for money, pretty much. They didn't have jobs. They had busted vehicles and all that. But then yet you put out your money, you took care of them. Now you want to use that excuse to be taken care of by taking advantage of, the men that you probably are not physically attracted to, like, people that's in their 50s. But anyways, to wrap that part up, long story short, in the end of it all, she's still single. She wasn't really dating. Can I say dating with a purpose? Because it seemed like she wasn't dating with a purpose. Because if she was dating with a purpose, she would already had her so-called soon-to-be established career up and running. But instead, you use those men for leisure, just the same way how the men kind of used her. And at the end, she said that, look, their sex was not that great. It was trash, basically. And by the end of the day, to try to make yourself look like a hero, you have to be willing to say no and walk away from these men after, when they pay for first class trips, okay? Even though like you wasn't traveling from one country to the next, you was just within the same area, of the United States. But sorry, I didn't need to read your comment. But she says, if you want a man that's a thug, but you want him to be loyal, you want a man that will treat you well just because you have a vagina, but your attitude stinks, there are so many examples. LL. Yeah, um, and to be honest with you, Princess K, like, that's the type of stuff that will. I think that's the type of stuff that will get most average men frustrated because they look at these things and then they wonder if they should even continue to be themselves or do they have to conform into what they see. It's almost like a walking contradiction. A woman is telling you, hey, this is what I want for a man. This is what makes me, this is what attracts me. I want a man that will be nice, kind to me, open doors, and polite. And you're doing these things, but she look at you like a little bro, whatever. She look at you like a brother. She look at you as a nice person. And the guys that she's going after are the total opposite. I'm gonna go ahead and continue this article. But yeah, so like I said before, for some people, they expect that the woman will take care of the children, cook, clean, all this other thing, and they expect men to take care of the finances, work on the car, and do home repairs. Now, the thing is, what happens if you meet a man that he could probably do some things, but he can't really do home repairs because he didn't grow up with that skill. Maybe his skill is probably like computer science. So he's into uh, IT type of work. So he doesn't know how to work on the car. He can take care of the finances, but for some, he may not be enough because they don't consider those men to be manly men. Meanwhile, you have some that could work on the car and do home repairs, but they may not have a stable business. They may just be self-employed. So if they're not really getting a lot of clientele, then business is not like, booming for them. And it's not booming for the household. So sometimes life is about like a give and take. Because or here's the thing. This is also gonna be funny too. You may have a man that can do all these things. Finances, work on cars, home repairs. But you may not want to cook. You may not want to take care of the children or clean the house. Because I guess for some who will say, well, I work too, they feel like that's not their world. Oh, excuse me, that's not their role. Occupations. Some people are quick to assume that teachers and nurses are women and that the pilots, doctors, and engineers are men. I can say that. There's a lot of assumption. Shout out to High Value Nurse because he is a male nurse. He's getting that money back. That nurse gained money. As far as pilots, doctors, and engineers, well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, there are female engineers, okay, female pilots as well too. But if you think about, matter of fact, let's talk about like plumbing, okay, and working on like railroad tracks. There are women that are qualified to do these things, but how often would a woman sign up to do those type of jobs, the high physical labor type of jobs? If you have enough women that would do so, there wouldn't be an assumption. And then plus, women are, pretty smart too. So they expect for them to be teachers. It goes back to the nurturing nature of a woman, which is the expectations that they have. So then that's where the assumption comes in. Oh, well, she's a woman. She loves children. She's very nurturing and she's smart and pretty. So why not be a teacher? Princess K says roles don't fit in today's age for many. There are households where a man cooks since he's better and a woman cleans. The majority of married couples have jobs, so those roles won't fit. And but some of these things consist of being self-sufficient. My dad taught me how to change a tire. My mom taught me how to cook, clean, but she also taught me how to fix toilets, electrical appliances. Oh, well, wow, okay. Well, you're definitely like a superwoman, Princess K. So salutes to, like your parents for teaching you life skills. You know what I mean? Household skills. So you're pretty much like the total package, all in one. You know how they call a guy with many skills a jack of all trades? So you're pretty much like the Jackie of all trades, if that makes sense. You know, not a lot of men knows how to, like knows how to rotate tires, knows how to like unscrew the tire and then put it together. Um, and especially like electrical appliances, like nobody don't want to take the risk of getting shocked. So those are definitely value skills. You know, fun fact, I didn't really learn how to fix it. Well, no one taught me how to fix a toilet. I had to learn that on my own when my wife and I we used to have investment properties. So first time fixing a toilet, man, hey, you read the instructions, you look at the parts or whatever, you see what fits with what, and that was pretty much for me. I'm more like a visual learner. And then you have YouTube too to teach you. So before I read the comments, everybody please get the likes up. Please subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships on YouTube. Help us to reach over 2,000 subscribers. That's our short-term goal, but our long-term goal is to go infinity and beyond. Share this live stream to your friends and family on social media. For this world, we can't just be stuck on traditional roles because that's not the world we live in. That's very true. A man needs to know how to feed himself. A woman needs to know how to do things seen as many as things seen as more manly. And that's also true. I was taught to survive. That's all it is. So basically, to piggyback off of that, we have to learn survival skills. That's pretty much it. Learn how to survive because you never know what's going to happen. This world's not really built for the weak. If, let me say it like this, nobody don't want to be homeless. Nobody don't want to be broke. Okay? Nobody don't want to live a life where everything that's accessible is limited, beyond your expectations, beyond your hopes. Hold on, let me go ahead and bring Lola into the building. What's up, Lola?
Hi, M3. How are you?
Pretty good, Lola. How you doing?
I'm doing better. I'm doing a lot better. I seen you guys was live, and I said, let me just come through a little bit because I'm supposed to be in the bed, but I'm tired of being in the bed. So it's all right.
Hey, well, I'm happy that you're here. And it's definitely good to even get like a an intellectual woman's perspective on some of these things. So, thank you for coming up, Lola. And still make sure you get some rest afterwards, though. I feel you. So, so Lola, right now, like, so tonight's topic is a woman's expectation. God dang, hold on, sorry, real quick. So the title is called "Women's Expectations Are They Really That High?" And so I was reading this article. Where's the article at? I was reading this article, right, because it starts off with gender roles and identity. They haven't really touched upon the culture part. They did mention a little bit, but from the most like what they mentioned, okay, which I didn't know that originally a man's color was pink and a woman's color was blue at the time. And then later on, those colors switched. Now, hey, I mean, blue's my color, so I'm glad it did switch. I don't know. It would look kind of weird with me like dressing pink. But then the other roles is that expectations that they have is a man's supposed to be the keywords: aggressive, okay, self-confident, and very bold.
Mm.
While a woman is supposed to be more yielding, more on her feminine side, but her natural trait is supposed to be nurturing, and then of course they had to add the emotion part to it, highly emotional. And so,
Highly emotional. Okay.
well, maybe I'm over exaggerating on that part, but the woman is supposed to be emotional, so that's what it said in the article.
Well, okay. I'll say this about the colors. I recently, as in the last 7 years, learned about the different colors in different cultures over time. And I did see where at some point the more warmer colors, like pink, red, were more so associated with the masculine or the male gender, whereas the softer colors, like the you know light color blues and stuff, um, was more geared towards women. I can see that from a cultural perspective, in that blue has it reminds us of the sky, which is clear, and we usually associate law and order with clear skies. So I mean, usually deities governing law and order are female. I can see the correlation, but this just goes back to it's the cultural context. So it's not so much the issue of the colors as it is the culture that dictates why it chose those colors to represent masculine versus feminine. Um, so I mean, I can see that. I don't take any issue with that. I will say here in the Americas, in 2022, a male wearing pink is just a male that is rambunctious or defiant. It just wants to make a statement that honestly, in today's age, nobody cares about. If you purposely wear feminine clothes as a masculine man to make a statement, the question is going to be, who are you talking to? Who is your audience? Not so much, is your statement correct? So they're like, who cares? But that's this culture right now. It might change. Obviously, people didn't dress the way they do now. People didn't have the range of colors to wear that they do now. I'm sure it'll change in the next 200 to 300 years, maybe. So I can get with that. But I will say to the second part, as far as what you spoke to, with women being expected to be a certain way and men being expected to be a different way. I don't take issue with the expectation, and only because it's natural. Meaning that the shape of a thing gives us insight to its useful, right? And the shape of women have a lot to do with the purpose of women. If we only had males, I don't know how babies would eat. Just don't. I really don't know what humanity would look like if it was just males. It'd be different because the shape is different. So we expect our mothers, which are the first people we're introduced to as human beings, to be soft, to be accommodating in that way, because as babies, we're very demanding. So we need someone that has patience and a range of emotions to express and understand, because we're in our most volatile state as children. So women, nature pretty much say, you know what, we need to give a bit more hormones to females because they're the ones dealing with more people, like honestly. So they have more of it. Now, obviously, when we get older, those emotions and those hormones tend to not serve so much of a purpose, because we don't have children when we're usually 60 to 70 years old, like small children. So I can understand why people would say, well, what's the point of women having all these emotions and being over emotional? But I just think it has its place in time. But I don't take issue with the expectation of women being yielding, because it's not just about women being polite in culture. Like, when they're in a room and sitting, that goes back to the very premise of our species. It's like, you know, you learn how to be civil from your mother. Like, you learn how to build, in a sense, and to be creative from that masculine force in your life. So everybody can't be everything to you, you know, and that's the struggle that we have now, that, you know, people want to do whatever they want to do. Next generation has to contend with, well, where do I learn this from, or that from, and what can I depend on? So it has deeper implications than the immediate. And I mean, that's why I would say, if society expects, you know, men to be masculine and be bold and all those other things, it's probably because you have a usefulness for men being like that. Men that are not bold, as much as women would hate to admit it because they want everybody to show their feelings. But when you see a man that shows the slightest bit too much feeling, just the slightest bit, it don't take much, just the slightest bit. There's something in you wired to cuss him out on sight. Like it's just wired in us to just go haywire. Just a little bit. You can be emotional and stuff, but the second you just go a little too far with that emotional line, women are like, it's like a switch that go off that nature says, get them, and that's how we're wired. We're wired.
Bingo! I like what you just said. You said about the nature part.
Yeah.
See,
don't blame me. It's our nature.
You know what? And I feel like nature is that line is so underrated. Even though we hear female nature was overrated, or human nature or male nature was overrated. Well, mostly female nature overrated. But the thing is, just the whole nature, the root of it. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on. Let me do this real quick. I think, just for the sake of this, right? I think we need a Webster it up. I don't know why. Hold on, real quick. Let me go to Webster's dictionary on this one, right? I feel like we need to really look at Webster's side of what nature really is. Okay? Because we tend to have our own personal definition of it.
Yeah.
But let me go ahead. Let me do this real quick. And I was just talking about that too, because with women, when they want men to be vulnerable, and you show the slightest part of your vulnerable side or your emotional side, then it's just something that just ticks them off, and the nature part definitely solidifies that.
Yeah.
And so
I'm not saying that men shouldn't be vulnerable, but there's a time and place for men to be vulnerable. As far as with each other, with their significant others, with their mothers or their parents. There's a time and place to be vulnerable in a different way. I know when I was growing up, I've never seen my father cry. I know he has cried, but I've never seen him cry, and he attributed that to the fact that he said, when stuff get to ringing off, you don't expect me to run and be emotional about what's happening. I have to be the one out front leading the charge. So I can't, nature doesn't allow me essentially to be in your position. And I didn't realize that until I had moved out and I was home and I walked into a scenario with my youngest son. And there was a bat in my house. Actually, there's a few bats in my house. And I had never seen an animal that big, let alone in my house, flying around. If you think mice is a problem, try bats, okay? I came in, it was bats, and I was shaking, and I wanted to run and be a female, right? I want to get under the couch, I want to be a woman. But because I was the only adult in the house, and I had my little son there, and these animals, they can bite, they have rabies, it's a bunch of stuff. I couldn't afford to do the female thing, so I had to I felt myself wanting to be a woman, and then wanting to have to lead in terms of taking the charge in a dangerous circumstance. And that was hard to do because I was fighting to dip, but then I couldn't. I had to make sure he was dipped, but I had to be out there front and center. And this animal is feeling attacked. And you know how animals feel when they feel attacked. They like to come back on you. And I ain't about that fighting life.
They like to square up like, what up, bro?
Right? I don't be fighting those animals now. Y'all know I does fight, but I don't fight animals.
Okay, Lola, let me ask you a quick question there, right? So if that's the case, right? Let's say, for instance, if I was around, or any man was around at a time, like, you know, those animals came around. I understand it was you and your children, right? Let's say you and your children was around, but I was like maybe like here as a guest. Would you feel comfortable to get into channel into your inner feminine side?
Listen. Let me tell you something. You wouldn't have to ask, do I feel comfortable? You would turn around and be like, girl, this your house. What is your, why you over there and I'm the only one here? This is your house. And then I had to apologize and say, oh, I'm so sorry. Let me get out here and act like I'm supposed to be in the front. Because this is my house. So, yeah, I would automatically assume you're supposed to be.
I'm just saying because you like.
Oh, man, this is my house. I don't know how you put me in this, but you better get out of here. And I have to apologize because I do. I'm sorry. I do. Say that first. I'm sorry.
Not saying it. You know what? Actually, it's interesting because see, like most men would actually feel appreciated when a woman's channeling her inner feminine. You know how they get into the low, like, oh my, hold on, I got the oh my, they have the oh my god sound effects, but more in a lighter pitch. You know what I mean?
Right. But see, here's the thing. I feel kind of bad about that, right? Because that is how I would react. But I feel like as a man, right? If you come into somebody's house, and this is just my example, and there's danger in the house, like not outside the house, in the house, and the first thing she do is run behind the couch, and you right there, and it's like, okay, you're not gonna stand beside me, nothing. What we doing? I feel bad that would be my reaction, but again, my mind would have to say, no, get out there, do something different. Don't be a woman too much. Do a little bit. Like I would have to fight myself. I would feel bad, but that is my natural reaction. And I'm not gonna apologize for that. If you get under the couch with me, we're gonna have a problem. We're gonna have a problem because my nature says cuss him out right now. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. It just says cuss him out. I'll be under the couch. What you doing under here? Like, you know.
Yeah, but the pushback would be like, the man would be like, well, you know, I'm the guest, man. This is your house. I don't know what to do.
Now, culturally, religiously, whatever you want to call it, that is blasphemy. What do you mean you're a guest in the house? No, no, there's a back here. You're a man. Like, no. And this is why I tell my sons all the time, listen, don't ever get it twisted. Just because, like, in one circumstance that you experience, most of the time, this is how it is when you come into someone's house. You're not expected to be the man of the house. But if something like that happens, suddenly, it don't matter if you with that girl or if it's an old woman in the house or whatever. If you the only man there, you the man of the house. Like, you better get out there and be ready to fight, and you better not be scared when you do it. And if you do, don't let nobody see that you're scared. And that's something I seen my father do. Whenever he would ever approach something, I never seen him scared. But he told me I was frightened out of my mind. But I never seen him physically frightened. Like, I never seen that, and I can appreciate that. Because I was frightened when I seen them days. I swear to God, my son, he seen me fighting, but he didn't see me fighting like no man. I tell you that. I was almost tears. But you know, that was a situation that it was so life-changing because it's danger in your house when you didn't expect it and you're fighting something you never encountered before. And that was the one moment where I was like, you know what, being single is not it, okay? Like, forever. Like, I couldn't deal with it. But I realized that, yes, as a woman, psychologically, I'm just like, I'm geared to do certain things. I'm geared to jump under the couch if a man is around. I'm geared to do that if he ain't around. But if I have to not be in my feminine, I have to like force myself mentally out of it. And so this is why when women naturally act in the masculine role, I honestly understand that they have been forced out of their femininity over time. It's not an overnight process. I'm telling you, like, it's not an overnight process because it's been maybe 6 years since that incident, and I'm still traumatized. And when I have to get out of that, and it didn't help me. I'm still struggling with the whole being masculine thing, like that.
I can imagine because I feel like it does something to like I don't know if that's correct. I feel like it does something to a woman internally in a spiritual sense. You know what I mean? Or maybe in a biological sense, mentally, something like that. Somewhere it ties into like the inner being of a woman because it's like, damn, right? Like, you know, and I kind of feel for like, you know, like a lot of single women, right? Because especially with kids, it's like, damn, right? I want to just let my inner feminine side come out of me, but it's like there's gonna be most times, especially when you're at work too, though, and maybe you have a role that puts you in a constant masculine type of mind frame where you have to like you can't take no shit from nobody. You know what I mean? Especially like if you're your own boss and you have your employees, you're automatically gonna be in your masculine because you're taking on a leadership role. I'm not saying like women can't be leaders as far as like, you know, in their careers, but you know what I mean? It just does something to the mental. So when you have these women who are fighting for like this equality stuff and they want to be in charge of the relationship, they want to run the men, I'm telling you, you ladies do not know what you're asking for or what you're demanding for.
They don't know what they're asking for because I don't think they really see themselves. And I'll give you an example. There was a lady that I knew, and I remember every man that came across her would say, you know, she's kind of masculine, even though she didn't talk much. People kind of picked up on the masculine thing. She didn't argue; they just picked up on that, and I picked up on it, right? And I remember overhearing her one day stating that part of the reason why she goes out her way to wear nail polish and earrings is to remind her that she's a woman. And I couldn't understand why do you need earrings and nail polish to remind you you're a woman. Every cell in your body reminds you you're a woman. You know, like what's up with that? So one day something happened, and I came across her in her everyday life, and I found out that she worked in a correctional facility, and like not even one of the good ones either. You know, like the newer ones and stuff. It's like, you know, she was around inmates and all sorts of crazy stuff every day, and she had to protect herself in a physical way all the time against men. And obviously, you know, most women don't encounter that every day. Like maybe sometimes, but not every single day, 5 days a week. That's not what it is. So when I seen her outside of her job, I could see the remnants of what's going on at her job. Like the way her face has to be, the way her body language is, just in general. She always has to be telling people, don't mess with me. And when she gets off from work, it's still on her. But she doesn't feel that way. She feels that the earrings and the nail polish is making her look feminine. Where, meanwhile, every man that's around is whispering, she's real masculine, even though she's not doing anything per se. And so I knew then that she didn't really see herself from the outside. She understood what she perceived herself to be on the inside, which is a woman that has a hard job, but she's still feminine. But on the outside, it's like you don't understand some of the subtleness that makes you who you are and how masculine your job, just the job, not her life, but her, because I think she had children, I think she had a man, all that, but just her job. And, you know, she didn't see herself. And I know a lot of times with women, we don't see how masculine we are because we're us. We're not looking at us. We're the one looking out. So, I don't think that's anybody's fault, but it's a reality. And I mean, if you're the type of woman that like I alluded to, if when stuff happens in your mind, you have to be put. You're the one that should be in danger. Not the biggest person in the room protecting the smaller people, that whole psychology. It's because a part of you, like you said, has been eroded naturally. And that's the way nature wants it. That's not a political scheme. That's just the way nature decided after 6 or 4 billion years that was best. So if you feel as a human being on this little rock floating around in space that you know better than nature itself, that controls all the known and unknown universe, I mean, I think you have a mental problem. But really, like, that this is the way it's supposed to be. So when you see opposite of that, understand something unnatural took place to create that unnatural order. And some people don't even notice it happening. I know with the lady that I knew, she didn't even notice it happening. She just noticed that she felt more feminine when she wore like angled earrings. But earrings wasn't really making her feminine. It made her feel feminine, but she was still masculine to the people that it mattered to. Because I mean, if men wasn't around, who cares if you're feminine or masculine? If men didn't exist, like, who really cares? Like, it means nothing. It only means something because men are around. So I don't blame people for how they are, because I know they were created. I'm sorry, not created, but they were made to be that way through time. However, there are some women that do, and men obviously, but there are some people that do things that are so overt that you can tell they're just rebellious. It's not a matter of them doing something and they're subconsciously not even noticing what's happening. Like, no, they're just rebellious. That's it. They're just rebellious. For whatever reason, they're just rebellious. And I do think there's a clear difference between those types of people, but I don't know if we're talking about them right now. So
no, I mean, whatever flows in this conversation. So
let me talk about both, but I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, I mean, I talk about whatever, whatever fits in, like this expectation topic. And I know, like, you went back to the nature side of things. So let me go ahead and
nature.
Read this the definition of it. So nature, okay? Again,
nature.
The phenomenon of the physical world collectively, including plants, animals, the landscape, and other features and products of the earth, as opposed to humans or human creations. The breathtaking beauty of nature. Okay? So similar to the natural world, okay, the living world, and then the terms, what they call it, Mother Nature, the creation, the world, and then so on. The environment, earth, the universe, countryside, wildlife, natural forces, okay, scenery, anything that you could pretty much like think of, pretty much. Classification, okay, genre. Sorry, no, genre. What else? Mode, grains, whatever. The point is, all right, when you look at those synonyms of nature, one of the root words that comes first is the natural world things. So when you're going against the natural world, you're going against yourself. In other words, because the thing is, and this is why there's so many complications. Like I said, this goes back, to the role of and the nature of a human being that naturally puts them in the most happy place, the most comfortable place. But we have too many people that's trying to deny that. That's like the same thing. Instead of like, okay, you can. What we was talking about earlier, it was like gender and sex. So your gender can be assigned at birth, right? But your sex cannot be changed. If that makes sense. I'm not saying it backwards.
The only reason why I'm a little confused is because colloquially, gender and sex is the same thing in our culture. And we're not differentiating.
Yeah,
But if
but you know, yeah.
but if you go to Webster or any other dictionary or abridged dictionary, the word gender comes from a Proto-European language that literally means to produce, that which produces. So when we say, well, you're produced, like what you produced at birth, it's like we're talking about what's between your legs. So, you know, I'm a little like, okay, where's the politics line so I can jump over it? Because I just okay, your gender, your sex, like whatever, like okay, whatever. Because nobody's talking about your role. Because don't get me wrong, women can do math just like men can, you know, take care of babies. But our strong point as a whole species is not in women doing math and men feeding babies out their pets. Like that's not what it is. It's just like the yin and yang. There's a little bit of white in the black. It just is. That doesn't mean that the role of the black is to be the white. It just means there's a little bit in it because it can do certain things, but its major functionality is in its major color. So
once it's interconnected.
Right. And I the whole gender assignment thing, it's like the only people screaming about that are people that have issues within themselves. You don't see anyone screaming about that it doesn't have an issue with themselves in that way. And I feel that, I mean, if you want to tell yourself that you are both, you have a right to tell yourself that. But you don't have a right to expect society to now function based on you being both. No. That's not. That's unfair to society. Puts the burden on society, honestly, and it divides society. And I don't know any society in history that has flourished under division to that degree. I don't know not one. I know one that came close, but we know where that one went at. Okay, it don't exist anymore. So, you know, if you want to say you're one thing or something else, or see yourself as one thing as the other, no one can stop you. Naturally, no one can stop you from seeing yourself a certain way. But nature will not allow a man to be a mom. It just won't. I don't have to allow or disallow that. Now, you can force me to call you mother as a man. You can.
Vouaghn Bryant.
But you're not going to. Nature just won't allow you to do certain things. Like nature will allow you to put on a dress. It will allow you to walk a certain way and change your voice tone. All that. Nature allows this range of things for different reasons. However, nature will not allow you to do what it doesn't want you to do. So you're still locked into nature. Like nature tells you as a woman, you can pretend to be a man. Nature allows you to do that. That's okay. But are you going to actually be? No, you're not. So the quicker people can understand their purpose in the natural world, the better off the world is. Meaning this, all of your cells are coded to do certain things based on where it's at. The second your cells decide, I don't know what I should be, that's what we call a rogue cell or a cancerous cell. Now, the only use we have as cancerous cells is to kill them. That's it. We hope they die off on their own, or else we will kill them. That's the only purpose we have with that. If it forgets what it is, meaning its functionality in your body. If your skin cells decide it doesn't remember how to be a skin cell, and it wants to be, let's say, a liver cell, that's a problem. You're not going to be able to survive as an organism with your cells pretending to be things that it's not. Doesn't matter how it feels. The only thing you can do is kill it, get rid of it, or allow yourself to die and hope your children do better. That's it. That's how nature works. It improves upon itself. If something forgets what it is, nature seeks to nullify that and produce what does remember. That's just what it is. So, and everything is everything. Like your cells, the way your cells operate is the same way the universe operates. It really does. Like when you really get down to the quantum levels, it really does. So, I mean, when it comes to your role as a man, as a human being, as a woman, that's set. Like you're not going to change that. It's a waste of time to even
argue with people about, well, what your role as a woman is. You know your role as a woman. When you're a woman, for instance, right? Or let's say a man. You know your role as a man. But let's suppose there's no women around and you have a daughter and she needs her hair done. You know suddenly you have to come out of your masculine. Be soft, get the brush, and care for her in a very feminine way. Doesn't mean that you're not masculine, but you understand now there's a time and place for the femininity within you, and now is the time to pull that out. Now, when you can finish your daughter's hair, and that's now you can go back to your full glory of masculinity or whatever. But you do understand when there's an absence of something, what your role is to fill in. As a mom, I know that I'm usually nurturing my children, but there's moments where I have to step in and be more of a masculine force with my children because of certain things in their life and not in their life. But I do recognize that the more I have to be in that masculine role with them, that's the less time I'm in my feminine role with them. And I don't want to pretend to be their failed father and not their greatest mother, because my time is being moved towards trying to be a dad versus a woman. That's what I am. That's what I can be to them. So I don't get me wrong. I can step into my masculine for a couple seconds a day. I can. Okay. Like I said, I'm codified to cuss people out, but I'm not doing stuff. So I can do that. Okay. You know how much masculine energy it takes to cuss somebody out and be right, but it's like I can do that. But my main role is to stay in my feminine. That's a lot of work right there to be a woman. There's a lot of work. To be a man, it's a lot of work. But I'll never know that because I'm a woman. I just know what nature says I can know, which is those brief moments of giving people cuss-outs.
Yeah. Hold on for a second, Lola. Vouaghn Bryant says, and salutes to you, sir. Thank you for tuning in. I could identify myself as a tree all day long and force you to call me a tree.
Yes.
But in reality, I'm not a tree.
Yes, you
I'm
ain't
lying to myself and you at the same time.
Right, you ain't giving no shade, you ain't giving me no oxygen, you ain't helping me with no wood, none of that. But you want me call you tree, Mr. Tree. Like, okay.
Yeah. Now, Lola, what I was gonna say, right, is that like, see what you said, like at the end about like, okay, you don't know. Well, you could have like an idea about what a man should do, but not to the full extent because you're a woman.
Right.
You know what your role is, so you stay in your lane. The same thing for us too. I can say all I want to say about what I think women should do, but I'm not a woman. I don't have your body parts, and thank God I don't.
The heart of a woman is in a woman, not a man.
Exactly, right? So therefore, I have to stay in my lane and know my roles as a man in order for me to accommodate for you guys. You know what I mean? An example. But the problem is when you have like we have like different men in these spaces, right? And some women too. And they're trying to no, I'm not gonna say some, like almost goddamn all, right? Because I'll be battling with them. Some of these women and men, they get together and they're trying to tell each other what your role should be. You know, as if you already been in their shoes or been in their body space, I would say.
Yeah.
And that's where conflicts begin because everyone want to be right so much. You got to really think and ask yourself, well, have I done any of these feminine type of things that got me closer to being like a woman? Have I done any of these masculine type of traits that got me closer to being a man? Whether if you're right or wrong, it still doesn't negate the fact that by nature, you will never know the full extent or feel the full extent of a man. And for me, I would never feel the full extent of a woman.
Right.
You know, when women say they go through all these hormonal changes and all that, you know, men don't really go through all that stuff.
Nature won't even allow you to understand it. And even if you try to, let's say, fraudulently feel it, right? Again, fraudulently feeling something that you will never know if that's how I feel, if that's what I'm going through. It's like I'll never know what it's like to be a penguin. I will never understand the mind of a penguin or the heart of a penguin or the culture, the psychology of a penguin. I'm not a penguin. Now, I can see their outward expressions in terms of, for instance, the women or the females are the ones that go and bring home the bacon or the fish, whatever. And the men sit on the eggs and they nurture the eggs. And that doesn't cause no problem in their culture, right? But in our culture, if all of the men tomorrow decided, we ain't working, y'all better get out there and work, that's going to cause a problem. And I don't think it's going to be solved anytime soon. So, like, it's different. I'll never know if it. And I mean, I will put blame squarely where it needs to be at, which is on a certain population of people that are spreading that toxicity within their gender group. Meaning this, I'm a part of certain groups on Facebook, and I read through like on Facebook, in these private Facebook rooms. And there's certain rooms that feel that they are a bunch of high value women, right? Meanwhile, when I'm reading through the comments and everything, I'm sitting here like, you cluck kids don't understand basics. Like, I don't understand. What do you mean high value? You better stick to the regular stuff. like it's so much stuff. The basics is so corroded, to which a woman can get on there and give a scenario, right? And other women will come and tell her that he's not being a man. Like the problem is he's not being a man. Instead of dealing with her as a woman, they're talking about what he's supposed to be. Now, mind you, it's 900 people there. They got 900 different ways to see it. And we all talking about, well, what the man's supposed to do, is supposed to be, is supposed to feel. And we're a bunch of women, and we can't agree. You know why? Because we're a bunch of women, and not one man is in there saying anything. And keep in mind, men are not monoliths either. So this is the problem. But when you have women that are so full of themselves, honestly, that they can be in a room full of females and hear females telling them what men feel and not think, hold on, ask a bunch of men, even if it's a bunch of men that I don't trust, let me at least ask them how they feel about this. Like, you know, society has lost its marbles, but like all things, or let's say like white supremacy, it'll consume everything until nothing's left, and then it'll consume itself, and the world can start again fresh. And I do feel that at some point the world will start again fresh, but it's only going to be when all of these systems come crashing down on themselves. I got actually banned on Facebook jail for saying to one woman that she was the problem in her circumstances, not the man at all. And I was the only female like there, and there's thousands of women there, and I'm literally the only one on the thread saying, no, you're the one that's wrong. And it was something as basic as common manners, meaning if I'm your friend as a woman and I show up at your house because I got some news, right? And you open the door, you and your man in towels, he in the back cooking in his little, thing, you and your towel probably still smelling like sex. Is it common sense for me to come in and sit down and have a conversation with y'all? Like, or is it common sense for me to say, oh, I'm sorry, let me come back at a better time? You got one group of women that was like, he had a problem with that and felt that wasn't like common. Like, he should have just cooked more food for her. Mind you, this is her house, not his food at all. Like, and I told the girl, I said, wait a minute. Your friend that came in under that circumstance is the same female that'll sleep with your man. I'm telling you that right now. As a woman, if I was her, I would be the type that would sleep with your man. Because if I could come into your house while y'all in y'all little intimate situation, and I sit down to talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about, right there in front of your man, in that situation, I know I could probably have your man. I know that. So I told her the truth. And all these other women was like, no, you're, and then I got put in jail.
Damn. They'll call Facebook police and arrest your ass.
I got Facebook arrested. I don't even know why they arrested me. I got arrested. So, but I attribute that to women feeling like they love that echo chamber. And they're not really looking for difference in opinion so that they can objectively understand. They like the echo chamber because it sounds better to say, I know I wasn't wrong. Letting my friend in and doing this and him feeling like she didn't have manners, he's trying to control me. Meanwhile, I'm telling her, who the fuck walks in somebody's house when they can clearly see people just finished having sex and they on a date night or whatever the case may be? Why would you walk into somebody's house like that? Like, first of all, you shouldn't be walking in at all. Second of all, that's bad manners. Who was your parents? Like, it has not. Again, this has nothing to do with him. But the whole conversation is his attitude towards it was him being controlling, him having. I heard rape vibes. I didn't understand that. It was so much that I heard, and I was like, none of this has anything to do with him. If he doesn't like it, it's probably because he comes from a better ilk of people. But like, okay. And I didn't feel good about that because being part of a minority of women, it just don't feel good because you're always screaming, no, this is stupid in a room full of people that think you're stupid. And then that gets tired because I don't even feel like talking anymore. I just be reading like, I don't even want to get put in jail, like whatever.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at now. But that's the problem. Too many females are in and men are in an echo chamber of themselves. And that objectivity is gone. And I attribute that to social media because long time ago, like back when we were kids, you didn't have 900. You couldn't just go to 900 random people and ask them their opinion. You had to rely on your aunties, your grandmother, the resolve of the women in your neighborhood, your best friend, as in the one you got. That you didn't have all of this. So most people would be giving you an authentic perspective based on them being in the culture you come from as well. I know people from my culture in the African American community where I come from, there's certain things that we do and don't do in terms of mannerisms. So if I wanted to know, well, if something is culturally unfit between me and my man, people in that culture are going to tell me yes or not. So, you know, I didn't have a bunch of non-Black people telling me, well, I don't think that's right. And, you know, I don't know about that. That has different types of vibes on it. And I think this, and I think that we didn't have that. But now we do. All of this information is working against us. Like, it just is. You have too many options at this point, to the point, as they say, I got options, but I don't have no options. Like, you got so many options that literally you have no options because you have so many options. That's where we're at. And I feel it's sad. It really is. So I've limited my social media interactions in that way. Like, it is entertainment. I'm not gonna lie. But people are really going to the internet for advice in this way, and it's terrible. It's just terrible.
It is, because you have, again, it's like if you had like one of those stations, right? If you had Comcast or something, right? And I don't know if you have Comcast in your area, but basically it's like you have a station that has 200 channels, but you have, let's just say you have 100. Out of those 200 channels, you have 100 good shows, but they're on at the same time.
Right.
Now you're channel surfing because you're like, hey, right, I want this one. I want to watch that one, but I can't watch right now because this one's going good. You don't let it be a movie. You're like, oh my gosh.
Right.
You know, you have all these ridiculous options to choose from.
Right.
But because they're all on at the same time, right?
You can watch another.
Yeah. It's like you gotta have like one of those DVRs or something to record. And that's the way how I feel like in that analogy, that's how I feel like how most women, they treat us men. You know, because the thing is, they could save the ones like in their pocket dial list under a certain name, you know, without the husbands knowing it, you know. So, but you have a plethora of options to choose from, and so what do? They categorize this person maybe based off of emotional support, like a companion buddy.
Yeah.
Then you have another person who, knowing he's not going to get nothing from you sexually, but he's still willing to spend money on you. And maybe he's just a type of person that just want to have a good time, but he has the money for it, so he wants you to be a part of his company. So now you got this guy for that. And then the next guy, it's like, all right, well, if all else fails with my boyfriend or whoever else, I could get pump and dump because he's physically, sexually attractive. He got that berry white tone or whatever that gets you guys dripping wet. You know what I mean? So you have all these different categories of men that you could choose from. Now, however, right? I'm talking about for an average woman's perspective with an average man. The problem is when women or when just people want to go above and beyond, meaning that now you're kind of out of this person's league, but you still think that okay, those same guys that came running after you, you're hoping that you're gonna get struck by the lottery and a top 10 a top 5 type of guy, that is pretty much the total package is gonna come along, drop all of his female girlfriends, okay, and just make you number one.
I'll say this, right? It does have Disney written all over it. Shout out to Walt Disney. But it has Disney written all over it. But I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Mm-hmm. That's for a plethora of reasons. Like for instance, men will usually tell their daughters, "Don't worry about boys. Don't worry about men as teenagers. Don't worry about trying to get married as a young woman. Focus, focus, focus." Right? And then when she turns 27 or 37, that same dad is like, "Why is it you're still not married?" And then moms will turn around and do the same thing to their daughter for a whole different reason, with a whole different platform of information. And then we have the religion that tells you that as long as you're praying, it's all going to be okay. So it's a lot of different ways that a woman and a man is sold that dream that no matter what you do, it's always going to be, roses and butterflies at the end of it. Like it comes from different sources, and that's unfortunate. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Life, regardless of what you believe, life and nature will teach you what you need to know. And you can get warned every day, all day. But life and time is undefeated, and it will teach you. So, like right now, I hear a lot of women saying, well, "Where are all the good men?" I'm gonna be honest with you, right? It depends on how old you are saying that. If you're 20 years old saying, "Where's all the good men?" We know where the good men are at. They ain't men yet, okay? If you're my age, let's say 40 plus, and you're saying, "Where's all the good men at?" There's a reason you're saying that as a woman. Even as a man, there's a reason you're saying that as a man. Things happen between the 70s and the 90s that plays into where's all the good people at, period. It's a lot. So if you're saying that and you're really not understanding, you missed the bus. And honestly, that's nobody's fault, but you will reap the ramifications of missing that bus. It doesn't matter that you missed the bus and you feel bad. You will. And I know we talk about women saying that because they're the ones always talking, but men go through that too. They get to a point where they're like, 50-something years old, sometimes in their 60s, talking about where's all the good, wholesome, dateable women. And it's like, they all been heartbroken or ran through. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they're all ran through. It doesn't matter how wholesome she is. She ran through. Like, if she's 60 years old, she ran through. For what that could mean. Like, you can't be but so old asking about where's all the conservative women at. Not in 2022. If you missed it, you missed it. But this is what it is. So, now, don't get me wrong. I would like to know, where's all the good people for me to pick from? But I'm saying that selfishly. I'm saying in a way, listen, I want my pick of people. And I want to have, like you said, a choice, right? But in this day and age, no. And no, you're not guaranteed one, let alone choices. You're not. And a lot of people don't understand that in your lifetime, you may, as a woman, come across a certain amount of men that is for you. Meaning, not that he just has money, but he's actually for you. Like he meshes with you. Men is even less, even though it's more women, it's even less of a chance that you'll meet a woman that's actually for you. You might meet 2 women in your lifetime that's like they were the ones for you if you was gonna pick. But a lot of times people miss that. Sometimes they don't even get that. Like it's not guaranteed for you to have a choice of 2 great women in your life. Like and you're not guaranteed that choice. So but life is gonna teach you if you don't know. It doesn't matter what anybody says. So, I've learned to accept life as it is. Like right now, I prefer men in my age group because I like people that understand me and my generation. I understand it. But I also do understand men in my age group don't necessarily date all the time in my age group. So that's another component to that. Am I upset about that? No. It's just a preference of mine. If I should meet someone that's not in my age group and I like that, okay, I'll go with that. But it's just a preference. But I do keep in mind, I'm not owed anything. So if that's the case, right, with that mentality, I don't meet the world thinking, oh, I just want him to eat dinner with sometimes. And over here, I want him just for emergencies. Over here, I want this, and over here, I want that.
Look, Robbie.
There's too many choices out here, and all it's doing is eroding the culture. Meaning, women are spending too much time in the "I got so many choices" phase, and they're not in the making the choice phase, and they're missing that. And there's a point in time where there's no more choices to be made. So if you're, let's say, 45. And you just now realizing that you can't have 6 different men, like whatever. At 45, you might as well continue doing what you do.
Yeah.
You might as well continue on. Like it doesn't matter anyway. But if you're realistic about things, let's say you wake up at 45 and you like, I can't keep doing that. Realistically, you should understand any man dealing with you is probably gonna come with back. Just like you got your back. So stop with this whole, well, let me get my list together and what I want in a man. Because I'm be honest with you, half the shit you want in a man, you don't deserve in a man. Because you're not looking at yourself for real. What you've gotten in your life is honestly probably what you deserve. Only if you're the type of person where you've experienced things that you've never imparted on someone else, and you know that God is testing your resolve. But most of the time, people get what they deserve. So, and this is why I think for the title here, I thought to myself, I'm like, when it comes to standards, right, and stuff like that, I don't get into it too much. And men hate when I say that, especially like my dating coach. He hated me when I say this. I don't know. And the reason is because I'll say today, well, this is my standard. And then tomorrow meet a man that don't meet that, and then I throw all that out the window because I get so much of him in a certain way. Like now, forget the standard. And that's part of the problem with women. They say they have these standards, right? But when you look at their lives in real life, where's the standard? Like they bending over for niggas that they say they would never even look at. Like I don't understand. And so I can't get with lies. I can get with the truth, which is, okay, you might have somewhat of a bottom line, which is like you're not going to date someone with, let's say, child molestation charges. Okay, that's a bottom line. But to talk about, well, your standard is something physical, it's like that's not a standard. That's a preference, and you're not guaranteed you're even going to like that in the future or whatever. Because I used to be into certain types of men until I met just the opposite, and I went for that. So, I mean, the whole thing of standards is like, if you come from, let's say, a high class, you know, let's say background, and your family has certain things that they're into and traditions and stuff like that. Yeah, you can say, hey, I got a standard. I can't deal with someone outside of my tradition. You can't, because that's your family situation. But if you just someone that's like myself, you're normal, and you say, well, my standard is, I don't know, 78 grand a year. It's like, that's not a standard. That's your preference, and it's okay to have it. But it's like, come on now, you might meet a guy that might be making more than that, but you would never date him.
Yeah. Wait, real quick, Lola, right? So Robbie said she disagrees, but she also says women need to keep their standards private. Did you say anything about standards being public? But she said women need to keep their standards private. If people know your standards, they will portray to what you desire.
I will agree with the latter part of that, to say when you make it public, yeah, for some strange reason, whatever you say publicly, and you know, as a man, when you tell other people your ideas, it tends to, I don't know, just go to hell. I agree with the latter part, that your standard is your standard. It shouldn't be something you publicize, let alone to people that you're looking at to meet that standard, because you're just giving people ammunition to play games. And your point is, in this lifetime, is to find the person that you want to settle down with and die slowly. So you don't have time to allow people to play games with your time. So I wouldn't say that. And it's the same goes with a man. If you're looking for the type of woman that, when you get in a car, for instance, right, with her, she not just the type that's gonna sit there while you open the door. She'll reach over to, let you into. You're not gonna tell her that before the car service, man. You're not gonna tell her that at all. You're just gonna watch and see. And if you start seeing that she's not checking off certain checks, all you gotta do is just not see it anymore. It's really that simple. You don't have to argue about what she did or didn't do. But if you want to tell people, well, my standard is women that do this and do that, now you got an issue. Like nowadays. So I agree with the last part of what she said. That it is important that you keep to your standard if you have one, and keep it private.
Yeah. Okay, hold on, Lola. So I got Robbie in the building. So salute to Robbie. What up, sis?
Hey, how you doing?
Very good. Thank you for tuning in.
No problem. Hey, beautiful. I mean, I do believe that women have standards, but I do agree to a point that when they meet the new one, if the man is fine, I'm sorry. If a man is fine, forget about it. A lot of women, they just lose their whole entire mind. They don't care nothing about. Well, he has to have a job, and he has to do. Oh no, he's fine. He's mine. Got him. I'm making enough. No, don't pick up no projects. This is not Bob the Builder. We can't build it. No, we can't. Seriously, though,
and they got these standards, but then they throw it out the window when certain homeboy come, and I'll be like, wait a minute, what happened to your standard?
Well, you know the old saying, right? Women make rules for betas, but then they break rules for alphas. But then this also goes into like a follow-up question, right? Yeah, you hear that all the time. But this goes into a follow-up question. The ones who are making these ridiculous high standards, is it just based off of internet people that you meet people that you meet on the internet, or does the standards really kind of get nullified once you see the person in person? If you know what I mean.
I do. I think that people on the internet have talking points, and the talking points that people on the internet have, I'm just like, oh, y'all lying to yourself right now. Let's stop it. We see you, fam. You're not making six figures because we looking at your setup, we looking at your background, your clothes look cheap. Yeah. Right. Your clothes look cheap. All right, we know you fronting. But and that goes for men and women. Because a lot of these women be out here, baby, and I be looking at their hair, their teeth. Okay, your teeth, honey. When you got a certain amount of coins, them teeth supposed to be white, pearly, smiling. You're like, cheese. Yes, I'm saying. But people are out here fronting, and social media, it's like the corner, right? Back in the day when we were growing up, dudes would stand on the corner And if you was in any proximity to the corner, you could listen to people just talk their trash all day. They big pimping, they parking lot pimping. Oh, I got the Lambo, I got the Jag, don't make me go in the trunk, pop it out, blah blah. I got the baddest bitch, all of this and all that. But none of it was true, because if you had all of that, you wouldn't be standing in the corner all day.
Right.
That's what social media is now.
It's a way for people to front real easy.
Yeah.
They front and they flex.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you look at them, right? A lot of them look like hobbits. A lot of them live in hovels. And a lot of them don't never got no bad bitches, no fly dudes, no way around them. They ain't going on no vacations. They're not doing nothing but sitting every day talking. So if everything you were saying was true, why do you have time to do forever streams? Why do you have time to be arguing with people? Why are none of your conversations a build? People with money know how to disagree and build.
Right.
I've had that thought when I noticed certain content creators were saying that they were in relationships or in marriages, whatever the case may be, with different types of women, most of them non-black or whatever. And I would think to myself, okay, well, every day you wake up and talk about it, like let's suppose it's a black male and he wakes up every day to talk about his hate for black women, and he's married to a white woman, right? As a white woman, I mean, as a black woman, I would get sick and tired of my white husband waking up every day to talk about white women. Like, I would get sick of that. I would say, listen, you with me. Like, why are you doing this every single day, 12 hours a day, whatever? Like, what the fuck? Like, so I know, like, yeah, when you look at people's life for real, like, come off the social media kick. When I look at your life for real, does it scream you're successful in what you're doing, in what you're talking about? And a lot of times, it actually probably all the time, it doesn't. And so, I mean, that's their problem. But I'm gonna be honest with you, social media is the culprit for a lot of this. Like, again, you can get away with saying that you date all the hottest chicks and you pump and dump 12 women a month or whatever, because nobody really can check up on that.
Well, now, Miss O'Shoon, I'm gonna need you to stop resting in your masculine energy. Now you was now y'all know. You know the white woman is not gonna question nothing that her husband says, because she is part of the wall, okay? The walls are white and so is she, and she just stands there silently and says nothing.
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding, but like that's the narrative that they want you to think. And it's like, I'm sorry, I have plenty of sisters that are white, that are Spanish, that are Asian, and I don't know who these women are that they describing, but all of them women sound real unfamiliar.
Yeah, I don't know them. Like, I never seen them or met them in my real life. Like, these types, like I just don't come across them. I mean, it's new information to me. The only woman that I have came across in real life is her. I could open my door right now and show her. I could just open that door right there, and it's like, there she go right there. Like, that's the only one I done came in contact with. But you know how she rolled. But
but they love her. I'm saying
they like that Karen. I don't know why, until she turned around and she Miss Daisy. You know, I don't know. But hey, I'm a woman. I can only observe, from this wall, I guess.
It's raisins in the potato salad. Raisins in the potato salad all 2023. Damn it. Put some raisins in it, okay? And just sit down and be quiet. That's it. Listen. Women have their own expectations. I think a lot of women settle. I don't think it's that they don't have standards. I think they have a standard and they have an ideal of the type of man they want to be: a husband, a father, and a lover. And a lot of women don't have enough patience to make sure that the man that they meet is actually that man. Because a lot of people show up, their representative shows up as that dude, and he's great. He's awesome. He'll make your head spin. And then once you give him some booty and he think he got you locked in, the mask falls. And then who he really is shows up. And that's why I've been trying to tell women this year. Stop giving him the sex. And if you're going to give him the sex, don't have no expectation.
That's hard. That's hard to swallow right there. And that's only hard because we in hookup culture. So people feel that, they're mature enough for situationship, basically. And I'll be honest with you, most people are not mature enough for that. They're just not. And it's not to say that they're bad people because they're not mature enough for it. It's just not how circumstances are supposed to go. Like, as much as men think that they can handle it, right? I can see it on them. It takes a toll on them, right? Just that. And I mean, it's been hard for me to not have sex. It's been hard. I'm not gonna front. Okay? But I will say I have to agree. Yeah, if you want to really get to know somebody in the seasons that it takes to get to know them, don't do it under the guise of sex. And if you do, don't be expecting something that's not realistic out of that. Don't do it. Like, unless you got a ring on your finger, that's not your man. I don't care how. I really don't care how much he bending you over. Like, that's not your man. If he haven't made it official with you, that's not your man. Even if you're the only one he can go there with, that's not your man. Like, period.
Right.
So
and I mean, I hear you. I don't even think sex is not the problem, for real. Sex is the problem because people don't want to take care of the kids. Sex is the problem because STDs. But sex not really the issue. The issue is a lot of women have sex with men and they think that's what makes a relationship. So when the man starts pulling away, and because he's like, yo, you a level 12 clinger now, like, damn, I gave you some dick and now I can't breathe. Get away from me. You understand? It's real conversations. I mean, a lot of people can't handle that truth. Sex get involved, and there's some men too that flip the script too. You give them some, some juice box, and then all of a sudden you can't breathe. Where you going? What you doing? Who's calling your phone? Bruh, chill out. We're not that. So until people start, knowledge don't laugh at me. But until people start having those conversations before they have sex, then everybody has to keep it in their mind. Like, if you sensitive and your emotions a little fragile and stuff like that, you have to have that commitment before, because you're not going to turn a hookup into happily ever after.
But doesn't that go towards the standard piece though? Like, if you have standards, is that how can that be part of your standard in a man? Like, if you got these standards, it's like, if I come to if I come to a person and my standard is, listen, I'm not gonna act like a wife if I'm not a wife. That's my standard, right? Meaning I will act a certain way with you under this pretense, but if you want a wife, I have to be a wife. The truth of the matter is, I can't say that and then giving you wife shit. Like,
yeah. Hold on for just 1 second. I gotta give a warm welcome to Mr. Intellectual SoapBox. Thank you for tuning in, my brother.
What up?
You could let them rock out. You know what's going on, sister. You know me, M3. You ain't got to introduce me. When I want to kick in the door, I'm just gonna kick down the goddamn door, and that's about to happen in about a few minutes. I'm letting them get a little practice shots off. Yeah, I'm letting them get a little practice shots off before the LeBron Jordan come up in here. Let me get a little practice shots off. I got it.
Ain't nobody playing like that. So, but it goes a little something like this, like, right? So, women can have standards. And even though men think that, women aren't the same as men, they right to a degree, because women talk too much. Shut your ignorant behind up. If you want to be on some, you smashing and dashing on one dude, but the other dude, you elevating him like he a king, why you telling anybody? Nobody should know who you smashing. Nobody should know who you elevating. The problem I find with a lot of women is they now got to tell everybody, I'm taken, I'm chosen, and somebody like me. No, shut up. Like, what we doing? Bad girls move in silence. You understand what I'm saying? Shh. I'll tell.
But they get mad when we start talking.
I see she stole a Biggie line. I got her.
I'm just saying, silence and violence, take it from your highness. Listen,
take it from your highness. The great B.I.G. from my borough, Brooklyn zone. You know what I mean? You know how we do.
I mean,
Look,
it's
man.
all right, but it's Harlem all day for real.
Yeah. I like Mason. I like Cam. But let me kick in the door. No, they cool. And 3 love talk. They cool. You know what I mean? I'll kick in the door. Listen, at the end of the day, listen. I always tell women, if you listen to me, you will be married, and you not only will you be married, but you will be hooked up with somebody in 90 days. All right. If you listen to me, I got the tools. You know what I mean? I wrote the manual. I know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It's not hard. It's very simple. It's very simple. If a man is investing in you, he will have a plan. And M3 knows this because that's just what it takes. You'll have a plan. If he has no plan, guess what? You are a drive-through. Okay? That's all you're going to be. That's all you ever are. Or you're just really a friend. You know what I mean? He's not really taking you seriously. You know what I mean? So it's either one or the other. Either he really taking you seriously or he not. The man who's taking you seriously, he's going to have a plan. And he's going to tell you what his plan is. He's going to show you what his plan is. And he's going to talk to you about things outside of just the bedroom. You know what I mean? If you get with a dude and he just talking that, let's get together. Yeah, what up, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know what I mean? I want to come through, blah, blah. I want to do this, I want to do that. That ain't no plan. All right? He's just trying to get it in. All right? Now, if he's talking to you and he really is trying to build with you, and he's like, listen, I got this going on, this business going on, I got that going on, this type of future I'm trying to look at. I'm looking at this property. I'm trying to do this. This is what I believe in. And he's really building with you on some realness. You know what I mean? He's telling you, listen, look, I'm looking for wifey material only. If that don't ever come out his mouth, if he don't tell you he's looking for a wifey material only, he ain't looking for nothing serious. Okay? We're gonna tell you what we're looking for. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing. We don't no man wants to get caught up or wants to have it where he has to deal with a whole bunch of problems and headaches and this, that, and the third. He don't want to deal with that. No man wants to deal with that. You know what I mean? So from the guidelines, we're gonna set it from the door. Look, this is what it is, this is what it ain't. You know what I mean? And if you don't have a plan, guess what? He's not serious about a woman, period. He's not serious. That's just what it is. A real man has a plan, and that plan will make sense. If it don't make sense, guess what? He's not serious. He's lying. You know what I mean? He could tell you, look, I have this going on, I have that going on. Check up on it. You know what I mean? Oh, you got this type of business? Where? Oh, you want to do this? How? Oh, you say you want to get this going? Okay. You say you do this type of career? Where okay, that type of career you do? What job you work at? Where the job at? Check up on it. If he cannot answer your questions in full, or he gets an attitude, or oh, why are you asking this question? Man, next. Straight up. Because if he's serious about you, he gonna answer whatever question you got. Yeah, okay, I work at this job. These are my hours, baby. This is the time I'm coming home. Blah, 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 blah. He gonna tell you everything if he's serious about you. Know what I mean? If any way he try to fight or, oh girl, why you always asking those questions? He ain't serious. Time to go. All right, it's that simple. Very simple.
I agree with you, but I think the point that Robbie was getting at in terms of female nature maybe is that females are saying to themselves and others that, okay, my standard is XYZ, but then they get into these circumstances that don't facilitate that same standard, and then they start saying things that, in a sense, they're tricking themselves. Like, okay, you meet a guy, he wants to get married, but he's not really at that point where maybe he thinks he wants to marry you. You guys are dating, but you're in a sexual relationship with him, and you think you're his woman because you guys are exclusively sexually. And then something happens, and then it turns out, okay, that's not the one for you. Meanwhile, you then engaged in a certain type of relationship with him. Hopefully, there's no kids, or STDs or something like that. And then you done told the world this is your man, you've been chosen, but now it's not. And it's like, why did you even think that way in the beginning? And you might go through several men that might not be for you. But if you're mature enough to handle a situationship, basically, okay, fine. But I think what we were saying was that most women are not mature enough to handle a situationship, because the second that guy starts having sex with someone else because he's not married to anybody, now you have problems. Now they looking like, okay, what are you doing? I thought we were, a thing. And like I said earlier, unless that's your husband, that's not your man. And if you feel like you can handle that sort of relationship, okay, fine. But a lot of people can't, and that's where the problems come in. So if you have a standard, it's best that you stick to your standard and your timeline, because I think there's some great room in there in terms of when you meet someone and then being ready to like be married and then actually ready to be in a relationship. That it might take time in between there for those two things to catch up. However, you can tell as a woman, if you're in tune with your womanhood, you can tell when a dude is trying to merge those two things, and when a dude really don't care about merging anything. And a lot of times, women lying to themselves with a guy that literally has told them, I don't really like you like that, but I don't mind having sex. The guy will literally tell them that, and they will stay and then tell themselves something different. And this is where the problems come in at, because they eventually do wake up to what they do, but when they wake up, either they're heartbroken, there's kids involved, it's 6 years down the line, whatever. It's bad. So I think. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna let you finish saying what you were saying. I thought you was finished, but go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say
before Robbie goes, I just want to add a point in there about men real quick.
But no, I was just gonna say that the issue is like when we have standards, right? We have standards for a reason. But when we break those standards, we breaking them for different reasons, and this is where the imbalance comes in at, because we can't say women's standards are too high, but then they ain't enforcing any standard. Like, we can't have it both ways. And that's consistency is really where the blessing is at. No matter what direction you're consistent in, just as long as you're consistent, that's really the thing. But I mean, I can say that I can agree with you on everything you said. However, it's like, women have to be in tune with their womanhood in order to, one, hear what you're talking about, and then make a grown woman decision on that. Because I mean, a guy might be ready for a relationship or even a marriage, but are you the one you need to be married to, right? That's a different question. So, I'll just.
I'll say. Let me say this real quick. Listen. Also, a man also, when he's serious, he is willing to pay the cost to be the boss. I'm gonna say it again.
You mean money?
He is willing to pay the cost to be the boss, and I'm not just talking about. I'm talking about overall.
Overall,
he's willing to pay the cost to be the boss. In order to be the boss, you got to pay the cost. And if the man's gonna be the boss in a relationship, he's gonna be that boss hog and that man in that relationship. He's gonna pay the cost. He's gonna want to know, you know what I'm saying, what your finances look like. He's gonna want to know what bills you have. He's gonna want to know, you know what I mean, how much, if you have kids, what the school cost is looking like. He's gonna ask these questions. He's gonna be in tune and in depth with what you are trying to do and where you are trying to go. And he's going to show you that. And if a man does not show you these things, and he's not serious about these things, you know what I mean? And he's not serious about letting you meet his family. You know what I mean? Letting you meet his close friends and the people that he really cares about. If he's not serious about these things, and he's all, oh, girl, you always asking about this, and oh, girl, but if he's doing any of this stuff, look, let him go, sisters. He ain't serious. I'm telling you, he's not. He's not
Okay.
serious.
So I'm glad Mr. Intellectual Soapbox got all of that off of his chest. So now let me tell you about the
Hmm.
Casanova player. Because, I mean, there is that player, right? That has 150 women that's going to give you access to the bank account. They're going to give you credit cards, bank cards. They're going to be real serious. They're going to talk to you about everything that you feel they should be talking to you about. They're going to care about your thoughts, your emotions, your kids. And it's just sport for them. See, real grown women, real mature women, they didn't experience those types. And it's usually the real grown women that be dealing with the Casanova players that have their standards crushed. Because it's the Casanova player that will present to you like they right there with you and they willing to give you everything you want. And then their mask falls. And you find out they doing that with like two, three other chicks. They everywhere and nowhere all at once. They are Batman. So, you know, it's a fact. So you can't always use that as the parameter. And again, that's why I tell all the ladies that I come across on social media, stop listening to these men. Men will sit there on social media and they will speak to you from the perspective of how they themselves handle relationships for the most part. Even when they're out here spewing vitriol and hate, they're literally telling you what they do in relationships. So if a Mr. Intellectual Soapbox was available and someone tried to holler at him, you now know what his blueprint is. If you're not getting that from him, he's not serious about you. But that don't mean that that's the same thing for M3. And that don't mean that that's the same thing for Tom Jones. And what it is we have to start realizing as individuals, we all individuals. And I don't care if a man or woman is the best thing since sliced bread, that they literally got diamond lights shining bright from every, you know what I'm saying, hidden place in their body. That don't mean you're gonna get the upper echelon quality from them. They could be giving you that raggedy low level. Take for instance, I'm a whole chef. And when I'm in my dating mode, some dudes might get around me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I throw some hot dogs in there or something, make them feel a little bit better. But the dude that I'm really feeling, he's gonna get a whole frittata with some, you know what I'm saying, sliced strawberries, whipped cream, fresh squeezed orange juice. He gonna get something different because I'm gonna view him differently. People got to stop thinking that they got the same value and worth to everybody. You don't.
And well, that
That
reminds
is
me of the
that is.
question.
Let me rebuttal. Let me rebuttal, Lola. That is true for the most part. But as always, y'all don't listen to everything that I say. Y'all don't. I know you see the shot go in, but the form is different. You got to watch the form when the shot going in. You got to really watch. You got to study it. It's beautiful if you look at it too. Listen, at the end of the day, I said distinct things, right? I didn't say he's just going to act like he's there for you. I said you're going to meet his family, right? And listen, if he's really trying to play you, you're not meeting his family. I know men who are
What you?
players. Most of the men in my family get down like that. You're not meeting family. They're not taking you to Big Mama house. You ain't
I have
meeting
to
nobody.
disagree.
It's not. It ain't happening. If they're not
I have to
serious about you,
disagree.
they're not gonna have you around the family like that. They're just not. You know what I mean?
I
They're
know
not gonna pay
mad
certain
dudes.
things. Hold on, let me finish. They're not gonna pay
All right.
certain things. You know what I'm saying? I'm when I speak to you, I'm speaking from the general nature of how men are. You know what I mean? General nature of how men are. There may be some anomalies, but for the most part, this is just how we move. That's how we move
Now,
for the most part. Like I said, there could be anomalies. There's always there's anomalies in women. You know what I mean? But there's a general nature that women have, that all women have, that you and Lola can speak to that I can't speak to. Yes, there's some anomalies, but there's a general nature that y'all have and y'all move with.
And there's plenty of men that they whole family and squads be down for the nonsense. Sorry, not sorry. I mean, maybe not in your circle, which may be why like it's a hard thing for you to envision. It's not that much as much of an anomaly as you might like it to be. There are plenty of men that they mama know every single little thotty body that they done smashed in the past 5, 6 years because they done all came over and she plays stupid. That's the one where the mama be like, hey baby, it's because she's not taking the time to get to know your name. Now the caveat to what Mr. Intellectual Soapbox is saying is when they get to know your name, that's when okay, you've stepped up in the ranks. If they have a generic name that they call you, hey boo, hey girl, oh look, oh that's your new wifey. Whenever you hear a family talk about something, that's your new wifey, run. You like the seventh chick he done bought over there within the past 2 weeks. And I mean, Lola could tell you if I'm being disingenuous because I know she has plenty of female friends as well. Lola, have you heard this before?
I've heard of that, and it happened to me. But in my case, the two times it happened to me, the family didn't know about it, and they were just as much distraught at what they found out that was actually going on when I did. So the individual they were using me, parading me to family because that looked good to family, but behind closed doors, they were doing all sorts of things. And then when the relationship dissolved because of what they were doing with other people, the family felt embarrassed and they were apologetic and it was just a bunch of stuff. But yeah, like dude was a whole Rico Suave that was like parading girls, like certain women around their family. Meanwhile, they wasn't serious about nobody. Not even the one that they were parading. That is an anomaly, and I will say most men have not taken me to meet their mother. I'll be honest with you, most that I've dated is not like, oh, okay, let you meet my mom. Just like with my dad, like it's not too many people that's gonna ever meet my dad, like some serious stuff like that, because that's just not how it goes. But I'm not one of those people that will bring a dude around my father that I know I'm in a situationship with. Like that's never gonna happen. Ever. No. Yeah, that's just I'm just not one of those anomalies on that side. But I can say that it doesn't happen like a whole lot, like 90% of the time. But a good amount of time, it would make you wonder, like, why would someone bring? You would think if you're around their family, then this is a safe circumstance. But honestly, it's enough people, at least men, doing that would make you say, wait a minute, like let me at least give it a couple more looks before I say, okay, this person's really serious about me. Like I just because you take me around your parents don't mean that you're serious about me because I've seen so much. But you know, I mean, generally, yeah, men don't
Little
do
bruiser.
things. But yeah, I've had that happen to me. I have had it happen to my sisters.
Salute to Bruiser.
Come up if you can, bro.
But I have to agree with both of you that yeah, generally speaking, it is one way, but it happens enough for women. I mean to say women shouldn't take to the mother as a sign of, oh yeah, he's definitely just for you. Not that first time anyway.
Salutes to Eda Man Williams. Thank you guys for tuning in. Women's expectations are way too high. Hey, if your brothers want to come up, feel free to come up. The link is pinned to the chat.
Well, you know what? On that statement, way too high. The only thing I can say to that is what's a good median, like because we talk about what's too low, right? The women that just let it go, that's too high. What is the median that it should be, like, you know? Because obviously we're saying that this is an excess of something. So my thing is, well, what should a woman's expectations be? Like, generally speaking, I know it changes, but what?
Okay. So my opinion about like a woman's expectations at a fair balance is basically like expecting the man, right? You know, to do his role that's realistic. You know, nothing that is superficial. When you start having superficial expectations, that's like way over to the charts. Like you're not even looking for a relationship if that's the case. You're just looking for someone that can provide a certain type of pleasure, but you're not looking for someone that can actually provide a need for your lifestyle, your family's lifestyle, whatever you want to call it. So a good medium is just something expectations that you want. And I mean, you said this a few times before, like Lola, right? About expectations that you have for certain men.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you want a man to act like a man that is stoic, a man that's not like crying like like an emotional woman or whining so much. You know what I mean? I'm refraining from all the curse words like tonight, but I think I'm doing a good job. But anyways, the point is that like y'all know what to do. Y'all know the fair medium to it. Like it's not that hard. It's just simple. And the same thing that goes for men too, though. Yeah, I mean, we're more visual creatures. If someone that's looking good, like like we tend to want to go after the beauty as opposed to what the internal attributes can the woman actually provide. Okay, but realistically, we know that there's more to it than just a woman that's looking good. If you are looking good, but then you have a bad attitude, or you just don't know how to do stuff in the household, then what purpose do you really serve? Or even worse, you have those qualities and capabilities, right, to be nurturing, to be a good mother, to be a good wife, but then yet you refuse to do it because you let feminism, right, take over and rule your minds, and you feel like saying no to the things that is unnecessary to like the family lifestyle is making you guys like a hero. I'm not saying you guys personally, but that's what I feel like people go over the top with certain things. Just keep it simple. That's all.
Okay, keep it simple. But I'm gonna need some examples because I hear what you're saying, and I agree.
So hopeful.
Keep it simple. It should be something realistic, right? Like in real life. I do know there are people that have astronomical expectations, but the problem that I have with people that have problems with them is this: if a female has expectations that no human being can meet, right? She's just a throwaway female. Who cares? Like, no one is trying to meet that. No one can meet that. There's too many people out here to explore for anyone to waste time on something that is literally impossible. So those women are nobody's problem because they literally are nobody's problem. But it's the women in the middle that seem to have the most issues. Like the guy said, women's standards are too high. So I'm like, well, what's a good median? And so when you say something in the middle, right, I agree with you, but I would need some concrete verbiage on that. Like for me to say, okay, expecting a man to drive a specific type of car, that is a lot because there's more assholes that probably drive that car than not. Okay. But do I want an asshole? No. So that would be an expectation that doesn't make any sense. But for me as a woman to say I expect a man to drive a car because I drive a car, that's fair. However, what if you meet a man that doesn't have a car? Maybe because he lives in New York, maybe because he doesn't need a car, but he makes pretty good money, but he just doesn't have a car. Now what? So, and maybe you really like that guy, but he doesn't have a car. So,
okay, does he not have a car or does he not know how to drive? That is a difference.
He has a license, he just doesn't have a car. But again, the issue is I expect someone that has a car. What happens when there's a guy that meets everything on my checklist except for don't have a car? Like what do I do now? So now the question is my standards too low? Is it too high with the car thing? Like what? But again, I need something physically, like something concrete.
But if he don't have a car, how is y'all dating life gonna go? Because then that puts all the burden and responsibility on the woman. See, then that puts the woman in her masculine energy. Now you got to pick him up for days. Now you got to take him to the grocery store. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't.
No. See. Y'all missing. Hold on. See, y'all missing the key component, right? He has the option if he want to get a car or not.
Right.
So let's just say, since y'all mentioned New York, right? Let's say, for instance, right? Most people, right, don't really need a car out there because the traffic is already packed anyway. But you also said he also have finances and he's financially stable. So it's a choice that he chooses whether he want a car or not. There's nothing that is enabling him. It's not like he's disabled or whatever. He just knows that, I could get around with or without a car. He might be a person that might ride a bike just to make sure that he keeps his body physically fit. Now, you having a car, right? I mean, yes, it plays some type of benefit, but if he didn't need a car the first time, then he might not even need your car. And that's something you guys got to think about.
Right. And that's what I was saying. Like, it's a thing where it's not putting a burden on either person. However, it's still missing, but someone said this is my standard. Is that too high of a standard to ask for a guy to have a car under those circumstances? So that's why I said I need an example because.
But the point is, he could get a car if he wants to. So maybe if you just ask, okay, hey, like, can you get a car because these are my standards and I don't want to feel the burden and the stress, and he might be like, all right, fine, I could afford it. If I got it, I could pay for one. But what if he decides to get a bucket? Will you accept him for getting a bucket?
You said a bucket?
What you mean a bucket? You mean like a lemon? You mean like fix and repair daily? Listen, everybody keep thinking that because you in New York, you don't need you don't need no car. That's not true. If you live in New York City, you don't need a car. But if you live in Westchester, Putnam, Orange, Hudson Valley, any of those counties, you need a car. Number one. Number two, I love how Lola poses her questions, right? But it always brings me back to this point. Who cares what other people feel about your standards if they feel they too high? I promise you, the standards that I have for the dudes that I'm pulling, I'm not having no debate sessions with nobody. We're not having no Q&A. Hey, girl, hey, this is what I feel about this. This is what I feel about that. I'm not even having those type of conversations with the dude. Like, I know what in my head it need to be in order for me to even look at him as a contender, somebody I might, have a conversation with. So if you're not there, it's good night, Chuck. Like, bye now. I'm going ahead and see you the next time. Please don't call my phone again. Oh, you want to keep on calling me? Let me put you on a block list. Oh, you want to stalk me on social media? Let me block you here too, Jesus. Let me give you the hard deep freeze. Get away from me. I don't understand it. And to Lola's point, that's what a lot of women do. A lot of women talk, right? They always talking. And they always seeking validation to see if certain things are okay. When something is inherent to who you are and it's what you need to thrive and to survive, you're not asking anybody for permission.
And I can move like that, right? In terms
hold on, Lola. Hold on 1 second. Because we do want to get Issa hopeful in because he is trying to speak. Let's get him in here real quick. Then definitely.
I was going to let her rock. But I appreciate that, soapbox. But yeah, I was letting her rock because I was just agreeing. Because one of those things is you can't tell somebody what they want is too high or it's unattainable. Like, who are you to say that they can't get everything that they want on their list? But at the same time, yeah, I mean, if you have a scrollable checklist, at some point you may realize, damn, I'm not going to get all of this. It's something I might have to give up to get everything I want.
So
you're my friend today.
we could go back and forth. I'm telling you, certain topics. I'm telling you, I'm here with you. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I had a list before, like when I wrote down before in terms of standards and what I wanted, what I didn't want. And honestly, now that I'm older, I'm looking back and I'm like, I wasted all my time making a daggone list. I really did. Like, I don't even know if there's anything still left on that list because life changes in terms of what I expect out of a man, what I want out of a man, you know, what I need out of a man in later on in life versus early on in life. It's really different. So, you know, don't get me wrong. I do think that there's some women that they're hurt. So they're speaking from that hurt. And they're basically saying, if you don't need this, fuck you. But in reality, what they want is a man that just gives them what they need. And that just might be attention that their dad might not have given them. Or whatever the case may be. It might not be a matter of having stable to that degree. Just might be, okay, I need someone to love me correctly. But they don't know how to convey that. So they put it in terms of these physical attributes or standards. I know for me, I've met guys that have had extravagant cars and I would never go on a second date with them. I've met guys that were extremely stable, but I wouldn't ally myself with them in real life. Like, so, you know, this is what I'm saying. Like, you can have standards. Obviously, that's like a baseline. But nowadays, people are using standard to mean basically I'm better than you, and you better meet my level or else. Meanwhile, most guys are saying, how do you have that standard when you are on social services? Or why is this on your need list when in reality you have no physical need for that? It serves no purpose in your life. You're just saying it just to be saying it, I guess. You know, that's where the silliness comes in at. But, you know, again, it's the inconsistency for me. It's like you say you need to do that, it's husband material, but you out here just allowing yourself to feel things for men that are not your husband, that's allowing you to be hurt because you just don't have no standards. But you're talking about husband material. It's like these are conflicting conversations. So this is where women hurt themselves. I'm not even going to say this is men's fault. I feel like this is where we hurt ourselves because, I mean, I'm not big on the whole having a standard thing and stuff. I have my bottom lines, but the last thing I want to do is contradict my own self within myself to say, I know I have a standard of this, but then I'm going to let that down for something stupid. And now I feel even stupider. And nobody even knows how stupid I am. Like, I would hate that. But it's like,
but the thing is this, family. The thing is this, you know, and it's something that I've learned, and being in my situation for over a decade. You know what I mean? And it's just different things that I've learned just through life. You know, there's certain things that it's not gonna matter, and it just don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Cars, clothes, you know what I'm saying, homes, those type of things. You know what I mean? Who basically has the biggest car on the biggest block and all this other bullshit. It's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. At the end of the day, what's gonna matter is somebody who really loves you and cares about you, and who's really gonna be there for you at the end of the day. That's what's really gonna matter.
Right.
And I'm gonna tell you this. You know, I was before my illness, and them three can tell you this. Before my illness, I was working at a startup, making great money. My food was paid for, my travel was paid for. I had nothing to worry at all. And guess what? I got sick, and it all went to shit. You know what I mean? And I'm getting back on the horse. But guess what? It took me damn near 2 years to get there. Now, the person that is in my life and the people that are in my life, they could have walked out, and some did, right? But some people stuck with me. And for them, I'm definitely grateful because they didn't have to. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
all these
that's
things that we had, and I was working I was working
a success story
one
right
of the
there, man.
biggest districts in the world. I work in tech, and I was working in San Francisco, which is one of the biggest, you know, tech places in the world. Silicon Valley, San Francisco Bay Area is one of the biggest tech areas in the world. Period. Outside of Texas, outside of New York, outside of a lot of the places. There ain't no place. There ain't too many places bigger than this. And I
I
was in the
wanted to
mix of
ask
that.
a question whenever
And I got sick and I lost it all. Yeah, bro, go ahead, man. I'm here.
yeah,
Well, we
nah,
glad that you're doing better and you on your best path to success, though. Real shit.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm glad you got well, and you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying you're doing better. But it kind of brings me to a question, as far as with expectations and the topic. If at some point, you know, something that was on your list that a man had, like my man said he had the job, you know, getting paid, flew out. If at some point he loses that, does that mean that you no longer want to be with that man? Does that mean that, you know, oh, he's now disqualified off of your list?
I'll say that it depends on when it happens, because again, life is not black or white. If he loses everything in the phase where I don't really know him like that, obviously I'm not gonna allow myself to get so involved, because he's at a point where he needs to focus on other things, obviously. But let's suppose I actually love this guy. Okay, maybe we're not married yet, or whatever, or maybe we are, whichever, whatever. But I actually love this guy. Obviously, if he loses everything, I'm not gonna walk away from him because he lost everything. That's not that's not what that's looking like. But again, these are those things these factors that play into when we've been, how much we've been, while we've been. So I would.
So you saying it depends on the phase of the relationship, like what part of it?
Like if you're dating a woman and let's say you driving a $100,000 car and Mr. Best's case, he lose everything and you really don't know the girl like that and you don't have anything now, nothing. Like you can't start a family, you can't move in together, you can't do anything. Now things have taken a hard halt because at the end of the day, you're trying to establish yourself with someone. But let's suppose you're 2 years in and you actually love this person, you care for this person, your lives are intertwined, right? Yeah, at that point they could lose everything, and you're as a woman, you're more inclined to allowing him to come back on your time, meaning your time as a woman is more precious than his time as a man. So if you're willing to give him your time and stay dedicated to him while he's building, that's dedication in and of itself. But that usually comes when a woman actually loves you, not she just kind of think you cute. It's like nobody, I don't know who's going to put their life on the line, the woman, because time is not your friend as a woman for a guy, and you don't even know if you like him or not. And personally, I have to love you in order for me to do that and say, forget time, forget how long it takes. I'm sticking here with you. That's a lot. So, you know, that it depends on when, but it's nothing personal, regardless of when it happens and why. But if a man loses everything, he really shouldn't be focusing on trying to do something for a woman. He needs to be focusing on himself. But if he in it like Flint, then yeah, that's kind of.
I agree. That was a good answer.
Yeah, because I'm not staying. I'm sorry. If you're not my husband, I don't even care if I love you in a relationship. If we haven't said I do, you know, I'll be your friend or whatever. But I can't, as a woman, invest my resources into a situation and there's no commitment. And if you come trying to have that level of commitment, like let's get married after all your stuff is in the tanker, if we weren't already solidly headed there before you down bad, I'm be looking at you like, oh, you being opportunistic. So you want me to be the background of your foreground. You want me hold you down while you down in the dirt. And then when you get better, you gonna kick me to the curb? No, like, and it might be, you know, pessimistic of a lot of women, but the way society is set up and how men are allowed to so vehemently spit vitriol and kind of use and abuse women with no accountability, I'm sorry, a woman would be outside of her mind. God forbid you hit the wall. God forbid you hit the wall trying to hold somebody down. Then you're no good. You can't even find anybody else, right? Because then you're useless.
Yeah. Now
So
that makes sense.
yeah, like I'm sorry, all my sisters, all the young sisters, y'all are gonna hit the wall. Y'all gonna have geriatric babies if you invest too much time into a man who is down bad. Okay, when it's early in the relationship, if it's not your husband, walk away quickly, quickly.
Yeah, I feel like that's seen as a red flag. Like even if it's a man and you say you got a woman that's, she's doing all right, and then she sees you doing all right, and she's like, all right, well, I'm done. I don't have to work no more. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a red flag. Like unless it's even if it's established, that's like one of them things. Like damn, like we could build. You know what I mean? We can go farther together. You know what I mean? But if you feel like you could just jump on my back, I'm saying that's a red flag for me.
Well, it's a red flag for you because of your lifestyle. I've seen men that have stated that, listen, based on their lifestyle, their woman will be at home, and if she don't want to be at home, she want to be out there working, then we need a divorce. I've seen it that serious, and I've seen it just the opposite, depending on the lifestyle of the man. Some men, they want to build with the woman, meaning they want to go through, the whole, working together, putting their funds together, buying stuff together, doing that, and they want that experience. Versus some men, they don't have anything they need to build with a woman for. It's not even in their. It's nothing. They don't have that kind of lifestyle for them to be moving to it. They might have a set job and they don't.
Right? Yeah. Nah. I'm not one of them people who be on YouTube like, oh yeah, I'm a millionaire. She can't work and nah. I'm not one of them guys. I'm gonna keep it.
That's the definition of hyper masculinity.
Toxic.
I see. I feel like a lot of times we confuse masculinity and making money. Just because a woman makes a lot of money doesn't mean that she's masculine. You know what I'm saying? Like how Robbie was saying, keep her in her feminine. If she got to work, then she's not going to be in her feminine. And I disagree. I feel like if she's a feminine woman, she's going to be that regardless.
I have a real question. Like, when can a woman be masculine for real? Like, that talking point, I think, is really overused and outrageous. I think so too. Like,
I feel like even I had a friend, and she, she cut her. She had the mastectomy or whatever. She got the change or whatever. And it's still like things that that you reminded. Oh yeah, that's right. You kind of still a woman at heart. Mm-hmm. I don't know.
And Mike, answer your question too. Never.
Right. Hey, Jedi Mike, never. Like, women are not. We're not growing penises. Now, there's some women that are unruly, and I may be part of the unruly class. I may be the queen of the unrulies. That's fine. But what we never are is masculine. So it's like, when we're talking about leadership, right? Men are trying to needle women that they say are emotional to get an emotional response, and then turn around and say that those women are masculine. So are they saying that men are emotional? Carl Thomas? I don't know.
So I rebuke.
Nah, listen, I've seen more emotional men on these spaces than I've seen women. Like, I've seen some real poised women. I wouldn't go as far as to say, oh, they're masculine or the guy is feminine. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, certain people, they grow up different backgrounds, different upbringings, and they express themselves differently, which may make it seem like, okay, you know what? You must have been raised by a lot of women or around a lot of women. You know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of can sense that, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that they themselves are feminine.
Hey, hold on for real quick. I gotta give Jedi Mike a happy birthday to you and my brother. So happy birthday on El Salvador, when that comes. So definitely happy birthday. And then also salutes and congratulations in advance, for sticking in with school, man. Try and get your, I think, master's, I would say. Correct me if I'm wrong. But hey, you're going to school for something, right? So 2 months left before you get your graduation. So definitely salutes to you, my brother, and thank you for tuning in. Oh, your birthday's next Wednesday?
Okay,
Yes, it is.
okay.
Well, Feliz Miraculous, right? El Miraculous?
What y'all, some Scorpios? Hold on.
So
Yeah, I'm a Scorpio.
Okay. I'm a Libra Scorpio, but we're going to be turning up next Wednesday, celebrating all the Libras, all the Libra Scorpios, all the Scorpios. You know what I'm saying? Some of them Libra Virgos, I guess. I mean, we can't leave them out. But it's Libra season that is going down. We about to be turning up for real, because we need some good energy in these spaces. And Libras is, you know what I'm saying, the best. That's what we do.
True indeed.
Right,
What's that, the little, the scale or whatever, the Lady Justice?
Yes, the balance. That's why I could be messy, but still come with some prolific while I'm being messy. It's in my DNA. Now.
That's real. Gotta love it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take the good with the bad. And that's the thing. In these relationships, a lot of these talks, you'll realize, okay, I don't align with you on that subject. Is that a deal breaker for me? Like, okay, that's something I don't like that you said. Does that mean now we gotta end the relationship? Like, I don't know if it's you kind of quick to just say, you know what, I'll find somebody new because of how you can just swipe and find somebody new.
I don't know, Eso, because I feel like the last time we had a disagreement, you kind of broke up with me because, you know, the emotions are high. And you got to ask yourself that question. Is that what we do? Did we just break up so quickly?
Right? Like, for real? Because I'm telling you that after that last conversation, you was like, you know what? I'm going on my platform. I'm about to, you know what I mean? Roast this thing. I'm like, damn, boo, I thought we was cool. But at the same time, I already know it's certain things you know it's a touchy subject. Like it's a something that because I've been on other platforms since then, and I've heard girls say, you know what, I think it's weird that men even mentioning women's hair. You know what I'm saying? Or any of that. You know what I mean? Like it's sus. And I'm like, damn, you know what? Now that you say that, it kind of, you gotta get different perspectives. And then, but people can change. So it's like, damn, so all right, if we would have broke up, that would have been it. You wouldn't even have seen the change me.
I know, and see, that's why we got to be grateful for content creators like M3 and Lola, because, you know what I'm saying, we would have never been on the same pattern again, because you think I don't know that you had unsubscribed and you ran away? I know, it's all right. I'm going to welcome you back into the fold. Go back over there and resubscribe.
Dang, so,
I didn't think you see
like
that. You got like thousands of subscribers. I'm like, she don't need mine.
I notice everybody. That's why I got them, because I love each and every one of y'all. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I come through and show love back to my peoples. That's what we're supposed to do on this platform. But so many people are worried about being right, and they're worried about tearing down the community. At the end of the day, it's all brown faces that we see. How you building up your people?
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah, most definitely.
To that point, Robbie, I think most people are not, their position might not be to physically go out and, let's say, make change, right? Like be prolific in terms of their existence. But I think everybody has a responsibility to not tear down their people with certain things that they do. Meaning, like, certain things you don't do might make more of an impact on your people than anything you will do. You know, like, it's like, for me, certain things I don't do in public when it comes to Black people. Like there was a time on YouTube where everybody was just talking about Black politics, like Black people, Black politics, what Black people is going to do, politics, Black people. And then it kind of shifted, right? But during that time, I'm like, listen, it's white people here. It's other types of people here. We're not gonna have a let's talk about Black politics and down Black people in politics like all the time. First of all, I'm not doing that with outsiders. Like, I'm not doing that. I'm just, now I'll do it with my own, but not with outsiders. That's just a bottom line for me. So there's nothing for me to contribute to these sorts of conversations. But I personally feel that my non-contribution is my contribution to my people, in terms of I'm not going to tear my own down in a circle full of people that are not a part of that work. That's just me. I can't go out there and be like the speaker. Let's say that 19 Keys is right. That's not me. That's not my lane. But what is always my lane is not adding to the problem. So, and trust me, I think we all add to the problem when it comes to our people and family. I mean, I was a teen mom, so I know that I was a statistic in that regard, and that has this effect on society at large, obviously the ripple effect. But, there's certain things that I've learned to not do and to be reserved with as to not cause harm elsewhere. So, I think we all can contribute in some way, even if it's not contributing anything at all. That is a contribution.
That was well said. Exactly. And specifically, more to your point is, you can actually benefit just from listening. Somebody else might say something that you got in your thoughts. You're like, damn, like they said exactly what I was thinking. So yeah.
I think that works.
So, Raw B, you're a Libra?
Yes.
She said she on the cusp, so probably
like
the 21st or 22nd.
That explains it.
The 19th, yeah, I got a little stinger with it. And sting the hell out of people, being nice and balanced and sweet, and then gotcha. Now
see, with Libras, y'all love deep. Y'all like Aries in a lot of ways. Y'all love super deep to the point where y'all lose your mind. Like y'all lose your mind. So a lot of times when the Libra's guarded or they're unruly, like you say, is because they've been hurt. Because y'all give everything. Y'all don't know how to just give a little bit. Like if y'all into somebody, you give everything, literally everything, to the point where
that's how the
like
list get formed.
Y'all damn near crazy with it.
Yeah, that's how them lists get formed. You know what I'm saying? They all right, one dude do something, and they like, damn, all right. Look, next time, what comedian was that? He said, woman, if you get a dude with a car, now every dude after that gotta have a car.
No, so let's see, because y'all done said a lot about Libras, right? So we're gonna go ahead and talk that real truth, right? So I'm not really unruly. I just say that because that's what the people say. I find it highly entertaining. I'm opinionated, and I'm gonna always speak the truth. And I think a lot of men are used to mind bending women out here. They used to ruling over women with an iron thumb, because a lot of women give in to the fool la la very easily. I don't. I give them what I want to give them when I want to. So of course they're gonna call me masculine and say I'm unruly. It is what it is, kid. I don't give a damn about these people. I know these people like that. They be all right tomorrow. Because when I click off, I don't know them. They go to bed, think about me. But when it comes down to how Libras love, like that is true. Libras do love fully, but Libras also will cut you off real quick. That's that, but I think that's that Scorpio in me. M3 is probably the worst. I know he'll just look at somebody like, you thought, yeah, I'm good. I'm off you. And that's definitely a part of my personality. It's easy to walk away from things. I think people give right. I think people give too much people power over them. Why should strangers have power over you? If you're my friend in real life, if you're my man in real life, if you're my sister in real life, and you know what I'm saying, we have certain conversations and certain things go down, that's when the power should be had. Everybody that be clicking on social media, they just be, I don't know, they be crybabies and stuff. I'm like, who raised you? But she is adorable.
That's true. A lot of people, I find them, why are you whining? I don't get it. Like, and then they'll be like, oh, I'm married. Oh, okay, you YouTube married. That's what that is. Or you IG married, like, but no ring or nothing like that. Yeah, we that's wifey. You know what I mean?
All right, real quick. Okay, salutes to. Okay, Simon. I don't know why you call yourself Diamond, but okay. What's up, bro? How you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Simon, So the topic is called, right? You know, women who setting high expectations high. So, you know, are their expectations is too high? And
Yes.
okay,
Yes. My ex-wife. I could
your
speak
ex-wife?
on that.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
My ex-wife set her expectations too high. That's why I'm a single father. Does that make any sense?
Okay.
Yeah, what make you say that though?
Well, because if she didn't set her expectations so high, the unit will be one rather than fragmented and dysfunctional. Does that make sense?
Kind of want you to explain on what you mean. I mean, if you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, you need to tell me how you need me to explain because I'm living it, right?
Because you said
And
you
maybe
said
you're
you
not.
living it.
So
You said
just
her
ask me
expectations was
questions.
too high.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
if stop spinning, girl. Come here. Look, if someone walks into a relationship and says to you they want to have a child, then bears a child.
Who's that? What do you mean bear?
Bear meaning give birth. And then does not show up. That's expectations, right? So she had an expectation
Oh my god!
that she could actually do something. But I'm being me, right? Not both of us. So the expectation. Sorry, she goes to like a Catholic school, so she's singing God church speech. Come here. The expectation lies. Okay, look. The initial thought process is we're gonna get married, we're gonna have a child, we're gonna have a relationship, we're gonna live this life, it's gonna be okay. Right? She gave birth. God, you gotta see this girl. She's crazy.
All right, let's see. So Simon, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes, right, to wrap up your point before we all get into like our discussion. So go ahead and say your point.
I'll come back later if I can. If you're still on, I've got to get her ready for school. Thank you. Knowledge and relationships. Peace.
All
We're
right,
gonna
for
return
sure,
it.
brother.
Only
All
just
right.
Yeah, hey, and I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. No. That's why I was trying to get him to explain in his own terms. You know what I'm saying? But he was kind of busy. But yeah, if it's a circumstance where, say for instance, hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I think M3 it's going back to that question of, like I said, remember I said earlier that when you say something too much or not enough, it goes back to, well, what is the circumstance so that we can see and judge? Well, when you say something's too much, is it really too much or is it just you? It's like one can never make that statement, right, without giving context. And, like he said, well, can you explain, what do you mean by her standard? And that means something for you. Like, it's like jumping ship. You can't do that. You have to explain the middle part. And that's the middle part that everybody has to come to terms with. It's like, like if a woman says a guy's expectations is too high and that's why we got divorced. Well, it's easy to say that, but if somebody says, well, what happened? And they say, well, he expected me to cook every day or cook at least 3 times a week. And that was too high. And you ask the person, well, what's enough? And they say, well, twice a month. Now okay,
this is not. It's just a talking point. Like Rob said earlier, it's just a talking point. It's not real to you. Like the idea of high expectation, you don't know what that is because you're not even at expectation to be talking about what is high expectation and that being an issue. So that's why when I speak, I always try to give that context, like in real life, like what it was, so that one could at least see for themselves, well, what I'm talking about. Because I can say, men, they do X, Y, Z, and that's not right. But then when you look at, well, why did the guy do X, Y, and Z? You understand I was participating. So, that's why I would never talk about, what's too much or too little without, let's say, without the story that I'm speaking from, or at least my own life experience.
Yeah.
I
And just for a record, right? When I had my rebuttals, this was nothing to kind of shame, what your expectation was in a medium. But I always have to give you some pushback, just in case, if I can at least persuade you just a little bit,
right?
You
play the devil's advocate. I get it.
Yeah. So, yeah. But to be fair, I think that was pretty reasonable. You're not asking for too much. You're not just looking at monetary gains. You're just asking a brother, hey, depending on the situation, excluding New York City, okay, do you have a car, okay? But if not, and you have the resources to buy one, can you please buy a car? Because then it put me at ease and will make me feel secure and comfortable, because just in case, it doesn't make me feel like, well, I will be used if there was any dire situations that could eventually become a common norm.
Yeah, that's an example where compromise would definitely need to be employed, because obviously there's a reason why the guy feels like it's financially more suitable than not having, and then dating and then blending people's lives together. Yeah, there's some give and take on that. It is. So that's where the maturity, I would say, will come in at. But if we're talking about a woman's or anyone's standard, right? Again, this is a physical thing that can always be replaced. It takes more than just money to maintain a vehicle and stuff like that. And that's just one example. Again, if you make having a car a standard, right, versus something that you're willing to work with somebody on, then you'll run into trouble because you're just looking for a car. Versus someone, let's say he has a car, but because of that car, the credit is trashed. Or because of that car, maybe he don't know how to drive. Like, he got a license, and he don't know how to drive. I think we should always be careful about, our standards being like trivial things versus things that are really, really important. I'll say this: if a guy has a certain personality type that you like, right? However, he has these quirks that make it impossible to be in a relationship with him. It's like your standards should have something to do with how well or what you accept off of someone when it comes to their personality type. These are things you have to actually deal with, like in the long run. A car, that's something that can come and go. But personality issues, limits on what you might do physically. Like my father said, you never get to know a man until you've seen him angry. I kind of need to know, how do you respond when you're angry, really angry, and not with me, but just really angry. Because I'm not about that standing up to. Don't get me wrong, I will stand up to a man if need be, okay, but that's not my normal position. That's not it. But I will. But I believe in stuff like that. It helps.
Right. Hold on, real quick. I want to go back to the question you asked earlier, Raw B. Because I think we kind of like dodged that question, but no, I'm sorry, we didn't really dodge that question. Actually, Jedi might kind of answer that, but I know you said, when can there be a time for a woman to be masculine? You know,
I don't want to take away from that point of view. I just want to respond to something that Lola said real quick before you answer that question, because I do want to answer that in a total.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I would say this, Lola. I would say that, and this is, like I said, a lot of things that I give you is things that I've experienced or things that I've been through. You know, it's funny because, you know, my parents, they have a lot of similar qualities, so I can see why they got together, but they're also vastly different as well. It's very fun. But the one quality that my parents have, you know what I mean, and it's not the best quality, and it's something that I actually adopted as I was growing up, was that being very shallow, right? So for me, if a woman was too short, or she was too tall, or she didn't meet all the qualifications that I feel like she should have met, as far as looks, it was a dub. Like, I wasn't giving her no time. I was super shallow. Like, that's just what it was. And my friends would make fun of me. They would call me like Shallow Hal. Well, I call myself Shallow Hal, but that's just what it was, right? So, you know, I had to grow out of that and kind of, you know, start to see that character is what matters. And I remember my mom, one of her things were when I was coming up, like, you had to have a car to get with her. Like, you didn't have a car, she was like, I ain't messing with him, he ain't got a car. I ain't trying to look at the bro, he ain't got a car. Like, that was a big thing for my mom back in the day when I was growing up. But then it was funny because once she let that go, she immediately got married. It was crazy. But, and for my dad, he's kind of tweaked his shallowness a lot as he's gotten older. You know what I mean? So I'm very proud of that. And, you know, and as he's tweaked things and as he's matured and as he's gone through things, he's got married. You know what I mean? So, like, I could see where, like, you know, when you kind of are able to not always chime in on something so keen, and you can actually look at the person and who they are, like, that's what really is going to count. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, salute to the parents, man, for teaching me that lesson. And salute to myself for kind of getting past the shallowness a lot too. But also, man, I don't, you know, welcome back, Scully. I don't know what type of medicine you took. I don't know what you did, but you stepped in a superwoman lab and now you're back. I don't know what you did, girl, because you was down and out last time I spoke to you. Now look up on here, you're back. You know what I mean? Looking 100%. I see you out here. I see you. You know what I'm saying?
She said she got tired of being sick.
I was getting tired in the bed. I felt like my bed was contributing to my sickness, but I started feeling better. And I'm not 100%. I'm not even supposed to be outside the house right now. But I said I seen you guys was live, and I was like, okay, I need something else in my life right now. This is not working. I was like, oh my goodness, let me come up here because I've been sitting worried about if I'm going to get over, you know, how I felt. And, you know, it was the first time I've been sick in like decades, like that. So it was an experience, but I mean, I've had a lot of time to concentrate on different things. But I'm glad I'm feeling so much better. I am. I'm glad you guys checked up on me too. I appreciate that. It was good.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have you back. So,
yeah,
and, you know, I have these good, wonderful conversations, wholesome conversations, Lola. So,
as wholesome as we can get.
You know, we always need someone to add the spice. And welcome back, Robbie.
Hello.
Yeah.
The spiciest. I'm just playing.
Robbie. So why you feel the need to channel your inner masculine? I just want to know.
You said challenge?
I mean, listen.
Channel.
Oh.
That's a channel. That's a channel.
Somebody gotta wear the pants around here. There's too many brothers around here wearing dresses. Okay, I need them to put them over their pants one leg at a time. That's enough.
Okay.
I can't. No, seriously. Seriously though. A lot of these young men around here, I don't know who raised them, but I could tell they didn't have their fathers in their life. Cause
Eat for your breakfast. I feel you. Yeah. Who raised you?
Right. Cause men that I know, they're not giving certain energy to women, especially women that's not theirs.
Wait, you said certain men are not giving women certain energy that's not theirs?
Yeah.
Like what kind of energy you looking for?
Listen, all of this back and forth, this bickering, this henpecking, and you need to, you should, and you need to, that's right, black women, black women, black women. Listen, maybe I'm just blessed and highly favored. Shout out to all the, you know what I'm saying, to the men in my life. I don't know, man, that's doing it. Like, even the real ones, they just simply like, listen, this is some bullshit you're doing. Knock it the fuck off. And that's it. It stopped, or they're going to tell you again. Like, what are you doing? And then it's going to go from a conversation. You know what I'm saying? It's going to escalate. They're going to pull you to the side. Listen. This is not what we do here in this family. This not what you're going to do as my wife. This not what you're going to do as my woman. But
yeah.
a lot of the men I know in real life feel like a lot of these dudes on social media is just gossipy like women anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, doesn't that sound more like internet men as opposed to like the real men in person? Because like I don't know, on the internet everyone has a persona, but I don't know why I feel like the majority of them they come up with these like ideologies or certain topic points, but then yet they get really it's not even assertive, right? They get aggressive, but more like in their inner feminine type of way. Maybe they've been hurt by women by so long, and so they're projecting their hurt out, but then it just comes off to the left field instead of to the right. You know what I mean? You always want to move right, especially like you've been playing. Let me stop with the baseball analogy. But the point is,
I get it.
Let me say this. Let me say this, sister.
Mm-hmm.
Let me say this. Nobody has ever seen my face on here, but my character. And one person who showed me that I can do that is the great Bolo TV. You know what I mean? Who's definitely a mentor to me in this space of social media. Spoke to him a couple of days ago. Bolo's the coolest motherfucker on YouTube. Period. You know what I'm saying? Brother put me on hold. He had jazz music playing in the background. I don't know who has that on their hold music, but he had it on his regular phone. Coolest motherfucker I ever met. Great conversation. But Bolo, had what he taught me is that your character has to speak. You know what I mean? And the thing is that his character speaks volumes, and we never seen this man ever. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and that's what taught me that I can do this. That's one. Two, some of the men that we've seen, I wish I ain't never seen any of these brothers at all based on their character. They should never ever show their face. Ever. Just based on their character. And or hear their voice, because at the end of the day, there's certain things that I just, as a man, that I was just taught not to do. One, this is just a golden rule. One, you don't bring your bedroom onto the YouTube streets. You don't bring your bedroom on. I'm gonna say it again. You don't bring your bedroom on the YouTube streets as a man. Women, y'all could kind of flex that. You know what I mean? Women, you're more emotional. You're gonna say things that are maybe sometimes out of place. Or you're gonna get in your emotions. The men ain't shit and all whatever. Now, I don't think that's ladylike at all times. It's not. But I can kind of accept it more from a woman. But when a man gets on a type of tip, it's just completely disgraceful. You know what I mean? It's a king coming off of his throne. And as a king, you should never, ever come off your throne. You should never come off your throne. And I think a lot of brothers, a lot of men on these social media spaces, they desecrate their throne. They're not on it. They don't sit on it. They let all types of people sit on it, and they just all over the place. They're not even respecting themselves as men. The throne.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused.
they let all types of people into their palace. Let me clean up the statement better. They let all types of people into their kingdom, into their palace, and they don't have order. You know what I mean? They don't have integrity. You know what I mean? They don't. I'm not saying that they have to be perfect. I'm not saying that they have to do everything right in their relationships. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying is there has to be a sense of decorum. And when there's no sense of decorum, and there's no sense of you as a man, being a man and showing that, and you're on here talking about people, talking about what happened with this person, talking about what happened with that person. Sad thing about it is too, most of these people have never met each other in real life. That's the craziest part about this whole damn thing. A good 90% of these people have never met each other and probably will never ever meet. And just a lack of integrity and a lack of respect that the men show each other, you know what I mean? Especially our men, our brothers, you know what I'm saying? Show each other on these YouTube streets. It's just disgraceful. It's disgraceful. And then they have the nerve to blame women for anything. You're not even being a man. How dare you even blame women for anything? And not only that, for me, if you're a man and you're on the internet and you blaming women, that's some bitch shit. You're a bitch made dude, straight up. I can't see it no other way. No men. Hold on, Lola, hold on. No men in my family do that. And if the men in my family caught me doing that, they would be on my ass. You embarrassing us. What the fuck are you doing on this internet? We don't move like that. What's wrong with you? That's the conversation that I would be told, and that would be said to me. But like I said, everybody moves differently. I'm a different type of breed. I come from a different type of breed. We don't move like that. Like you said, move in silence. Right, Raw B? Move in silence.
Exactly.
That's how we move.
Exactly. And a lot of these dudes, they are presenting as if they don't really have any friends in real life. They don't have anybody that like has their back and is like, ooh, bro, that's not cool. But to your question that you asked in the chat, it's submissive. It's never fearful. Why should you ever have to fear a man? If you have to be in fear of a man, that means that man is a terrorist. He's a threat. He's a problem.
I was trying to see where you stand at. You know, I was like, you know, you scared or something? You know?
In private this stream, because the people in the YouTube streets can't know that I'm submissive, because you know they run around here thinking they got to demand it. See, real men don't got to demand submission. It comes naturally. It's just like, oh, what had happened? Let me gather myself. I'm gonna be quiet. Let me sit over here. You just not gonna give that type of energy to men that carry themselves a certain way. Like when it was your daddy, when you was growing up, your dad would give you a look. Hell, he wouldn't even have to look at you if he was sitting a certain way in the chair. You already know. You know what? Not today. I don't think I'm finna play with daddy today. Like when you was chilling with your big brothers and your cousins, you knew if they gathered together in a certain type of way, it was time for you to go upstairs. Ain't nobody said nothing to you. You just inherently in your spirit do. It was time for you to take your little feminine self upstairs. It wasn't time for the girls to play anymore. You understand what I'm saying? So the fact that these dudes, right? They really think like your space is not even free of women when you talking crazy. So that lets you know that women as a whole don't even take what you're saying seriously, or they would stay away.
Okay, I dig that.
I want to welcome Queen to the panel.
What's up, Queen?
You know what I mean?
Hey, Queen.
What's up, people? I'm here.
What are you doing? What are you doing here, Queen? Anyhow, but before Queen says something, I just want to say one point. I'm gonna be very brief and quick. Real men uphold the standard of submission. We don't demand it. We uphold it. You know what I'm saying? And we uphold other men to the standard of leadership and within ourselves as well. So that's what we do. We don't have to demand anything. And if we feel like our woman is not being submissive, of course we can have that conversation. Look, hey, this is not in line with you being submissive. Just like if you see in my leadership that you feel like I'm out of line. Hey, listen, honey, that ain't leadership right there. Well, I don't think that's leadership right there. And let's have those conversations. But that's not happening. What's happening on here is, you women are this, that way. No, you can take it. It's like, nah, that's not gonna get nowhere. Nobody's gonna hear that. Just like men don't want to hear, you niggas ain't shit. We don't want to hear that. And once you say that, we just drown you out. And that's just what it is. So each one wants to be respected and heard. You know what I mean? And heard from a place of love. You know what I mean? As the great Bolo TV said, yeah, Bolo, I'm giving you props if you're listening. Truth given without love is a weapon. You know what I mean? So if you really want to give somebody truth, you have to give them the truth and love. So definitely. Queen, what's up?
What's up, people?
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me say this one little thing though.
You've been talking enough.
I'll give Bo some credit, right? Even though I'm anti like Avatar, right? However, that the brother do be speaking some deep spiritual facts and stuff. So, and he got a pretty good following. So sometimes it doesn't really matter whether if you're on Avatar mode or if people see your face. It's whatever you could provide a delivery and help the people out who's watching.
I'm 3. Ain't nobody listening to what you gotta say. He can be on Avatar mode, floor, cloud mode, water mode. It don't matter.
Hey! You don't even have a picture.
He ain't. You right, because I'm on my mode. What's up with that?
What mode?
My mode. That's it.
Man, you better get that mode somewhere else.
Hey! I'm here and I ain't going nowhere. And where my check at? I told you about that behind stage.
Hey! Right now, I'm being held for review. So okay. And it's taking a hell of a long time too, though. All these videos.
Queen, if me and the 3 ain't get a check yet, what do you think the check is gonna be at?
I don't worry about you.
I ain't worried about you
and 3. I just wanted to be known. I'm waiting on my money.
Hey, you get your review.
I know you get paid on the 1st, the 15th, and the 25th.
Hey.
How you doing, Lola and Raw?
Hi, Greg.
I'm doing pretty good.
Bobby. I don't care about you, Brick Wall. What's up, Brick Wall?
I'm good. Thank you.
I'm great. I just saw The Lion King.
Not the Lion King.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on vacation.
The live action one?
Enjoy yourself.
No, I come back this weekend, Sunday. But anyway, it took me back to motherland. The Lion King. I was like, oh, I love my black people. I love y'all. Anyway, so what's the topic? You know I didn't read the thing.
I know you did. So the topic is called women's expectation, and are they really that high? Is your expectation high, Queen?
Yeah, and his expectations should be high. Yeah, well, our expectations should match each other. I don't think I have outlandish expectations, but I did very well at communicating my expectations when I needed to. But women, well, see, that's the difference. You got to distinguish between women and girls. Because girls have high expectations and they bring absolutely diddly squat, zero, zilch, negative to the table. So when you bring something to the table, I think you should have expectations, but you should communicate your expectations. And if that person doesn't fit your expectations, don't drag them, put them down, belittle them. take your ass to the next aisle and pick up something that meets your expectations. That's all I'm gonna say. We all have expectations, but don't be with someone and then rip them apart because they're not what you think they should be. Go get someone who is what you think you should deserve and be. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh.
It's a choice.
Now let's talk about it though, because you just brought up a great topic about people dragging people because the expectations, they're not on their level or whatever. So what about the people that be underneath the level and drag people because they want them to kind of step down their needs and their requirements so that, the person they are can be enough? Should women back up off what they need and require for themselves in order to accommodate someone that's less than?
Well, I think you gotta. It's not so much as it's not a cookie cutter answer because there's so much that goes into the package of what you want. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so if you ain't making 12 figures, or but you're in school, you're doing what you need to do. You got a drive behind you. It's okay. Maybe them 6 figures ain't there yet. You know what I mean? Like, so I think it's a difference between just not having any expectation, dumbing yourself down for expectations, or for someone who's not about anything. Like I personally had a motto that the person I was with, if I wanted them to want me when I was at my worst, to enjoy me when I'm at my best. Now, I'm not saying that's when we had the conversations. Okay, what do you want in life? What are you trying to do? What are you doing with this? How are you going about your career? So that's about communication too, with your expectations. I don't see, like my parents, my dad didn't have a higher education, but he was a hard worker. My mom had a higher education. I don't think she dumbed herself down to be with him. I feel like he worked 10 times harder than she did, but she had the education to back her. So they worked together. I don't feel like one was less than the other. They communicated and they talked about their expectations, and 6 kids later, kids in college, kids graduated, they did what they need to do. But I think today people look down on each other and they just put each other down versus looking at the whole person, because you can have someone who's on your level, who's a jerk and ain't about nothing. So which one do you want?
Yeah,
so
but
it's all about communicating. That's all it is.
I agree, but I think what it is now in today's society is a lot of men aren't making it. They aren't making it with their education. They aren't making it with their employment. So they start to belittle and berate women because how dare you have an education? How dare you want to go on vacations? How dare you want to live a life that is happy and fruitful when I'm over here in the struggle? You should accept me in the struggle. You should only be with me, a Black man, even though I'm not pushing myself to be the best version of myself that I can be. And I think that's when we get into this conversation, if women's standards are too high, while they all sit around and cackle and tell you that, well, high value men require X, Y, and Z, and you are not qualified. I'm here to tell you that whole conversation stems from the fact that a great majority of them will never be high value men. So they want to tell you how underqualified you are for men that make a certain amount of money so that they become more attractive and palatable. Like, well, you ain't going to get that, and that's what you think you want and you deserve, so settle for me.
Well, I call them the B syndrome. Bitter Betty and Bitter Ben. I'm just saying. That's all they are, the B syndromes. You know what I mean? Like, if you want it, there's so many avenues to having a streamline of income. So everybody's not built for school. I don't want to go back to school for nothing. I have an education, but I ain't going back to school for nothing. I hated school. I know I needed to do it for what I needed to do it for. There are people who are in fields where they don't need an education. So do what you got to do. Find your passion and go after it. But, you know, I mean, everyone's going to complain about something because everybody wants to project their insecurities and their shortcomings on somebody else. Don't listen to who gives a damn what you think. You still going to be sitting in that corner, sipping on that 50-cent water while I'm traveling the world. And I'm going to come back and you still going to be on that corner, sipping on that 50-cent water. So who cares? Who cares? Because the one that deserves me is going to appreciate me and it's not going to knock my hustle. They're gonna adjust my crown and they're going to want me to elevate because they know when I elevate, they elevate. Because we a team. It's not about me. It's about us. You know, I don't want to. I want the person I'm with to be able to pursue his passions. I want him to be able to be his own boss, just like I'm working on being my own boss. So what I do, even though it's for me in particular, it's for us. Because it's about us. He gives me the space to go after my dreams. So I give him the space to live his dreams. And we communicate. It's all about communication. You know, when we're a team, it's not about me shining above you. It's not about me doing more than you. And that's when the competition comes in there, it's no longer a relationship. It's we become business partners. And I don't want to be with my business partner. That's not what it's about. That mindset versus where I'm in competition with you. When I win, you win, because we win. So,
exactly.
Like right now, I'm on vacation, and my better half is at home. I'm just saying. So it's all good, you know. So people have these conversations because they ain't got nothing going for them, and they want to look for someone to place the blame instead of looking in the mirror and saying, "How can I empower? How can I better equip myself to do what I need to do? What am I lacking?" You know.
I think to a large degree, people have been so drained that it's never them, and there's always a way out. Like, at least on the male side, there's always becoming a passport girl, right? And on the female side, there's always all this independence conversation. So that's their escapism, that they don't have to do any introspection in terms of what's going on with them personally that would suggest why they may be single. And I know they're frustrated because people weren't meant to be alone. Like, that's not a human trait, being alone. Like, we are pack animals, period. That's just what we are. So, you know, I kind of feel like when you hear people in these sorts of conversations and they're bitter whenever they speak to, let's say, a woman or a man, whatever, they're just like extra bitter for no apparent reason. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a cry for help. But if you don't know how to communicate, you need help. You just don't be cussed out. I know, somebody was in some comments I was on the other week, and it was about men leaving America, and I posted, I didn't understand what the problem is. If, you know, nature wants to take the trash out, let them take the trash out. I hope that it works out for them, but I mean, why is anybody upset? So then the guy came on and he's like, you know, feminism is making black women upset. And I'm like, let me tell you something, dude. I'm as black as the backside of the moon. And I don't feel no kind of way about what you doing. Like, I really don't. Like, I know what y'all really do out here in these streets. Like, so I don't, like, I can't be upset about something that is not for me to be upset about. And he was upset that I wasn't upset. And I'm sitting here like, you know what? The only reason why you can get away with that is because you're online. In real life, you don't have scruples to say some of the stuff that you say in real life. it just like you would never get me in a circle with anybody in real life, and they just come off rip saying some of the disrespectful things that I've seen said in these circles. Like not in the flesh, you know, like being a typing warrior, yeah, but not in the flesh. So I mean, social media allows people to, you know, escapism and a way to hide behind, you know, keyboard, because they don't really have to give an account of what they're doing behind the keyboard. You know, some people, yeah, they're gonna be straight up. Honestly, you get that all the time. But you know, I've had to myself calm down and realize these people ain't done nothing to me. I remember I was talking to my father some time ago, and I asked him. I said that people are saying that back in your time, women accepted social services and put their men out the house, and this is how the neighborhood got the way it is. I said, "Is that what happened to you?" And he laughed, right? And he laughed like really hard, and he was like, "Let me ask you something." He said, "Who put me out of my house?" And I was like, "Well, the government." And he was like, "How is the government going to put me out of a house I'm paying taxes when that's in my name? Like, it don't matter what she do. Who put me out of my house? That's my house. Like, I'm a man. Who put me out of my house?" And he had to say that a few times because we really get that. And he said, "No, the government ain't come to our neighborhood or our family and put nobody out the house, because all the men in our family got their own house. Like, ain't nobody putting them out their house for whatever reason." And he was like, "The women in our family didn't need social service. Like, so nobody was like, that was the culture back then." He was like, "I don't know who got put out of a house because the chick needed social services," but he was like, "I don't remember that." My father was born in 1948, so he lived through all of that. And you know, I really understood what he was saying. My father can't be upset about something that's not his experience. It's not. His experience has been dealing with, let's say, women married from the 50s that have, you know, vitriol in terms of marriage and issues like that. Like that was his issue. His issue was not women on social services and getting put out of his house and stuff like that. That wasn't my father's issue. I'm not saying nobody else could have went through that, but I hear that a lot in these YouTube streets that, you know, women, you know, turn to feminism, and I'm like, I still, like, in my life, I still don't understand, well, what part of my life is riddled with feminism? All I know is I have a job, I go to work because I need to pay my rent, I buy food, you know, like I don't understand what part of my life is affected by feminism and honestly, Great Society. But when people talk about, well, let's say the sexual revolution, right? It has certain elements of feminism, right? Yes and no. It's like there's no, like you said, there's no one cookie-cutter thing that can tell you what the problem is or what the solution is. So when people blame women or blaming men, blaming a specific, I don't know, event in life, like you really have to really pull back and say, okay, what's really going on here? Like really, what's going on here? Because it's not what people are saying, and that's what I'm saying. People say a lot of stuff, but when I'm hearing is something totally different. Like when I hear anybody speak, I'm listening to what you're saying, but I'm also really listening to you, the person. And if I hear that cry for help, it doesn't matter what you say, I know it's going one ear and out the other. Yeah. Right. And I did do some research on that whole thing that men be saying about women, because I can't do it vice versa. I did do the research, and the way it came back, I was like, yeah, people upset about events that never even happened. Like, I'm 40. So if you're 40 years old, you're born somewhere in the early 80s, you were not there in the late 60s to understand what happened with the housing market and the whole, they call it, that research paper that came out about Black people in the hood. You wasn't there to experience that. Like, you just wasn't. Like, the whole takeover of the government and the cocaine crack era, like, you wasn't there at the beginning of that. Like, when the war kicked off and started over there in Vietnam, you wasn't there. Like, so why are you upset about what happened to men that aren't even in this conversation? You know, so that's where I feel like a lot of this is coming from. It's a lot of misappropriating anger. It really is. And I do think it has something to do with people not having as much sex as they really want. I think that's a component as well. But you know, I've learned to just laugh because it really does not affect me at all. Like, I just be in the middle of conversations like, you really upset?
Well, they're probably upset is because they weren't handling their business. You know, you was grown and mature enough to lay down and reproduce, but you ain't grown enough to handle your business and provide for your family. So that's the problem. You wanted the cake, but you wanted to eat the cake, but you didn't want to clean the pan. You wanted to eat the cake and leave, and that's why the families you didn't wife her. She was just your good time chick, and then when she had 2 or 3 babies, and them babies are starting to need some stuff, you want to bounce out and go to the next good time chick. So that's what happened. It ain't about women kicked them. So what they gonna do? They got 3 babies with a dude who just want good time chicks. They got to get help somewhere.
And that's the thing. They're creating a problem that's creating more problems for them, and they're complaining about it. And I remember there was this one girl on one show. She made the statement that if men would take the mentality, right, that you can have casual sex. Okay, keep the casual sex. However, don't have casual sex with women that if you should get them pregnant, you would be up shit's creek. Okay, don't have casual sex with us. Have casual sex with women that kind of have a little bit of respect for in terms of if they should get pregnant, you be okay with them having children. I thought that was a safe bet. It allows you to still do your shit, but it gives you a safety net. There was a lot of men that was telling her that's not going to happen, and I was sitting there really thinking to myself, like, so basically y'all going to keep creating dots, creating all these broken families, and complaining that there's no good women to go around, and they're all scarce. Like, keep doing this, and then complaining, and I'm like, okay, at this point, we're in silly season. Like, it's no point. We're in silly season. Because I know if somebody tells me, well, the girl they decided to lay down with and reproduce with, she turned out to be a hoe and she's not a good mom, I must tell you, just like everybody else, there was warning signs, you just didn't care about it. But now you care about it, but it's too late. It's too late. It just is. It's just too late. Like, the best thing I can do as a woman is not complain about stuff I know I was an active part in. Like, don't complain about it. Like, just don't. Because every woman know when you met a dude, you got that feeling, that intuition that told you, no. Right off rip, you got that. And then you said, nah, I think I'm going to forego my intuition and go along. Turn into what you got right now. So, no. And I mean that with all sincerity. Like, every woman, even men, but every woman has that intuition that's built in for that purpose. But a lot of people will not listen to that small little subtle voice that's telling them go right instead of left. I think it was Carlito's Way. It was near the end when he was talking about a lot of people don't listen to that instinct and that intuition, and it's usually life threatening. But they don't listen to it. And so, this is what he failed to do, which is why. But I can agree that a lot of times women know what they're dealing with, but they forego that intuition, and then they lay down, and then it gets further into other stuff problems. Like, if it's not children, it could be something as simple as you're catching feelings for men that you shouldn't catch feelings for, because you're entertaining them in a way that would do that. But you can't complain about it later on when you've invited this shit in your life. You can't do that. So, I mean, you can, but nobody's going to care. But, so, yeah.
But that's the problem. When you run around life in a minefield, in a lily field that's filled with mines, that's ready to go off, what you think is going to happen? You're going to get some casualty injuries, or you're going to be a casualty.
Right.
So when you go through life like that, there are consequences that come with it.
Right.
There is an issue with going through life casually, doing what the hell you want. Because at the end of the day, if you're not responsible, your casual lifestyle will affect and will hurt someone else. And that's the problem. Nobody wants to be responsible. Everybody wants to blame the next person. Okay, you came to my tunnel with no toll money. I can either let you through or tell your ass to turn around and go somewhere else. Right? So when you go through the toll bridge now, because of the pandemic or whatever, but before, guess what happened? You couldn't go through. Or you got a major ticket, depending on where you were, right? So that's the problem. So women, stop letting everything through your toll plaza. That's it. Every car is supposed to go through. Men, stop thinking everybody's the tunnel and that you're just supposed to ride up in it, because it ain't true. So casually, when you go through life like that, there are consequences that come with that. And that's the problem. Nobody gives a damn about the consequence until it beats you in the face. Oh, I gotta deal with that. And then that person becomes the issue when you were both adults. That's why I say reproduction and all this stuff, it shouldn't be a right. It should be a privilege.
Right.
Because not everybody's meant to do it. Not everybody can handle it. Not everybody has that mindset in life, period.
Right.
You know, that's just, my world is a different world. And I don't think a lot of people will want to live in it. So y'all better be glad this ain't my world. Because half of y'all wouldn't even be here.
No, I totally agree with you on that. It's just that getting people to the point where they can actually move, like what you just stated, that's where we're at. Because, I mean, it's hard to turn your life around as far as like the decisions that you make. It's not easy. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like, we know, a lot of us know the right thing to do, but it's not easy for us to just make that decision. And I'll be honest with you. If you're the type of person that is fucked over a bunch of people in your life because you was having your fun, now that you're done having your fun, now this is the point in your life where life wants to fuck you over. So yeah, you won't spend years getting fucked over because that's what you deserve. Like if you spend from 0 to 39 as a guy fucking over women, like having good women and not getting the shit. And just doing you because you don't want to get married, settle down. When you turn 40 and you ready to settle down, do you really think you deserve a wholesome, conservative female? Is that what you deserve? No, that's not what you deserve. So you got a few years of frustration to go before you get to the point where you even deserve what you're asking for. Not that you ever will get it, but you got a long road to go. So these are one of those factors that I'm saying. When you go through life, you got to deal with that. Like, it comes back to you after you finish doing all your sweat. And the same thing goes with women. But the things women go through, like, the things they have to walk back through is different than men. It's a lot more covert than what men might experience. But it still hurt the same. I tell you that. But again, it's about how you went through life. And if you don't deserve what you ask, you're not going to get it. And again, it's nobody can really tell you that you don't deserve something. I think the gentleman that was on earlier said that. You won't get it. It doesn't matter. But, I mean, what you going to do in the meantime? Complain on YouTube that, all the black women in the world are shit. Or, like, what are you going to do? Like, run to white women and act like they're so much better and run back after they treat you like what they really think you are. I'm like, what are you going to do? So, I do think people need to step back and just kind of like take a breather, maybe take a break from social media, and just live life a little bit, because I think we're experiencing online too much, and it's taken away from us, it's eroding us. A lot of these men out here don't have like skilled people because they spend so much time on social media. They don't know how to interact with people for real, and that right there will keep you from actually going on a date. I had one guy, he said he was making 6 figures, average looking guy. He said he can't even get a date. I was like, there's too many hoes out here that will take your money and go on a dinner date with you. For you to say you can't get one American woman to go on a date, like something is off. So
now,
like,
I'm gonna say this, sis. The reality is this now. You know, some women are just whores. So men ain't gonna get no karma because some of the women all the women they was dealing with in their 20s and their 30s, right before they turned 40, all of them was hoes. They was for the streets. You know, they wasn't protecting their own home, so they got ran through. You know what I'm saying? They was doing what God gave them as a purpose. No, but seriously. I agree with you. If you out here pumping and dumping, you a passport hoe. You understand what I'm saying? You don't want black women. Listen, I don't care about your preferences. I don't even care if you want to be overseas. I mean, hell, if you got that long bread, if you trust you don't trust black women in America, but you trust Maria overseas, knowing that all your boys is going over there too. I mean, more power to you. Damn, your constitution is strong. Shit. But I'm just saying real quick. Like, don't leave me and my sisters alone. Like, if we want to date Brad, if we want to date Felipe, you understand? If we want to give Chung, Homin, John a chance, whatever. Like, don't tell us nothing about divested. Shout out to the people. Taste the rainbow. Taste the Skittles. You know what I'm saying? That it's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. It's a leprechaun and everything. But you know, it's a double standard. We're gonna treat you like shit, and don't you dare go nowhere. I'm not eating the cake, Ike.
Oh my God! Don't say. Well, that's a good example. Like, listen, if you're gonna treat me like shit, don't worry about where I'm at later on. Like, but everybody, I think, both sides can say that. But see, I had somebody tell me, well, as a black woman, you don't speak out against the divestment girls, right? And I was like, what am I speaking out against them for? Like, I don't go head over heels with the passport girls. So why in the world would I care what a divestment chick is talking about? Like, really? So, I that's what I'm saying. I had to step in because I'm like, okay, people, it really ain't, and I don't know what to tell people. I done got over. I don't know what's up.
But sis, if you speak out against the passport bros, then you're just speaking out against them because they don't choose you, and you masculine, and you bitter, and you angry. So you know. Right. I'm throwing bon voyage parties. You know, we meeting you at the port of authority. We gonna send you away. We gonna have, you know what I'm saying, the streamers. Woo, congratulations. Like, what do you want?
Right. Like, I don't know what they want. And honestly, they keep saying they want submission and friendly women and stuff like that. And I'm sitting here like, okay, meanwhile, me alone. Okay.
How about this? If you too friendly, you supposed to say, but listen, not even knee along, but if you too friendly, then you a hoe. Then you for the streets.
Oh yeah. Then you're a hoe, at least from what they will call you from a distance. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You might not actually be one, but they will call you that.
M3, what's going on with your brothers, fam? Help us understand so we can be the best, friendly, fresh and fit, feminine version of ourselves, because it's so many conflicting ideologies. I'm trying to get a beat on what's the truth.
All right, let me say this, right? Well, one, right, you know, if you want to get the true ideologies, go to Kevin Samuels and not the sources, not the people who are taking slow snippets of what he's saying and then adding their own little spin to it. because most of these people are way off for what they're talking about. But on the realistic side, all you have to do, if you want to know how to be better to serve a man, all you have to do is just pretty much go to the main source, is men. See the problem is and I think that we talked about this a little bit, but we forgot to kind of add on to it. Hold on for a minute. Eda Man Williams, what's up, brother? Thank you for tuning in.
How you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Emmanuel.
I'm about to give Robbie some education on us, so she can fully understand, how to be a fully submissive and less masculine type of woman.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. But anyways, though, all you gotta do is just just ask the men around you, the ones that actually gonna sit you down and tell you everything that we want. Because most of us are very direct. But the problem is, we've been telling women over and over about the things that you think that you know about us is absolutely wrong. But the problem is, women don't want to listen to us. They would rather listen to their girlfriends about us or other men who pretty much, are not really. Say again?
Tambourine boys.
Something like that, however you want to call it.
Not tambourine, Lola, tambourine.
But you're not really listening to, basically no one wants to listen to a heterosexual man that is giving advice to women to learn how to attract heterosexual men.
Okay, now I hear you, right? I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
I got a lot of respect for you. I think the problem and the disconnect comes when it be those same men trying to tell women who women are, what they believe in, what they want, and what they need. Y'all don't know us all. Y'all can't tell us. Y'all can't tell if you have a penis. You cannot tell a woman nothing.
Yes,
nothing.
I can. Yes, I can.
See, Jesus, here we go,
Yes,
Lord.
I can.
Father God, in the name of Jesus. Why, Lord? Okay, yep. Mm-hmm.
So first of all, I can tell you something because I'm a leader, and as a leader, you need to fucking listen. I know it doesn't sound like branded the right way. So I kind of disagree with what you said, M3, because women listen to me. I really do not have a problem with women listening to me. Like, I tell women all the time, I'm a heterosexual male, and they listen. Matter of fact, more women come to me and ask me for advice on how to get men. But the thing is, I think the reason women listen to me is because how I carry myself, first of all. And the second thing I think it is I think it's that I have the fruit on the tree. I'm married. You know what I'm saying? I make good money. I just think that a lot of people are giving advice who don't have the fruit on the tree, and that's why the women are not listening. But if you have a certain caliber of men, they'll listen. They'll listen. They might act like they're not listening, but they listen.
So basically, they'll listen, but they don't yield to your advice.
Yes, they do. 100%. Like most of the women that I talk to, they listen. Like, let me tell you what they do. So they're very prideful, so they can't tell people that they listen to me. What they do is they disagree with me. They go behind scenes. They change what I said change, and they act like it's their idea. That's usually what happens.
Okay.
They listen because they understand that I know what I'm talking about. A lot of people on YouTube is just talking out the side of their neck. If we keep completely 100, a lot of people is doing that. And I love this topic because I believe that a lot of women think they qualify for something that they just do not qualify. Like, everybody's not going to qualify for the Brad Pitts of the world.
Hey. Everybody qualifies for Brad. How dare you? Okay?
Not the cap. I'm glad you got that on ready, because everybody don't. Like even if you qualify for Brad, you might be wife number 2 or 3. You're not wife number 1. Let's just call it what it is.
That's fine. Nobody got to be nobody number 1.
But what you qualify for is the plumber or the trash man. And this is what we don't want to talk about. Like, if you qualify for the plumber, guess what? You get with your plumber and you make as much money as you possibly can, because that's who you qualify for. See, men, we know who we qualify for. We know it. Like, go ahead.
I'm gonna need y'all to stop disrespecting the plumber and the trash man. The plumber and the trash man is making more money than a lot of these dudes sitting on YouTube trying to stunt like they 6-figure ninjas. And the plumber and the trash man usually work for the city, so they got that good pension and they got them good benefits. I'm gonna need y'all to leave blue collar workers alone. Y'all better start loving on them. Look, listen. This is what you do. You're going ahead and go to Bath and Body Works. Okay, you get him a nice little fragrance package. You get him everything. The scrub, the lotion, the body wash, the spray, the shave, all of that. You soap him down. You make him take off his clothes at the door, in front of the door. Come in my house naked. Put the clothes in the washing machine. Put him in the tub. But then he good to go because he finna stink.
But let Rob, if we be completely transparent, most women don't want the average man. They just
you
don't
said it right
want
the first. You said it right the first time.
Well,
Most of the little girls.
No, I think what she's trying to say is, in real life, right? A plumber is not a 40K type of guy. Plumbers, especially if they work for good companies, they're upwards of almost $80,000 to $95,000 a year. And if they have their own business, like I know a guy, like you would look at him and think he's homeless. Listen, he's packing, okay, 6-figure status plumber, okay, like private contract.
See, but what you're doing is you're talking about the top 1% of plumbers. The average plumber is only making about 40 to 50 grand. Like the guy who just show up at his 9 to 5. He show up at 9, he leave at 5. Yes, entrepreneurs, I'm a big advocate for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are gonna make a lot more money. That's not what I'm saying. Let me ask you a question. If the guy had a 9 to 5, he was a plumber, he was making $50,000 a year, do you feel like that's a man is good enough for you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care what he personally do for his personal living. My thing is he walking in his purpose? For me personally, it's like if he is a plumber and that's what he do, like maybe he was a child, he learned that it's a trade, he's really good at plumbing, that's what he does, cool. But if he know he want to be something totally opposite, but he just doing this because it's the only thing he can get, and he make 50 grand, okay, that's okay. But the question now is, why aren't you doing what you really want to do with your life? Like, that's a different.
So just say he want to do it. He's happy with making 50 grand. He don't want to make no more than 50 grand. He want to go to work at 9. He want to get off at 4. Are you okay with being with that man for the rest of your life?
I don't know too many. Actually, I've never met a man with that mentality. And
stop the cap. Like, most men have that mentality.
Community that has made any particular amount and felt like, oh, let me stop right here. Like, I've never met I've never met.
Now I'm telling you, okay, see, but this is the key. The key that I believe the reason women cannot get married is really simple. It's a whole bunch of them out there. Trust me, it's a plethora of men who just want to go to their 9 to 5. They're happy with what they make. They don't want to make any more money. They want to get a raise with inflation. Inflation goes up 10%. They want to get a 10% raise because they're comfortable where they live at. But women don't want these men. The number one reason women are leaving men right now is they say he's not ambitious enough. Like that's not who he is. There's not a lot of ambitious men out there, in my opinion. I think it's a certain group of people that's cut from that cloth. And when you talk about ambitious in the top cream of the crop, typically you're gonna share them in if you're not a dime piece, in my opinion.
But this is the thing. First of all, you could be a dime piece and you still sharing the men. So let's stop the cap. Let's stop the cap and act like, oh, if you're super gorgeous and you're perfect, then oh my God, people are gonna be faithful, because that's not what it is. Because I see people cheat on fly women with the lunch lady from the school district. But ambition is not always entrepreneurship. Ambition is, okay, this is the job that I want to do for the rest of my life. Now, how do I make this salary function so that I have a decent retirement? If I'm making $40,000 a year, do I have enough common sense and wherewithal that I'm not spending $40,000 a year? Am I putting anything away? is my credit looking good? Am I buying dumbass shit like Xbox 360s? It's spending $60 a game every 2 weeks. Do I need to spend $157,000 on somebody's game controller? That's a lack of ambition. Do you lack the mental acuity to maintain your family and elevate them on your current status? Everybody wants the rich dude because they want to be shopping crazy. But the gag and drag of it all is you could be getting everything that you want to have for the rest of your life with somebody making $40,000. Yes, if they know how to navigate their credit, if they know how to pay bills on time, if they know how to save money.
Living in a fairy tale. It's just like Lola said. Lola said, "I don't want no man like that." And most women today are saying, "I don't want no man making 40,000 and 40,000 is gonna be the most." Let me finish, right?
Lola did not say that, though. I'm sorry, I have to correct you.
Let me finish. You can correct me.
That somebody that said what you said in terms of I'm making X amount of money and I don't want to make any more money than X amount. I've never met a man that actually said that.
No, he might have lied to you. Listen, now, I'm not saying that a man that lied to you and say, "I want to make more money," and then you go find that same man 10 years later, he's still making the same amount of money. No, men tell women what they want to hear all the time. I'm not telling you that he said this out of his mouth. What I am saying is that deep down in his heart, he know that he gonna make 40 grand. He know he don't want to pick up an extra shift. He know he don't want to work overtime. He just want to be normal. Like the crazy part about it is being normal is almost like a cancer now. People be like, he's normal, he's gonna make what the average people are making. He's not gonna be ambitious to go out and say, "I'm gonna do this, that, and the third." So Lord, let me ask you straight up, because I don't want to misquote you. He got a good job, he got a decent job, where he can pay bills. You can get a little Toyota. You know what I'm saying? You have your little Toyota, it's gonna be a used Toyota. You can't get new Toyota. You get a used Toyota. You're going to have a nice little house, little 2-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. Y'all might go on a vacation every 2 years. Are you okay with that lifestyle, in your opinion?
Okay. I'm going to say no. And the reason why I'm going to explain why I'm saying no. Reason why I'm saying no is because I've done the actual numbers for living by yourself with a woman, and living by yourself with a woman with children on 40K. The numbers in my state don't work for 40K taking care of 4 to 6 to 8 people at a time. That's impossible. That is impossible. And to put
but y'all only can afford to have one kid. Y'all can't have 4 or 5 people.
To put that on one person in my state is cruelty. And honestly, so that's the thing. Like, some women will say, "I can't be with a guy that makes less than 600,000." Meanwhile, they're saying that's how much it takes to take care of 2 kids. That's stupid. You haven't done the numbers. I've done the numbers on 40K. And yes, it's nice to make 40K when you're single and you got an efficiency bedroom and you good, like, by yourself, and you don't have to worry about food and clothes, tennis shoes, and uniforms and all that crap. For other people, sure, 40K works. But at the end of the day, I might meet a guy that might make 40K, right? But I've never met a man that has been making 40K and was just okay with 40K, knowing that he wants whatever he wants in his personal life, let alone to take care of a woman. I've never met that. And I'm okay with a man saying, "Hey, right now I make X amount of money, but this is not where I'm going to be next year, like, or in the next 10 years. I'm okay with that. But
you prove my point, Lola. Most women expectations is too high. It's a lot of, and this is not to you, it's a lot of average women out there who say they talk exactly like you. I can't take an average man. If he want to be average, I'm not going to deal with it. And when I say that these women expectations are too high, is because the reason women are not getting married, in my opinion, is because they're shooting for the moon. They're shooting for the guy who's going to be making 80,000, 100,000. What, you stay in California?
No, I'm in Maryland.
You said what state?
I'm in the DMV.
So yeah, so if you're in Maryland, so I know for a fact to make things work, you need to have close to roughly around $75,000 to $85,000 to make things work in that market. So cool. 85. A guy that's making 85,000 is typically the cream of the crop. Let me tell the truth. That is where the players live at 85,000. Listen, I'm telling you straight up. These are the players live around 85,000 a year because they had a simple fact that they have something that they can offer that the 40K man can't do. Now, what I'm a big advocate for, if his character is good, get with the man that made 40K. Y'all come together as a unit. Y'all build a plan that can be able to say, hey, I know you're a plumber and I know you just want to be a plumber, but I'm going to take my skills as a woman and I'm going to start booking you appointments. Yes, you're going to keep working for that company, but we're going to do a couple things on the side so we can invest ourselves up to the 85. Most women do not want to work with a man at 40K, but they want to be able to receive the benefits at 85K. And I think that's why a lot of women are single, in my opinion.
I don't believe that that's true at all. I think what you just said is okay. There's plenty of women that be like, listen here, they are called naggers. They be like, baby, why don't you do this? Hey, babe, you're awesome at this. Let's start a business. Do this, do this, do this, do this. What about this? What about this? Bah, bah, bah. Then you're considered nagging. Plenty of women want their men to do better and try to help them. These men just don't want to listen. A lot of men is lazy.
I knew you was going to prove my point.
See, look at you.
Listen, I set you up and you didn't even see it coming.
I did see it coming, but you're not telling the truth.
I am telling the truth.
You can't set me up when you're not telling the truth.
I am telling the truth. What I'm telling women is this right here. If you're average, you need to be okay with having the 1-bedroom house, the 2-bedroom house, having one kid with a man that's making $40,000 a year, and you go on a vacation every other year. That's what average women need.
Well, no. Listen,
I'm not average, so I can't.
Every woman said they ain't average.
Wait a minute. Contrary to Raw being right, I will agree with you that you can't expect the benefits of 80K if you're not the type of female that's willing to work with a man to get up to that regardless. Like, you shouldn't be getting benefits that you're not qualifying for. Period. It doesn't even matter how much you're making as a woman, because at the end of the day, his job as a man is to run that house based on him, not based on y'all. So whatever you bring to the table as a woman is great, but he has to stand on his own 2 feet with that. So I agree with you. I agree with you there, but I will say this: to put it plainly, right? Average men making 40K. I've been told that, but I'm gonna be honest with you. In my everyday experience, I have not experienced that. I've experienced men that are car busting, making 60. Like I just haven't experienced this 40K situation. But at the end of the day, that's what we're saying. That's what they're saying. But at the end of the day, right? It's not a diss to say, look, as a single guy, 40K you might get away with that. But as a guy taking care of family members on 40K, you're gonna stress yourself into an early grave. That's not a diss. That's the reality that we live in. And at the end of the day, having 2 incomes in a house is kind of necessary in the average world of America. I would say that it is.
Yeah, go get a job then. He make 40K, you go make 60K, y'all make 100K, and y'all be happy ever after.
I think most women are happy in that circumstance. However,
they're not. That's why they're not married.
No, I don't.
Whoa! How you gonna sit there? Now, see, I've been trying to be quiet and let y'all get it out. First of all, Lola, you don't know Emmanuel right there. Don't be taking the bait from here. Because what he said was women don't want to help their men, and that's not true. A lot of women are helping their men.
Women do a lot, and the problem with women is they do so much that they get left after they've done so much, and then they're confused as in, well, what didn't work? I did so much, and I mean, I see where you're going with that. But I have to agree with Robbie that women do be doing a lot out here in terms of putting it out there. That's
no, they don't.
To the marriage question, I think that's a different conversation. I personally feel like the reason why women aren't getting to the point of marriage is because of their personal, what they bring to the table personally up front. I don't think it has anything to do with money. I think people are not marriageable, period. And they're talking.
No, they are.
And we can't talk about money if nobody wants to be in a relationship with you. Like, we can't talk
Yes.
about the 40K guy. No 40K guy wants a relationship with a
Yes, he do.
Like, no
See,
40K
No.
guy wants.
Hold on, Lola. That's what I'm telling you. The 85 for the player don't want to be in a relationship. He want to stick with as many women as he can.
Listen, when you're not telling the truth, God be muting your mic. Your mic is low. I'm trying to tell you something. We can't hear you. Your mic is low. God said no. God said no. No, I'm telling. Wait till you watch the replay. You're gonna be like, yo, my value really is all the way low. Bro, be trying to save my life, and I try to act crazy with it.
So it's okay.
Wait a minute, it's going in and out. It's going in and out. You got to bring it up.
I try to tell you.
Hold on.
You gonna learn to listen to me.
Let me plug in the voice of God real quick.
Yeah, plug in the Yeti. Let's go. Let's get it.
Let me go there. Yeah, testing.
I can hear you now.
Yeah, you can hear me now. Okay, check this out. What I'm telling you, the guy at 85K, he don't want no relationship, and this is the guy that all the women want. He's the player. He's getting the attention. The guy at 40K do want a relationship. He do.
I don't think
I'm telling you. See, this one thing you know about women, I know about men. All right, and I'm telling you, I see it all the time. The guy who's going to work, he's doing everything, and the character is on point. Like, his character, his value is good, but just because he don't make enough money, and he never is going to make enough money, most women will disqualify him.
So you think there's no 40K players on?
No, I think
20K players.
I think it's some 5K players, but no. But the point that I'm making is this right here. I believe it's a bigger pool. Like, I'm talking to women who really want to get married, right? Everybody don't want to really, like, if you just want to sleep with a whole bunch of people, this ain't for you. But the women who really want to get married, it's a reason. Let me tell you, I was talking to this white lady, right? And this white lady said, I said, why do y'all go to school this, that, and third? Because most of y'all white women drop out of school. They said, we go to school because we want to get the man before he get the doctor's degree. We want to get the man before he get the master's degree. We're going to college to find a husband. And when she said that to me, I was like, dang, that's so smart. She's like, because we know he's going to be a dentist. We know he's going to be a doctor. If we can get him in college, when the rest of the stuff falls into place, we're already there to receive the blessing. And that really started making me change the way that I think. And I think women should actually try to get with men before. Like, the great thing about me and my wife got me on my come up. Because I would have, if she would have got me when I made over 6 figures, I would have been a whole different type of beast. But since we built this thing together, I have a whole different level of respect for her.
And I believe you. I just think that there's and what you just said is expressed throughout the entire gamut. I don't think that there's no cap in terms of, for instance, lower earning men are more moral than higher earning men. No, everybody's at the same moral level, whatever moral level that is.
I disagree. See, but the problem with the guy at 40K, most women are not going to respect him. That's his biggest.
Not true.
Hold on, let me make my point. And I'm gonna bring you in, Rob. So at 40K, so I'm gonna tell you, I know women like this. Now, this might not be y'all family, and this might be just, I might be a anomaly. But women say, I pay half the bills, I got half to say so. If I'm paying 50% of these bills, I'm paying 40% of these bills, I'm not gonna let you lead that way. Because I'm doing just as much as you. Not only I'm paying half of the bills, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm taking care of these kids. Matter of fact, I feel like I'm doing more to you, so I should have more of a say-so. Most men don't get that respect because they're sharing the bills. Rob?
And I'm going to say this. That don't got nothing to do with being 40K. Because that's at 85K too. These dudes is hobosexuals. They want to be the boys, but they don't want to pay the cost. If you want to be the boss, you got to pay the cost. We all know the Midas rule, right? He that's got the gold makes all the rules. Don't come at no woman talking about leadership and you can't lead yourself to take care of the family. This piggybacks off of something that Lola said a few minutes ago. You got to be a man enough. You got to be able to grab on your nuts and hold your house down by yourself. If I'm not here, I should be an adornment. Anything that I bring to the table should be a bonanza. It shouldn't be a mandatory requirement in order for us to survive, unless you have gone through a situation where you are debilitated and you can no longer provide for the family, and we're already married and we are established as a family. If you cannot come to the table holding yourself down, like if you have a house, right, and we get married and I move into your house. Now, I may desire for us to live in something big and grand or whatever, but whatever we walk into, you able to hold that down? And then you say to me, baby, you know what? I know I was already taking care of this, and I know you were. So this is what we finna do. You finna give me X, Y, and Z towards the bills, but I'm not paying bills with that. I'm investing that into our future. I'm going to save some money so we can get some property or whatever the scope is. You should not need my half of the money to pay bills, and then your black ass is over there down to running up all the money to Xbox One.
And this is why marriages don't work. Exactly what it's not. So me and my wife understand something. It's not her money. It's not my money. It's our money. Every dollar that comes in, it doesn't matter who made it. When my wife was working in the medical field, guess what she did? I took over her whole check. It's not about I spent my money on these bills and he spent this money. It's not marriage. Is not. Hold on. Marriage is not about competition.
You know what she just said?
Listen, it should not even matter who makes the money, because it's supposed to be our money. So
I'm not going to let you tell that lie to yourself, because you know what you just said? What you just said was, when my wife worked in the medical field, I took over her check. So it wasn't a situation where it was your money collectively. You took over her money. So I thought it was ours. So is it she made money for the family and I just allocated it, or is it that I took control of what she made?
The reason I said because I was responsible for the bills. I was responsible for that. So it was my responsibility to take that money and delegate it where the family needs it. See, the problem is that people want to be separate in marriages. The people want this right here. I want to have my checking account over here. She have her checking account over here. I want him to take his money to allocate it to the bills, and I want to be able to have my money so I can go turn up with my girlfriends. Like, what you don't understand, that is a division in marriage. You already divided yourself before you even had a chance. So what I tell married people is this right here: get a bank account, put it all together, mix it up. Matter of fact, what you might need to do is you might need to shred some invoices or shred some pay stubs. Like, that's what people get. Shred that stuff, because you might not need to know where the money's coming from. And then whoever's over the finances need to delegate that money where it needs to go. It's not about his money going to the rent. If the rent need to be paid, whatever money's in the account need to go there. And that is what I'm talking about when we start talking about this oneness in marriage. It don't matter. She's making. Hold on, I just want to make this last point. She could be making $200,000 and he could be making $50,000. I don't look at it as she making this and he's making that. As a couple, they're making $250,000.
Okay, so now
you gotta change your mindset in a marriage.
I'm gonna ask you this question, and depending on how you answer this question, depends on the truthfulness in you. Is it only supposed to be the man that's over the finances? What if the woman's over the finances? Are you comfortable with that?
I believe in delegation. So what is delegation? I think a man should be in charge of everything that's going under his roof, because it's his job to protect it. He can, if he feels that his wife is good at something, you can delegate a task to her, put her over something. But it should be what he sees fit if he's the leader of the household.
So essentially, you feel that the man always should be in charge of the finances. Because even when you said that he should delegate. If
he should delegate who's the best
leaving.
person to do it. Go ahead, Rob.
I'm just gonna rest in my femininity. I'm not.
Okay,
gonna
yeah, you rest in your
femininity. I'm not going there with you.
You rest in your feminine, and I'm gonna activate my masculine. So listen, I'm gonna tell you this right here. It's straight up. This is how I strongly feel. It's nothing wrong with women doing things in the house. It's nothing wrong with that, but it is a structure. It is God, the man, the woman, and the kids. What I told you, your woman come before the kids. And the reason that I tell people that structure actually effectively work is because everybody is submitted to something. There's no confusion. The problem that people are fighting, I thought that was my responsibility. I thought this is why I believe so much in gender role. It's no confusion. We all know what we're supposed to do.
Okay, can I say something real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
I think what you said is genuine, and I think it's well said. But I do think in real life, not that what you're speaking of in real life, but I think it pertains to a certain populace, right? But on the concrete, right? As much as people say in marriages, and I try not to speak about what goes on in marriages unless I'm speaking about what I've learned from other people's marriages, because I'm not married. But from what I know on the concrete, even though men can say and operate in a circumstance where there's 2 incomes or even 3 or 4, whatever the case may be, and they're kind of okay, at the end of the day, the plight of a man is for him to stand on his own 2 feet by himself. Even if he has that extra, there's something about men wanting to do things on their own that seems to kind of take precedence no matter what the circumstance is. For instance, okay, me and him are making more than enough money to live in a $500,000 home, which is pretty nice out here in DMV, okay? Even though we both are contributing, right? There's a part of him that needs to understand he's the leader. If he feels he's the co-pilot and not the pilot, it's just going to play out in a different way. Like he might be extra sexually aggressive because he feels like that's the only place in our relationship where he can actually be the leader. But it's going to show up in some way, shape, form, or fashion that he needs to feel like he's the leader, even though people are okay. They live in nice houses, got all these nice cars. If that man don't feel like a leader, it's something going down. I don't know which way it's going to go down, but something's going down. That's been my experience. Whenever I've been with a man that doesn't feel or has ever felt that he's not in the lead in his relationship as far as finances or physically, something always shows up somewhere. And I'm just saying, like, that's been my experience. Like, I'm not saying
I do respect your experience, but it's a reason that I'm saying this. The reason I'm saying that he have the right to delegate is because he's always leading. Like, so if I tell my wife, for example, hey, babe, I really think that you're really good at this, XYZ. I think the best thing for our family is for you to do this task. What I want you to do is I want you to be able to bring it to me so I can kind of see kind of overview of things. But I want to put you over this task because I got some other stuff on my plate. I was leading in that. Even though she's doing it, I led her to do it. The biggest problem with men today, in my opinion, is that they're scared to lead. They're scared. I talk to guys, like, if you know what I do, I counsel guys, and I talk to them, and what happens is it's like they be like, well, if I lead like that, she might leave. Let her leave. Let her leave you. Like you got to have a certain level of confidence that I'm leading. When my wife made money, I led and I had respect. When my wife stopped working, I led and had respect. Our situation shouldn't dictate my leadership.
I got you. And I agree. But what I'm experiencing out here on this concrete is that in every situation, these dudes need to feel like they Superman. And it don't matter which way they get it, they need to get it somehow. It's like a drug. They need it Okay.
So it sounds like you gotta learn how to stroke that ego.
No,
See, I think
I'm not stroking nobody's ego.
no, see, but
Right, stroke ego for what?
it's the woman's responsibility to stroke. When we start talking about her husband,
responsibility to stroke.
yeah,
you got to stroke it, yeah. But don't do it in a snarky way. Don't do it in a snarky way.
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Stroke his ego, but not in a snarky way.
I mean, like at the end of the day, like if I make more money than you, then I make more money than you. I can't
Don't
stroke
hold
your
in his
ego and
face,
tell
though.
you. I'm saying I'm not, what, like if I'm gonna get my hair done and my nails done, and you trying to tell me I can't because you only made $1,200 this week, but I got $3,000 and I busted my ass and I got a bonus and I want to go out and do what I want to do. I busted my behind, I got a bonus. If you busted your behind, I wouldn't tell you what you could do. Stroke my ego. Damn, baby, thank you for being the background of my phone for Thank you for
Lola,
busting.
Do you see the division? Do you see the division in that? See, most couples.
I see ego.
But most couples divide themselves. It's not the enemy. It's not the devil. They just say, "I did this." What I learned, if you ever want to see someone going, and this is no shot to Rob, but if you ever want to see somebody who I don't want to say that. So what I'm gonna say is this right here. Like once you come into a relationship, the I gotta die. I gotta die.
Lola,
you gotta
know
start
what's so
moving
funny?
as a we. That's all I want to say. Go ahead.
You
Rob.
know what's so funny? When these men always want the I to die and to start moving like a we until it's them that's the person in the position of making all the money that's provide this for you. I choose what you can do. I'm gonna delegate. It's funny how that works. Gotta be quicker than that. Like at the end of the day, everybody does what they do. And a lot of men need their whole entire ego stroke and they forget that they have a partner. You have to show appreciation to your woman. You have to be lifting her up, especially when she's bringing more to the table that is tangible than you are. Because it is a we situation. But if it wasn't for her, we'd be real hungry. We'd be really in the struggle. We wouldn't be able to pay our bills. We wouldn't be able to do none of the things that we could do.
You hear it, Lola?
What I hear is there's no such thing as a submissive breadwinner. That's what I hear.
Yes, it is.
And that's not what I hear. That's not what I hear.
But we see it all the time. We see it all the time. Let me tell you where you really see it at. Female doctors.
Oh, heck.
Hold on, let me explain what I'm saying. If you find a female doctor that is married to a man that's making less than them, they still be submitted to him. I see it all the time.
I mean, my godmother is a pediatrician, but her husband is an anesthesiologist. And you know what he never says to her? He never tells her, hey, babe, no, we can't put the girls in horseback riding because she's a pediatrician and she makes hella banker every damn day. And he's an anesthesiologist, so he's not threatened by her making money. You know, when she wanted to redo their home and she wanted to add a room to their basement, she didn't have to go and say, hey babe, is it okay? Do I have your permission to build a room? Because
that's bad.
Built the room.
You see, and I think that's the problem. Women want to be able to move without checking with their husband. The order of things is she should be saying, hey babe, this is what I want to do. Like a woman should not be where she can go out and just do anything. Like how do a man protect a woman who can go do anything whenever she wants to? Like even men don't supposed to be out here just doing anything. He's supposed to be able, especially when you start talking about a certain dollar amount. I am not about to go out here and spend $50,000 on a car if I didn't check with my wife. It's a level of accountability through spouses.
DJ Khaled, okay?
Right.
DJ Khaled he's in a different tax bracket than me.
All you do is win no matter what. Yeah, but no, seriously.
Now, if you worth up close to $1 billion, you know, 50,000 is like you going to spend $50. You know?
I thought we were talking more around here. Okay, that's right. Okay.
But see, the problem is so many spouses is working against each other instead of working as a team. The only thing I'm saying is this right here is we supposed to be a team. It doesn't supposed to be. And guess what? It's a captain on every team. It should be. Guess what? Somebody got a little bit more. If you ever play football, well, y'all ain't never played football. When you go to football, when you come into the huddle, all the other players are important, but they shut up when the quarterback's talking because he's giving out information for the play. So it's one of those things that I'm not saying. I think women are the most wealthy men in the world are married men. Look it up. So
That's true. We know.
So I know for a fact that women are valuable. But men and women are not equal. It's not even close.
You know what? I like how you say we're not even close and stuff. I like that. But no, seriously, I think what we may be talking about is the difference between power dynamics and general manners that you should give someone that you're in partnership with. Whether or not it's a marriage or a contract or business, there's certain mannerisms that go with partnership just in general. For instance, if I need to know that you're safe, I have to know where you at. If I don't know where you at, I can't know that you're safe. So that's not a male-female thing. That's a general respect thing, period.
Right.
When we talk about power dynamics, right, that has a lot to do with resources. And typically, you know, throughout history, men see their resources as weapons against other men. And you damn sure know that having resources is a way that men essentially create egos to be stroked in terms of what they have and how they disseminate what they have as far as their resources. Like it's part of what makes them men. Like I don't know. I just know for me, resources mean one thing, but for men it's something totally different. Women don't see resources as a power move over another woman. A woman could be a nail tech, right, and be more of a woman than I don't know, a vice president. Okay, she could pull that vice president's man as a nail tech. So her money and resources don't mean shit to her as far as the culture of women are concerned. Men, different story.
But why is that?
And women, why is that? Because the truth is, Emmanuel is 100,000% right. Men and women are not equal, not even close. Because men will damn near slit their own throat in order to gain the favor and attention of a woman. And women don't care. If you are not the man that we want, we are not checking for you. But men will go through hoops for women that don't want them. That's real power.
Let me tell you, I ain't never been in the friend zone. If a woman was in my friend zone. I used to friend zone women. See, hold on, I let you talk, Rob. See, what
I know, but I was saying we gotta let Mr. Glucose talk because he's been up here silent waiting.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
It's getting close to my bedtime, so I'm trying to get all my points out. Go ahead.
The problem why, a lot of women think they're equal to men is because, just like what what's her name, Lola, she was saying, when a woman is in the vice president position, she's amongst men who got it from the mud, who dug, scratched, claw, and got to the top. So she's going amongst trying to mimic herself as a replicated man, try to be in an environment where she's not natural for. Because think about, for animals, of all male animals, they go out and hunt, right? And the females, they tend to the kids, or some of them hunt. There's exceptions like female lions, but for humans, men, we're hunters, we're gatherers. This is what we do. It's in our genes, in our DNA. If a woman, if we had no modernization or anything, what would women do? If they have a kid, the kid is going to be a setback. If we're in the forest or the jungle, the baby's crying or whatever, then the guy, we have to protect the woman and the child. So now women are thinking they are men too. So now when they have high paying jobs, they say, hey, I could do it. But at the same time, they're going to have some simp or beta dude in the background doing the heavy work and taking the credit for it. So with marriage, as what's his name, the man Williams was saying, it's all about communication, right? One, if you just communicate, work together, and say, hey, as a man, you do all you're good at budgeting, as because men, we can't multitask like women. They could multitask, they're good at that, that's their thing. So even though she's doing the multitasking, as a man, you're like the president. You give the okay, and you could veto and all that. Say, you know what? All right, go. This is what you review it and everything. Look at it and then give it the okay. Even though she think it's not right, you say, listen, I looked it over. It's right. You know what I mean?
So, and this the key. I forgot what I was gonna say. Go ahead, Rob.
Say what you was gonna say. I was just, I'm just like, I get it. I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
I knew what I was gonna say. I remember now. Before I forget again. See, the women don't understand their power.
Exactly.
Because women. So, say for example, Lola get with a guy that's making 40,000, right? And she starts stroking his ego. See, we don't like nagging. We don't want you to be like, oh, are you gonna make more money this year? Oh, I thought you said you was gonna make 45 this year. Why you still making 45? You can work some more hours. We don't want to hear that crap. This is what we want to hear. I'm about to put y'all women on game. What we want is we want a woman to come back and be like, ooh, baby, you the best plumber on this side of Tacoma, boy. I tell you, like I'm telling you right now, them other plumbers ain't got nothing to do. Man, if we was to do something together, we'll take over this area. You hear the difference between what he need to do and him and her stroking his ego. His chest gonna be big as whatever. He gonna be like, yeah, I'm the best plumber out there in the world. I can do 100 plus. I can increase my appointments from 10 appointments to 100 appointments a day. Like, we just don't want to hear you nagging, you telling us something that we ain't doing right.
So basically, you want support. That's what you want. Right?
You said I can't hear you kind of low.
So basically, you want support, right?
You said port?
Support.
Yeah, I do want support, but I want you to stroke my ego while you do it. I love getting my ego stroked. I'm gonna tell you this straight up.
I don't know how to stroke an ego because at the end of the day, it's like I can't tell you something false. Like you are not the best of anything.
See, that's the problem.
No, Lola. No.
Hear me out. My man ain't the best at anything in this world because he's human, right? But
all right. But hold on. But
he's my man. Why do I gotta tell him he the best versus me just supporting whatever he do?
But hold on, women do it with each other all the time. When y'all get your hair done, makeup done, so I could do it for the men too.
She be still ugly. You know, girl, look, you killing it.
Yeah,
no,
you
she
look
ain't
good.
killing it.
Yeah.
You lie to your girlfriend, so lie to your man.
And when she's not there, man, she even blend her makeup improperly. Damn, she look a hot mess.
That's why, Mr. Glucose, we're not playing with you today.
Yeah,
but Lola, no, because even though they say that we their kids, right? Well, not these gentlemen, but some gentlemen be trying to act like they got to treat women like they their kids. They really want to be treated like they are our sons. You know, when you talking to your child and your child doing something, you know it's an ugly ass painting that he done made. But you like, baby, that's the best little drawing you done ever made in your life. They need to be talked to like that. That's what they're saying here. They don't really mean that. So you know
what kind of guys y'all talking?
That they don't really mean that. You know, I'm being facetious.
I said this right here. I can't let this pass. She just said this. She said, we willing to be on sister code for our sisters, but we ain't willing to be on wife code for our husbands.
I never said that. I'm just saying, don't tell me how to assist you. So you're going to delegate me what I can and cannot do. You're going to tell me where I can and cannot spend. And then you're going to tell me how I can and cannot encourage you. Well, damn, you might as well be me. Go on ahead and create you a robot and talk to the robot and tell the robot what to do. Because I'm a
that's
human
the
being.
problem. Oh, man.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Well, let me ask them something, right? Okay. I kind of feel, and I use the word feel because I'm a woman, I can do that. Okay, I kind of feel that when I ask my man, okay, my 40K man, because y'all keep talking about 40K in here, okay? If I ask my 40K man, okay, can I buy a separate car, a different car? And he say, no. I kind of feel like I'm stroking his ego in me just saying, okay, and walk away.
No, you're not. No,
I
you're
have
not.
stroking his ego. When I ask him, can I do something? He'd be like, no. And that's
No,
it.
see, but this
I
is
feel like that's enough. Is that enough?
So what I want to say is this right here.
No.
Listen, I want to say this right here. I actually believe men actually supposed to spoil their wives. They actually don't supposed to tell their wife no. They might can say not right now. Listen. They can say not right now, but men supposed to come up with a plan to be able to deliver. So my wife come to me, she said, I want another car. All right, cool. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, there's another car it's gonna be about an extra $400 a month, $300. Well, if you're gonna pay cash, it's gonna be an extra 20 grand. Let me put a plan together. All right, babe, we can't get this today, but I'm looking at if we paid off this, that, and third, if around this time we can pick up that extra payment or we can drop this money. Like men supposed to be solving problems. Like I'm not telling men that they just supposed to be saying no, you can't do that. And she be like, dang, I feel like a child now because he tell me no when I ask him to do everything. He should be able to bring it. I think a woman should be able to get anything she wants over time. It shouldn't be like we gonna get this. I want this purse right now. Oh, how about this? I understand that I'm supposed to be getting a bonus around Christmas time. How about I get you that for Christmas? Or I understand that this is gonna happen. I should be getting a raise around this time. How about we get you your car next summer? Like I think you're supposed to be able to deliver on that.
I agree with you, but I feel that a man having that kind of power over me when I want something, when I want it, is stroking his ego.
That's not stroking his ego.
When I want it,
I'll give you an example.
And I have to be like, damn.
I'll give you an example. Let's just say,
I like to see the key point of feel, huh?
All right, Lola. All right, let's just say I'm your boyfriend. That's just for argument, right? And you say, hey, I want a car. You say you want a car. What do you? All right, what kind of car you want?
I don't know. I just don't want the one I want right now, and I think we should get that.
All right, but you see, that's a very vague response because no, I'm waiting on the details. Why you want a car?
No, I want a car, and I just told you I want a car, and I know what your response is going to be. No, not right now. I don't know.
No, it's not going to be that. It's going to be why. Why do you want a car now? What's wrong with the one you have now?
Now, if I just said I don't feel pretty in the one I have now, I want a pink one.
You don't feel pretty in that one?
Yeah, I don't feel pretty in my car. I need a pink one, a nice one.
All right, and then the next question is, what kind of car you want?
Okay, you asked a lot of questions.
Exactly. Then I'm just going to dispute and be like, all right, when you make your mind up, then let me know, and that's it. I'm not going to argue.
So what is?
So now I have to be like, you know what? Dang.
Yeah, that's it.
But that's because I'm not going to go against you and just go ahead and buy the car anyway. I feel that I'm struggling.
Like me, I know about cars. I did construction before. I fixed cars, so I know my shit about cars. So if you come to me and say you want a BMW, right, or an Audi, first thing I'm gonna tell you, all right, it's gonna come with a lot of maintenance. So I'm not gonna dish out all that maintenance because I don't want an Audi. If you want an Audi, if you willing to do all that maintenance on your own, that's up to you.
See, you're missing my point.
I think it's a little.
Power is power, and I feel like that.
Your man should have power.
Yeah,
your man should have power.
That should also count as being stroking.
Okay, so let me put your man on game. Let me put your man on game right now. With what Emmanuel said, how he structured his stuff. Okay, you might have to wait till Christmas. All right, not right now. That is a very effective way to lead and have power in the situation. But as far as what Mr. Glucose is talking, I'll be like, listen, I need $25,000. Can we make that work in the budget or not? If we can't make it work, cool. If we can, cool. Now, I do agree with Lola. That is stroking your ego, especially if you, the 40K, listen, stop shaking your head. Stop shaking your head. Actually, listen, because you have to understand the perspective. If you the 40K dude and I'm the 200,000 chick, and I know I got $25,000 that I done earned on a bonus or whatever, I don't have to ask you a damn thing. I take my paycheck when I get my paycheck on Friday and go to the dealership and get me a car. If I'm showing you enough respect to come to you and say, hey, baby, you know what? This is what our balance is going to look like Friday. And I think that, you know, we can afford to go put this down. And you're like, no. And I'm like, you know what? Okay, sugar. Then that's one thing. If I'm not like, what the fuck you talking about? I'm finna go do whatever I want to do. That's stroking your ego. That's giving you respect. Y'all know how to stroke no women
It's
ego
not.
too.
It's not ego. It's just the respect you telling me.
I gotta say this. It's crazy. The crazy part about this. Hold on.
We stroke an ego. Please.
I'm about to. So the crazy part about it is women telling us how they gonna do something for us. It's almost like it's. Let me tell you. It's almost
they telling us what they gonna do for us.
Listen,
that's
almost. That's almost like let me get a little vulgar. M3, I can get a little vulgar.
Of course, go ahead.
That's almost. Let's switch it, right? Let's say this right. Let's say a man is giving fellatio, or he's eating the box, right? And the woman is saying this right here. No, I want you to move here. She trying to just say. He said, no, I'm gonna eat this box the way I want to eat this box. Like, please. No, listen.
It's apples to pineapples.
Let me finish.
Hold on, let the guy finish.
When you're trying to please her, you should be doing it the way that she want it done. Okay. So she can. And it's the same thing when it's stroking the ego. You need to do it the way he need it done. Like, how's this so hard?
I need an example of stroking the ego.
I'm gonna tell you, Lola. Let me give you.
You're saying like
example.
a lot of feelings right now.
This is how you stroke an ego, right?
Mm-hmm.
He talking real crazy. He getting on your damn nerve, right? You turn around so he can't see your face, and he would just get to cursing on the low. But then you carry your ass in the kitchen and you go ahead and cook him a sandwich, right? And then you bring it back with some to drink. You know what, baby? It seemed like you hungry right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I make you upset, darling? Here, eat the sandwich, honey.
She gonna get the insurance money to get her car. Don't you eat that car?
No, that's what they want. That's what they really be saying. They be like, feed us, give us some FaceTime, and be quiet. That's it.
Lola, is it okay to speak it into existence for your man? Is it okay to speak what you want him to be, what he might not be today? Do you believe in that, or you disagree with that? Well, let me give you an example. Today,
yes, it does.
You might not be the best plumber, but baby, you the best plumber. I'm gonna speak this into you. I'm gonna plant a seed in you to let it be able to grow later. Do you think that a woman can't do that?
That's sarcastic. If you're not the best plumber.
No, it's not about what you had today. See, that's the point that I'm trying to help you understand.
I agree and disagree at the same time. And not
it's a sister code going on right here, man. I don't know.
But let me say, I agree and disagree. The reason why I would say I disagree is because you can tell a man, okay, I think you would be the best at this, right? You can say it and not even say what you think, whatever the case may be. However, I don't believe that you saying that is going to elicit him being motivated towards himself.
It is. We're telling you as men, it is.
I'm telling you.
On the flip side, I feel that if it's in him to be that or to move in that way, and you give him that encouraging word, I do believe in that circumstance, it will happen, period. There is no, it won't happen. It will happen, literally, because the will is there. But if the guy doesn't have no will to do what you want him to do, and you're saying it to him all the time, over time, I think in those circumstances, it turns into what you were saying earlier, Mr. E, the nagging. But because I don't want to convince a man to do something he don't want to do, because that does feel like nagging to me. But if he is in the way of doing something, and I come and I give him that encouragement, whether it be in deed or word, in that way, I feel I'm speaking it in existence. In that way.
All right, Lola, this
Here's something that don't exist. I don't know.
You want to stroke, Lola, you want to stroke your man's ego, but do it in a genuine way. This is what you do. Just randomly go to him. Hey, I appreciate everything that you've done for me so far. You know, I've met you and we're still together.
I don't really feel that way. I'm not stroking the ego. I really do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you just keep doing that. That's stroking his ego. Just for him to hear it all the time. And you don't have to do it every day, just random. You could be laying down in bed. Hey, just turn over, look at him like, I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do for me. You help me out with what I can't handle on my own. And he's going to say to himself, because guys, we don't like to share emotions, but he's going to know and remember that to him, keep to himself, and that, damn, at least she acknowledged me and she appreciate me. He's not going to say it back to you directly, because if he say it back to you, it's going to swell your head up. And then the next time you do it, it's going to come off sarcastic. So,
Boy.
Hold on. Let me tell you something my wife did. Let me tell you something.
Hold tight. Hold tight, because I see that's what y'all try to do. Y'all try to just interject it, pile up, move the goalposts. You just say, a woman's supposed to say, baby, you the sun, the moon, the stars, you the destiny. I love you, boy. You is everything. And he not going to say it back to you because he don't want your head scrolling.
He's going to say it. But if he say it and then after a while he keeps saying it to the woman, she's going to start acting in a snarky way.
So if a woman keeps saying it to the man, he not going to start acting a snarky way? What y'all do it, eh?
All right. You see like with the... No, you see like the...
Hold on. Let me say this, though. You got to have a fine balance of everything. Y'all know better not to overdo the compliments and all that.
Exactly.
There's times
I say overdo it.
No.
Sometimes
I disagree. At some moments, right, I don't even want you to give me a compliment. You know what? The best compliment is to just... Okay.
Nah.
Hold on.
Sorry, I apologize.
And let me just enjoy my time, mellow down from work, play my little video games. Look, if you make me dinner, that's like a +2 though. But I think the over compliment, sometimes people tend, by human nature, they tend to take things for granted.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good to you don't have to fake, to stroke an ego. Yes, the ego will naturally be struck because you're giving them a genuine compliment. You're uplifting your man. Same thing for the man. You're uplifting your woman too, as long as it's reciprocated. Emmanuel don't agree, but as long as it's
I agree.
Let me tell you why I disagree. I want you to go overboard. I want you to be overboard for a reason. Every time, let me tell you something happen every time I walk into the house. I be working. I might work 18 hours that day. I'm tired. I'm frustrated. And you know what happens? As soon as I walk in, my wife said, "Daddy's home." They get the cheering and going on, and I come in. I be feeling like the fucking man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be feeling like I forget about those 18 hours. And people can say that that's outrageous. They do that every single day. I feel appreciated. It's so many men that just don't even feel like working, almost working themselves to death. They are appreciated. So I'm saying women should go overboard. They can scale it back later, but men are not getting enough compliments, and that's why they ain't producing. That's why, after 8 hours, they say, I gotta go. But when I go out and I work for my wife and I work for my kids and I get that type of appreciation, I get that type of when my wife put little notes into my lunchbox and she said, you know what, I just really appreciate what you're doing for our family. And I know that you're the best man ever in the world. That shit makes me want to work an extra hour. And I might be cut different from a lot of different other guys, but guys' egos need to be stroked, especially if he making $40,000. You need to stroke that nigga ego some so he can get up to 60, at least 75. So maybe that's the problem is that he need to do that.
No,
but I gotta
the difference is the way you overall treat your family and your wife. See, the things that you're talking about, you're not talking about it from a one-sided perspective. You understand what I'm saying? You get what total leadership is supposed to be in the family, which is why your family is always excited when you come home in the day. Most people that have this conversation are not leading their families that way. The phrase absolute power corrupts absolutely. A lot of men are subjugated underneath that premise. They use their power to corrupt. They don't want to pour back into their woman because God forbid she feels like she's somebody. They don't want to pour back into their family because they just need to be elevated as the king.
But
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do disagree with Mr. Is it gluten?
Glucose.
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 Yeah, glucose.
I disagree with you because I do give praise back. Like, so say for example, after they praise me, I don't want my head to get too big. So the first thing I say, I wouldn't be able to work 18 hours if my wife didn't work. Work with these kids. If my wife didn't clean up the house, if y'all guys didn't do these things, there's no way as a man I would be able to do it. I like to walk by my wife and just slap across the butt and say, "Damn, you so fine." And my wife pregnant right now. I don't know what about pregnant women, but they got this glow. I'm telling you, they got this glow that I'm telling. But I do give encouragement back because
and congratulations,
like
no, let me clarify.
Hold on, I want to just finish this point. Just like I have had a stressful day, the baby could have peed on her, doo-dooed on her. You know, she could have burnt up a whole meal. Like certain things happen in your house that you know. Your wife could have burnt the whole meal up, had to throw everything away, run to the store and cook you a whole nother meal because the baby was running around the house and the stove didn't go off in time. So, like, I understand that I have to pay this forward. This energy doesn't go one way. I don't think it should go one way.
No, I never will say like, you know, like the energy go one way. Like both should be reciprocated, but at the same time, to me, it's like don't compliment to a point where it's like you're forcing things out. I just want everything to be natural. I mean, for your end, if it's natural, yeah, keep throwing out the compliments, keep throwing out the praise or whatever, because that's working best for you. But what I'm talking about is that like a lot of times when people are doing that, they start to lose the appreciation, and then some will just feel like, okay, well, let me make sure that I tell this woman every day how beautiful she is because every day she feels like crap. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. I mean, look, as husbands, you know, it is our job, right, to make sure that we protect, we love our wives. But realistically, we can't be the ones to make them happy. You know, they gotta have happiness within their own selves and their own security. I'm not saying this happening for you, but I'm just saying in general, for the ones who are going through the struggles. Yeah,
I don't believe in happiness. I think happiness is this thing that we have made up by watching Disney movies. Like, are you telling me that our grandparents was happy? No, this is the truth. Like, was our grandparents happy 60 years ago? When we found out that, you know, we had an uncle that we never met after my grandpa died, like it shows us that something was happening where they had a whole bunch of unhappy moments. Now, I'm not saying that they were miserable the whole time, but you can't make a lifelong decision on a temporary feeling. A happiness is a feeling. I don't make decisions off feelings. I make decisions off facts, truth, and structure.
Well, man, listen, a lot of people not happy in and of themselves. If you can't make yourself happy, you're never gonna be happy in a relationship. That's just it.
And if you ain't happy, you might need to go in that room by yourself and please yourself, and you'll come back out a little bit better.
I respect that, and because that's the truth. I get that. I will just say that in my experience, what I've noticed is that, you know, men, they just have certain needs. Just in general, it doesn't matter what they have in their life. They have certain needs that if it's not met, they're not going to be right as individuals. It's never going to work with them if certain things aren't met.
What are these needs?
No matter how much ego stroking
Money.
And if he doesn't feel in control of his life, if he doesn't feel like a leader, it doesn't matter. Like, he needs to have that in place for himself. And that's why it really doesn't matter how much he's making to a large degree. But what does matter is what he has going on for himself in terms of what he's doing to get wherever he's trying to get. Which is why I said to you, like, I haven't experienced a man that's been, let's say, complacent with where he's at. Like, I had, even though I dated guys that was only making $20,000 a year, no problem. Okay, they were not complacent with no car and $20,000. So I'm just saying, like, and
the reason I make this statement that I'm making, Lola, is that I came from the U.S. military. I know people whose salary was stuck. Like they might can get promoted, but most of them wasn't getting promoted, and they was leaders. They was making $30,000-$40,000 a year, but I don't think the amount of money you're making equals how much of a leader you're going to be. Because I know people today that's making $150,000. Them niggas still ain't leaders. They make a whole bunch of money. So I don't think leadership is connected to money. I don't think it's not.
Money, but there's a portion of it that has something to do with power and resources, and thus money to a degree. Not maybe completely, but if a man, I don't know what it is, and I'm telling you now, maybe it's the men out of experience. When they don't feel that they have power within their personal relationship, right? It's as a man, right? It just manifests in other ways that's just not good for them. And I've experienced this with too many different types of men for me to not notice that there's something about this. Like, we could both be making good money, but if he don't feel like he's the leader financially,
but hey, so what that tells me, I gotta go. First of all, I gotta go. So this is gonna be my last statement.
My wife is waiting on you.
My wife is waiting on me. You damn right she is. All right. So first of all, Lola, you are dating the same person in a different body. You keep drawing these type men to you.
What are you talking about?
No. If you say I have dated a whole bunch of men and all of them acting this way, it's the same person in a different body.
Acting the same way. I've just noticed that whenever they just don't feel like they're in control of their life and they're not in a position of leadership or power within their own relationship, it just manifests in different ways. Some men, it's mild, other men it's not, but they all need to be leaders in some capacity. Because
you said all the men that you've been with is experiencing this, correct?
Even my father, my uncles, and my brothers.
So it's your fault, sis. It's your fault, sis.
It's not your fault. See, I don't think people understand. Like, you have an aura. So you have a certain aura about you. Not you. Women have a certain order that they draw certain people. If you ever notice how broken people draw other broken people to them, if you notice how wealthy people typically draw other wealthy people to them, the point that I'm making is when you're drawing a certain type of guy, because what you're talking about is not me. I remember when I was broke, I still talk like this. I talk just like this, broke. And now that I got a whole bunch of money, I might be even louder, but my confidence didn't leave me. It like most people think if you make more money, you're gonna get more confidence. No, that's not gonna happen. If you got a confidence issue, it's a confidence issue. So I appreciate y'all guys letting me have this conversation. I have to go.
Definitely.
We definitely gonna have a conversation.
Definitely, bro. E.T. the Man Williams, thank you for coming up on our panel, man. Appreciate you, man. Do you have an IG, brother?
Yeah, I have an IG. So on everything. So my YouTube page is E the Man Williams. My IG is E the Man Williams. My Facebook is E the Man Williams. So E the Man Williams is everything that I have. So
let me look for it real quick. So
I'm gonna add you. Yeah, we're gonna add you right now.
I tell people this right here. If you go ethemanwilliams.com, that is actually where I do private coaching, and that actually got all my social media on it too. Okay.
Okay, I just followed you. Missed this, you know. I just followed you. I'm the network manager for this channel. You know what I mean? I work along with them three and the rest of our team. So yeah, man, thanks for coming up, bro. You know what I mean? Thank you for sharing what you shared, bro.
I appreciate you guys. And one day that I'm not busy, I'm gonna try to get here earlier so we can have a longer conversation because I really enjoyed being over here. And
oh yeah, most definitely.
I said, Emmanuel, on Sunday we gonna talk about money and marriage.
I don't know. We might not this Sunday. Next Sunday. We're gonna do it next Sunday.
Next Sunday.
Yeah, we'll do it next Sunday. But you're right. We are gonna talk about money and marriage because I strongly believe a lot of people they don't have a lot of money because they ain't married. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Don't see your wife. Go on.
Bye. I'll see y'all guys later.
All right, you the man.
Salute. Mr. Glucose, good to see you.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
So do you think
What's good, y'all? What's good?
The stroking of the ego is simply an accomplishment?
Say that again?
Do you think the stroking of the ego is simply in the compliments, the overt compliments, not the subvert compliments.
Yeah, it's just the little things like randomly, your man's watching TV, just randomly giving him a hug. The way how you talk to him, just the simple things, just like what y'all expect the men to do for y'all. Just the simplest things, you know. You watching TV, hey babe, I'll play with you with my pokey butt, you know, poke you in the side, tickle you, give you a kiss on the cheek. You like that, so we like that too. But we don't want it in a girly way, but just do it in a different way. You know what I mean?
Basically, just do it nice and subtle. You know.
Okay, I
don't be like a crazy person.
Or sometimes, Lola, I'm gonna tell you this. Sometimes, Lola, just like y'all, when y'all in y'all groove and y'all in y'all woman mode, sometimes we just want to be left the hell alone. Just leave me alone.
And see,
leave me alone sometimes.
This is what
sometimes, because let me tell you something. There's a time with women that y'all don't want to be bothered with us. I don't care how nice and sweet y'all are. There's a time when you don't want to be bothered with us. It could be with your little homegirls over, your little homegirl relatives or whoever. You just in your woman mode, and we come in there. We come in with our man energy, and you like, can you go somewhere, honey? Like, y'all get like that too. So,
and you know what? I think to a large degree, maybe that's what I was asking the question in reference to. In that, can there be circumstances that you do that are respectful that translates maybe as stroking of the ego? Like when I say, okay, when I respect your no to something that I could clearly veto, is that not stroking the ego? Is leaving you alone when you come in the door because you just got off work, is that not stroking the ego? And I think from what I'm hearing, no, that's not stroking the ego.
And you know what I just got told that was stroking somebody's ego recently? I know fully well they have money to feed themselves, but I sent them lunch just because that was the ego stroke for them.
But you know what? I like doing stuff like that, right? But I never thought of it as ego stroking. I just thought of it as just intimacy. I never thought of it as ego stroking, because when people say ego,
but as a real man, you don't have to stroke my ego. Like, I have enough confidence in myself and enough drive in myself. I don't need you to stroke my ego. What I need you to do as a woman is to be supportive and submissive and compliant to the overall goal that we're trying to achieve as a family. That's what I need you to do. You know what I mean? Sometimes I just need you to listen. Sometimes I don't need you to even have a say so, or to even have a worry, or have a care, or try to even fix my problems like you're my mother. I don't need a mother. I need a wife. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference. So sometimes I just need you. Sometimes I just need you just to hear me out as a man. Let me have my moment, and then we move on. But I don't need this way. I don't need all that. I don't need all that, because in my mind as a man, because I'm very logical, I've already figured out the solution. In that moment, I'm just letting you know how I feel in that moment. But the solution's already found out, and I've already been working on the solution. I've been working about 2-3 solutions, and I'm just trying to see which one worked. You know what I mean? Like, that's just where it's at with it.
This the thing, sis. What I found, because I wasn't really, you know what I'm saying, it was something that was on my mind to do that day. So it was so odd when it was just like, wow. And you know, because a lot of these men are not really getting intimacy. Now, I don't know the level of accountability that it speaks to for them, that they're not getting women that's just thinking about them to feed them. And they're not getting women that's hugging them. And they're not getting women that's kissing on them. And they're not getting women that's talking to them sweet, and you know what I'm saying, whispering sweet nothings in their ear. It's just a lot of them they're not getting that. Now, some might say that they're not choosing well. You understand what I'm saying? Some might say that they're not vetting the women that they're dealing with correctly. But, you know, just sister to sister, because we're going to act like the boys, they're not here, they're not in the room, right? We just got to love on them, because they're just not getting no love. So shout out to all the broken hearts. You know what I'm saying?
You know what, Robbie? I do think
She's talking about them other brothers. She ain't talking about anybody over here. That's not me. That ain't me at all. I'm always get mine.
It might be generational too, because I noticed that, and it's not. There are exceptions, but I've noticed that some men are complaining about cooking, right? Which is something basic, right? But I noticed the age range that is talking about something as basic as cooking, cleaning, knowing how to just do basic things, right? Like knowing what to do if there's someone in the house that's sick, like just basic stuff, right? I think that it might be an age circumstance there, because I know when I was young, we didn't have social media, right? So there was a lot of things we had to do and know how to do and be trained on just by default, that people now are saying, well, you got to go to finishing school to learn. And I feel that, for instance, as a woman, right, when you have guests over your house, ordering in Uber Eats is rather disrespectful. But that's a cultural thing that comes from a certain time period, right? People in my daughter's age range may not have that same level of straight line thinking when it comes to that, because like my daughter, she grew up with me cooking for multiple people all the time. So all she's seen was big pots. That's all she knows. But some of the women my age that had children.
Lola, did they cook sandwiches?
Say that again.
Did they cook
Yes,
sandwiches?
she could cook. Look, y'all gotta stop coming for the cooked sandwiches.
Tell Marcus that he ain't getting no more sandwiches. But
no, don't pay him, Lola, when they start talking about the cooked sandwiches, because I brought up cooked sandwiches and they've been trying to flame me since. But there's several. I'm a chef. There are several cooked sandwiches. It's not my fault that y'all be eating bad around here.
I got it from Marcus. I ain't even know Marcus got it from you. This is funny.
I'm not even a chef, but
I thought Marcus was the original here.
He something else.
Man, I did.
I've just come from an era where women just did that because there was no such thing as ordering out all the time. It just wasn't. So nowadays that's a thing now. Like you can order groceries to your house, not just like fast food. Everything can be ordered in. So now the culture is changing, and men, at least a certain age range of men, they're still in the same mindset of a woman doing traditional things. However, that has its limits because of age. Like women around my age, around 40, that's kind of the cutoff point, because we kind of came in at the tail end of when society was shifting. So I feel like to a degree, right, the complaint about traditional women not doing traditional things anymore, that has a lot to do with the shifting of the culture in general. However, I do believe that there is some things that maybe was missed in our upbringing and or in the upbringing that we bring our children up in right now. I'll be honest with you. I think I lucked out because my parents grew up under their grandparents, which is my great-grandparents. And people born in the South in the late 1800s kind of raised their children a certain way. And so I got all of that in the early 80s and the late 80s and stuff. So my children coming up in the late 90s, they got square what I got the generation before. So, but most children, let's say 25 and younger right now, didn't get that. I had my children young. So that had a lot to do with that. So I feel like right now, right, there's an issue with women not cooking, right, and showing themselves in that way, showing up in relationship, period, in that way. But I think it's a generational gap there, and it has a lot to do with human beings not having interaction as much with other human beings, always on the phone versus actually in person, never having to cook. Therefore, when someone expects you to cook, now you got a problem. Like never having to really like do anything domestic because there's always someone else to do it. Like, and we're not even rich. So, you know, I don't blame people completely for the circumstance that we find ourselves in. But to a large degree, I can say that there is a reason for it. It might not necessarily be anybody's fault, though.
Yeah, it's good.
I have a question for Lola real quick.
I agree.
So Lola, are you a hold on, Robbie? Lola, are you a mama bear? Are you a very protective mom? Are you like mama bear when it comes to your kids? Or are you kind of like a little bit of both? Like you kind of like you're strict, but you're kind of fair. You can even care how you with your kids.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something, right? you know I'm from Baltimore. You know I'm from Baltimore,
Mm-hmm.
and you know I grew up
Mm-hmm.
in the heroin era. Okay, not crack, in the
Mm-hmm.
heroin. Okay, even though my
Yes,
father
ma'am.
fell off, I still lived in the hood. Okay, like we still lived there. Okay, we might have owned properties, but we still lived in the hood. So that's what has shaped me. So as a
Okay, look
mom,
at you, retreat
I'm
credit.
not Mama Bear. I'm not a suburban like mom like that. Don't get me wrong. I live in the suburbs now, but it was not like this growing up. So I didn't raise my children like that. Like my children were raised to stay away from the window.
Yeah, like
Mm.
me,
No,
like
I'm
I'm
asking.
from
I'm asking.
Jamaica.
Like, basically, were you overly protective? Were you like overly protective? My bad, Mr. Glucose. Or were you
Oh,
overly like protective of your kids?
overly protective in the way that I didn't allow my children to play outside because I understood what stray bullets were.
Oh wow.
Like if we went places, we went like places like away from the neighborhood. Like I was protective in that way. I was protective over my boys because I didn't want them to get caught up in anything or die. So I made sure that they were involved in something all the time. They didn't have time, even now. They don't have time to do anything else but be constructive. That's just how I raised because of the hostile environment that I was in all the time. So I wasn't the type that want to make sure that they get a lot of hugs and kisses and stories read to them at night. My kids went straight to bed, no cut, like everybody else. Yeah, I didn't read my kids.
Yeah, like me, I'm from Jamaica, so my first time actually using a microwave was in 2008 when I came to this country. Yeah, and a washing machine. Yeah, and a microwave. So when you say like the problem is now everything is modernized. You got fast food everywhere. People are on the go. Like I used to live in New York. When I came up from Jamaica, I was living in Brooklyn and Canarsie. So everywhere you go is this fast food, Chinese food. So if you're out on the street all the time,
Hey, Kanashi, shout out to the L
yeah,
train, baby.
yeah. So people they're not going to have the time to like cook because it's fast food. You're just walking. Damn, I feel for some Chinese food. Let me go get some Chinese food. It's like $6, $7. Then they eat that. Then this becomes a habit. You're in a drive-through, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King. Then by the time you look, you're spending all kinds of money, and all that money could go to the groceries and cook. But a lot of people say it's very time consuming. They don't want to wash the dishes after, scrubbing out the pots, get Tupperwares, and so now on the majority people we're getting lazy and lazier. But me, I grew up in Jamaica as a millennial. I was born in 1993, but I was raised like a Gen Xer because I went amongst the older folks like my dad. Like my dad, he's a baby boomer, but I grew up with Gen Xers, like with cousins and friends, and it's really slow paced in Jamaica in the countryside. So I'm not getting that city life, like that Brooklyn life, trains moving, cars moving.
Yeah.
So everything is moving so you could observe your surroundings. It's building up your self-awareness, how to see certain things. This is why when I come to this country, when I'm having convos with some people, it's like the shit what you're stressing about. I'm like, yo, that's light. What are you stressing about that?
Right.
I can't relate to you. Like, it's just pointless, right? So even with my wife, my son, he was giving trouble in school, and she was crying about it. Oh, we keep giving trouble in school. I'm like, listen, as a boy, he's 5 years old. It's normal. He's going to act up in school. There's nothing we could do about it. He's going to grow out of it. We got bigger fish to fry. It's going to get worse when he's a teenager and he's going to go through puberty. And he's going to start smelling himself, thinking he could talk to us in any way. So it's just natural. So she's crying about it. This is why I say women are emotional. Guys are logical. Because I'm speaking as a guy. I was a boy at one point. I remember testosterone's jumping all over your bodies. You can't even sit still. You're running around, playing outside. You come home when it's sundown, come back in the house, eat your food, go to bed.
Yeah.
Right. But again, like that's what I'm saying. Everything is just so modern. People don't know how to communicate anymore, both men and women. No, I'm not saying all men and women, but the majority. And even if you're living in a city, like now I'm living in the Poconos in Pennsylvania, right? It's very slow paced over here. So in New York, people don't say, hey, good evening, good morning, how are you? On an average when you're walking, because it's just moving so fast. And over here, people are saying morning, good morning, good evening. And then you're like, what the fuck? You're not used to it.
Right.
So in the
So
city,
I'm a
uh,
go ahead.
what's that?
No, go
Yeah,
ahead. I can wait.
in the city, people are just always on the move. Even relationships, even in the city, is just so fast paced. Even when I was single, everything is moving fast. Everybody knows somebody who knows somebody. You dating somebody, you meet somebody. Ah, man, you used to date that person. Yeah, you don't want to date her no more. Or same on the women's side. Oh, you dating this dude? He's already married. He got kids. You didn't know that? Then it's a whole drama and all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
this is why when I hear a lot of people keep saying, New York is expensive, and you ask them, hey, would you ever leave? They say no, but why wouldn't you want to leave? Right? You complain about it's expensive.
Exactly.
You don't want to leave. You love New York. You're gonna move away from family. Like even when I left New York, what my dad said to me, he was like, "Yo, why you moving to Pennsylvania? There's no jobs over there." I'm like, "Yo, what are you talking about? Jobs is everywhere. The pay, the rate over here is different. Everything is cheap. Houses is cheap over here. In New York, it's more expensive, so it's going to even out. And in New York, yes, there's a lot of jobs, but let's be honest. Most people in the boroughs, they work in the airports. And, you know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
everybody can't work at the airport. You run into anybody, almost anybody. Where you work at the
Mm-hmm.
airport? You know what I mean? So
So
yeah.
so it's really crazy. But the thing is, like, there has to be balance. And I'm one of those people. Sorry, I'm not a millennial. I was born in the 80s. I get my groceries delivered. I cook for people when we're having events, but I also get events catered. Yes, I have maid service at the house, even though I know how to clean the house because I'm busy. And the reality is, we live a life where everybody is busy. And even though you're not rich, you don't have to not get things accomplished. Like, I think when you are building wealth and you're building an empire, the greatest thing you can do is learn how to manage your time effectively. If you can sit at a computer screen and click through your groceries and create a click path, okay, this is what I'm actually spending. You're now on top of your budget. When you're shopping in the grocery store is set up to make you spend more money. You spend more money because you're buying everything from an end cap in the middle of the store. When the reality is, inside of the grocery store, you should only hit the outer perimeter, the produce section, the meat department, dairy if you need to, and then get out of there. Everything in the midsection is toxic, it's poison, it's carbohydrates and processed food, and it's very, very expensive. That's number one. So people that shop online, they're saving money in that regards. When it comes down to cooking, some people just don't got it. It don't matter if you were born in 1953.
Mm.
Some people just don't got it. They don't. And my family's from the islands too. They're from St. Thomas and St. Croix. So I'm blessed. Like, I got to learn how to
Hey.
cook. Yes, yeah. So I got to learn how to cook island food. I got to learn how to cook Southern food, you know what I'm saying, American food. And then I went to school to become a chef. So cooking is a non sequitur. But my child now, my children, both of my children were born in the 2010s. My daughter knows how to cook. She's known how to cook since she was 3. So I think people like to put it on generations, right? But I think it really just is the quality and caliber of the woman. Like, I'm not gonna stunt. Like, you pulled me up today, Lola, because your energy exudes off the screen as a woman of caliber and character. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Man, she's
Like,
incredible. The machine.
yeah, there's a lot of chicks nowadays that's just, you know what I'm saying? They microwavable popcorn thoughts. It is what it is. So they don't care about teaching their
Woo.
children nothing because they just want to be seen. They just want to be on the IG. Y'all see, I be playing in y'all face with these, you know what I'm saying, my little pictures and my little average that I throw up. But most days I just be chilling. Not because I can't do this every day. This is cool, but this all this makeup and shit, that's a waste of time for me. You know what I'm saying? That's not my natural element. But there's a lot of women that not comfortable being outside just like that. No makeup on, no eyebrows done. They gotta be done up in order to feel like they somebody. Like, get out of here. You came out of your mother's vagina naked and alone, and you didn't have all the extra weave, you didn't have all the extra makeup on. You was just you. So people that their mother didn't let them know that they was enough. Nothing is enough. It don't matter if they order all the $200 meals when they have a company, if they order groceries or whatever, because, well, they don't have any substance. They have no value. They can't have any type of conversations unless it's about being flown out somewhere, or you know what I'm saying? Like, what's popping? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's a cute little kiki. That's how you know, maybe grab a moment of attention. But you got to be able to follow that up with something.
You know what?
Hey, look, Robbie, don't be up in here shooting shots. All right, this is a peaceful stream. No, I'm joking.
I keep it real. They proselytize. I don't know
Uh,
to the end.
hold on, Lola, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I remember when I seen Raw B, she was talking about like a lot of African religion. She was talking about also things to do with Christianity and things of that nature, and it was very intriguing because I never seen any sisters on YouTube even coming at that type of realm. Like they wasn't even making no points like that. And I was like, yo, this is like super different. Like she really, really is doing her research on the topic, and she's very educated, and she's just not on here just trying to, like you said, be a bobblehead. You know what I mean? Like you was really speaking things from a profound nature, and I think that intelligence is a, to me, is a huge attractive quality in just a person, but especially a woman. A woman who is intelligent, man, she goes a long way, man. Along with submission, I say intelligence in a woman is a very great quality, man. I know some brothers don't care about that or whatever, but let me tell you something, brothers, it will come in handy. You got a woman that can think and knows how to think, goes a long way. Go ahead, y'all.
Aw, thank you.
I mean,
You're welcome, family.
I was just gonna say that I agree, but I'm gonna throw some of the blame still on just this media age, because I've never seen a generation of people that are more concerned with posing for pictures and everyone thinking that they're a model, and therefore they don't have to be anything in themselves as long as their body and their face looks right. That's it. It's like, long time ago, if you wasn't a model, you didn't spend your days taking pictures of yourself trying to act like a model. You actually had to read books. You had to talk to people. You had to be something. You had to think of smart things to say on dates. Now I see people on dates and both of them have their phones out, and I'm sitting here like, that is so disrespectful to have your phone out at a table. It's not supposed to be on the table. Like, why do you have your phone out? And it's like, if you got to take a call on a date, you can be disrespectful to just take a call on a date, let alone have your phone out just surfing. Now, if you and your dude been together 5-10 years and y'all doing y'all and both y'all surf together, okay, fine. But this generation now, when it comes to just being online, it's changed people from the inside out. And now you have a lot of people that don't have any substance, both male and female. And yet they're longing for substance, but people don't understand what is substance made of, what creates substance in a person. It takes a lot of life living to get substance, because when you talk to someone with substance, like he said, I see that you spend time researching. Do you know what it takes to take out your life to research what most of the population feel is boring, that they'll never ask questions for, and to really be interested in it, so that 5 years later, when someone asks a question, you'll actually know how to answer it? Like that takes a lot of self-discipline, but it's like, this is what goes into you when you're living life, not while you're online. And it's like, too many people are online taking pictures, trying to show people that their life is so great. And it's like, listen, just live your life. Stop trying to show people that your life is so great. Like, I used to feel like my Instagram page, my personal page, wasn't as live as everybody else's. And I'm like, well, maybe my life is boring. But then I realized, I'm like, no, when I talk about the things I got going on in the background of my life, it's a lot more than most people. But I mean, I'm not out here trying to pose for it. It's just real life. So, I mean, I would say that it is the way what people are raising their children nowadays in terms of putting things into them. But if you're not the type of person that feel like, listen, my children can't be online and Roblox all the time. They gotta go outside forcibly. Like I have to punish my child to go outside. I have to tell him, talk crazy. You'll go out front and have to play. Like that's where we're at right now. Like my son skipped class. He right there in my face the whole day. Teacher told me he wasn't in class. Like
Yeah,
like that's where we at right now.
because I went.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to a. Yeah, that's true. Because I went to a family reunion and all the kids were inside. You know, they're in the room jumping around and shit. And then then my in-law, she said to the kids, you know what, go outside. Why don't y'all just go outside and go play? So they went outside. I kid you not. I went outside. They just standing up. No joke. I'm not even lying. They're just standing up. They don't know what to do. They playing it was a tree outside. They just picking the leaves. They don't know what to do. So I was like, yo, what y'all doing out here? They're trying to sneak in from the basement door to come back inside. That's how crazy it is.
To get their tablet.
To get the tablet, to go on the Nintendo Wii, try to get the tablet or iPad or whatever. So the problem is, this is the problem. If you can't get this out of your hand, then you can't interact with people. Because think about this. I dare anyone. You watch any of these reality shows, you know, when they're trying to search for love or anything, they don't have this in there. They're not using this on the show. This is why they see things totally different when they're communicating for what they want, because they're not used to having that deep conversation. Try to say, so what kind of girl are you looking for? What kind of dude are you looking for? Yeah, I'm looking for a girl who I could talk to and relate to, and let's go for a walk on the beach as we're talking. You're not seeing that. You go to the beach, you're not seeing anyone walking on the beach holding hands, having a conversation. You're not really seeing that as a mess of people doing that. People are just, yeah, so what are you doing? Yeah. You know what I mean? They're just texting everything.
Laying down on the beach, just,
Yeah. You're dating someone, you're FaceTiming, you're looking at the ceiling as you're FaceTiming, you know, having a conversation. You're not even seeing their face during FaceTime. So it's just the problem is technology and social media is a good thing, but this is just the dark side of it, and it's just unfortunate because we're getting too much attention. This is why some people, if they have an Instagram, they only have like, they post the sexiest picture they have, they only get like 20 likes. They're gonna feel down, they're gonna delete it, put a bunch of hashtags on it, try and get more likes. Then their friends are gonna shame them about it, then peer pressure. Hey, go buy some followers on Instagram, get your likes up. Oh, I got 1K likes on my pictures now, comparing to 20 likes 1 month ago. And then you're gonna roll over in a different department, OnlyFans, and a bunch of simps and thirsty guys coming over, blowing up your likes, start giving you money. And then all the women cheering each other on, not thinking long term, like, hey, what if your kids see you going through on the internet, then you're naked? Then what? You're gonna scar your kid when he sees you like this. So you don't want to do that, because the internet, anything that goes on is not going to get off, because there's a lot of ways you could see OnlyFans. You could go on Reddit, you can go on Twitter. Twitter is pretty much like, it's like adult content at this point, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's just the problem, you know, and it's just unfortunate.
True. Well, I want to thank y'all for keeping me company. I had some work to get done, and this is definitely a good conversation in the background while I was getting that work in. So now I'm gonna take a quick little nap and then get back up, do it again. Y'all more y'all more than welcome to come over to the channel. I have already followed you on Instagram, Mr. Glucose.
All right.
Miss Oshun, do you have an Instagram as well?
Miss Oshun Possible. That's my business page, or my personal page is the Real Serious B.
Okay.
I'm gonna put my personal Instagram and in the chat.
Is it the D one?
Yeah, the realist _D. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
Yeah, my social media
I
game
got both
is
from
on
Mr.
point.
Glucose.
Yeah.
Everything tie in.
Man, I
Okay,
got
so
everybody IG, man.
yes, I got you. Okay, yeah, they ain't ready for that. Cause listen, oh Shun, listen, that's already enough. That's the tea on top of. They ain't ready. Child.
Not the tea.
You was.
So Robbie, when you live again, sis? When you live again?
I don't know. It kind of depends. I'm supposed to be out of town this weekend. You feel me? But probably probably like Monday or something like that. Y'all stay tuned. I got I don't know. Like I'm out of love with YouTube right now. We're in a we're on a break, kind of. Like I'm trying to keep some type of engagement and still interact with everybody, but the way this money is coming in real life, I can't.
The way this money coming in.
I feel you.
And I'm tired. Y'all see, I'm working at 3 o'clock in the morning. When it come down to content, I'll be like, nope, I'll just hop on the panel.
All right.
But I love y'all, and I'm glad y'all was live tonight. Talk about what y'all talk about, and I think it's dope that y'all bringing new people into the space. Mr. Glucose, it was super dope getting to know you, and Lola, definitely, I'm a speak with you again. We might have you on the Royal Queens conversations. We be with all the shit on Sunday evening.
Send me a message. I'll see it on either one of them. 'Cause I
Okay,
on at least once a day.
all right, and y'all have a good night.
All
All
right.
right.
You too.
Night, family.
Night night.
All right, y'all. I'm about to close out pretty soon. Pretty soon. I'm about to close out. Lola, Mr. Glucose. Who's going live? You going live tomorrow, Lola? You going live or you not?
I was gonna actually call you because I done lost track of time. And I wanted to run a few things by you. Still all night coming and going. So I was gonna call you and say, okay, well, how we doing this tomorrow? But maybe, but I haven't got all my notes together. Y'all know how I am with my notes, so I need my notes so nobody can get
Mm,
at.
you and these notes, Mr. Glucose. What's your next thing you doing on YouTube, brother?
Oh man, sometimes the topic is in my head, and I'm like, damn, I get on the camera, you just get that nervousness, just looking at yourself as you're speaking, then you start stumbling on your words. But
Mm,
I'm trying to, because I made the other channel, I'm just going to use that one just to have like one-on-one combos, like what we have in here, but just one person. Or I'm going to start going out in public, like maybe next week I'm going to New York, and I'm gonna be having a one-on-one combo. I'm gonna record it and then throw it up on the other channel. But for the Mr. Glucose channel, for this one, that's gonna have more like reviews and stuff like that. So
Okay.
yeah,
And Mr. Glucose, we're gonna talk behind the scenes, but I think we could do some great things business wise, man.
yeah.
Lola tell you, man, I'm a very stout businessman on this YouTube thing, baby. You know what I mean?
He really is. I
You
can tell
know,
you.
yeah, but yeah. But listen, family, let me close this thing out. You know what I mean? I'm about to I don't know. I think I'm about to either play some 2K or kind of go to bed. It's gonna be kind of mixture of both. But yeah, for all those 2K lovers,
All right,
holla at me if
appreciate
you
it.
play 2K, because I'll be on there. But man, everybody, thank y'all for tuning in. Thanks for being part of the knowledge relationship experience. My laptop kind of tripping, so it's gonna take me some time to kind of close this thing out. So yeah, give me a moment, y'all. My laptop tripping, so y'all can keep talking. I'm trying to figure this laptop thing out. Give me a moment.
Oh wow. Oh no, it's fine. But no, I'm glad I chimed in. I'm telling you, Mr. Glucose, every time I chime in, everybody comes in at like the 4 hour mark.
Yeah, sometimes I come in at the 2 hour mark.
Okay, got it. Okay, people know sometimes I stream for 8 hours sometimes,
Yeah.
and people will really jump in at
Man,
6 and 7, and I'll be like, you know what? See, this is why I gotta keep my pad out so I can go back on my points. Cause
Mm-hmm.
like, how y'all just come in at the 6 and 7 hours? I'm like, okay, then this what y'all doing to me. But I have my days where
One day you're gonna do a double stream, Lola. One day you're gonna break it, and then you're
no,
gonna overlap. I'm telling you. One day you're gonna do like a 12-hour stream. It's gonna happen. I'm telling you.
I
It's
am
gonna
not.
happen. I can see it.
Like double string. That's a lie. I need my neck. Come on, man. I need my neck.
But yeah, I think it's important because soon I'm going to start because I'm an introvert, so it's weird sometimes just trying to run up on somebody and try and have a convo with them. But I gotta have to force myself, because I usually go on road trips and I never record anything, so I'm gonna start just going cross country and just having convos with people. You know what I mean? Just not just speak from one perspective. Like if I'm living in New York or Pennsylvania, try and get like Arizona, Florida, Iowa, North Dakota, California, and Colorado. So people could be like, damn, you know what? It's the same shit going on everywhere. And it's on recording.
I think I have fun. If you have somebody that's rolling with you that might record too, that would be even better. But I'm telling you, go to these different places, you'd be surprised how long people will hold you for conversation.
Yeah. Because I'm trying to.
Okay, I got something to do.
Next month, I'm going to Atlantic City, so I'm gonna see what's going on down there.
Hey, AC baby.
Yeah.
Man, I ain't been to AC since in about 2-3 years myself. Yeah, but AC AC is fascinating. Like, I like it. You know what I mean? And it's cool, but it kind of got like a hood element, but also got like a nice element to it. It's a very weird city. Vegas is kind of the same way too. If you've ever been to Vegas, Vegas is really nice, but if you kind of venture off the strip, it can get a little reckless. But yeah, Mr. Glucose, man. Dang, there was something I was gonna ask you. Okay, so, cause like you, I moved out of New York too, right? And like New York is crazy because it's always gonna be a part of me, but I just can't live there. Like, but it's always gonna be a part of me. Like, I love it to death. Like it's so it's such a beautiful, wonderful, ugly, but incredible, adventurous place. It's like really the land of Oz for real. Like, it's just everything in one. But I
when you go there,
cannot
it
live
makes
there.
you tense.
So
Yeah, it makes you tense when you go there. Like you just become a New Yorker as soon as you go through the tunnel. You know what I mean? And you enter New York, your eyes is just watching everywhere. You know what I mean? Just in case, because you never know. You know what I mean? It's weird. I don't even know how to explain it.
Yes, I couldn't drive up
there. Yeah, it's weird.
You never drove up there before, Lola? What are you 3 hours away or 4?
Look, I tried and nobody would let me over, at all. And I had my signal on for 40 minutes and nobody cared. And I said, I was talking Jersey. I ain't doing none of this again. I ain't never coming here again. And I didn't. I have never driven up there since. I'll park a whole state away, but I'm not driving up there no more.
Oh, you in Jersey?
Yeah, I'll park a car in Jersey and come over, but I'm never driving in New York again. I tried it with my car, and I was so disappointed. It took me an hour to turn one corner, and then other times they wouldn't even let me over, just to pass over. And I'm sitting here this is so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Never again.
Yeah, when I used to work in New York, then because when I moved over, I used to drive back and forth. So in the night. Exactly, 11:30 in the night before midnight. It's traffic by the tunnel, by the Highland Tunnel to go into New Jersey all the time. Right, so I remember when I just got there, the traffic started. So we were fighting people trying to go over, and then it's a mess, man.
It's traffic. I don't even know what that even feels like. 11:30 traffic. I don't know.
Yeah, I hate it, but driving in Maryland is worse than driving in New York.
It is because they don't know how to drive out here.
Yeah, and Rhode Island.
They don't know how to drive.
Yeah, I've been to a lot of states. California is I love driving there because the highway is it's like 6 lanes.
They be stuck, don't they? I had never been out
daytime.
In the daytime, okay.
Yeah, in the nighttime, I'm flying on that highway.
He's out to fly. What?
On the 70, I drove on the 70 through the Rocky Mountains in Colorado. it's fun, but it's a lot of hills and mountains. Then you going under mountains, coming back up. All kinds. The rest stop is underneath, like a tunnel underneath the mountain. You're looking over. It's the Colorado River over there. Yeah, it's scary. It's scary in the wintertime because the snow is on the road.
Oh
The
yeah.
truck, yeah, the truck's moving fast. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, I ain't about that. I ain't about that avalanche life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do avalanches.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'll drive to New York before I do an avalanche.
So every year I go on road
Yo,
trips.
when you
'cause I was leaving-
travel,
Yeah, you do the road trip thing. You like
oh, good, brother. I'm sorry.
for that? I need to actually be traveling.
Yeah, was even in the desert in California, in Death Valley Desert. It's my first time seeing the desert. Then in Arizona, you got this little city called Tuba City. Everything looks red. You think you're on planet Mars. So this is why I advise people to travel, to go out there and see what's out there. Because back then I used to work at a car wash. You know what I mean? When I just got out of high school, wiping cars, and I was the assistant manager. And I was speaking to one of the Mexican dudes. He was like, America is boring. I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? All you do, you just wash cars and go home and stay in New York. What are you talking about? You live in Mill Bay in Coney Island. What are you talking about? You got to go out there and travel. He's like, no, America no good. No. I'm like, I can't help you, man.
Yeah, when
So,
you travel, it changes your perception of life, man. Like
it
it
does.
makes you so well rounded, and you understand that like the world is really a big place, and you can have different experiences in different places. I actually, yo, if I really could, if I had the money, I would actually be a nomad. Like I'll be one of them like them wealthy nomad dudes who like go from state to state, and like I would live like in like different states and different parts of the world for like 2, 3 years at a time, document my travels. You know what I'm saying, and kind of like explore the world. You know what I'm saying, and just kind of just see different aspects of life. You know what I'm saying? Like I would love to do that. Like live in Toronto for a year, but then go to San Jose for another year, and then live in like the Bahamas for another year, and then leave and then go back to New York. Like I would love to like do something like that. Like that would be the ultimate for me, just to be able to move around and experience life. Like I think because of like just who I am and the way my mind is and the way it's so multifaceted and my heart is so multifaceted too, just my essence, like I feel like I can't just be in one place. Like if I'm just in one place for too long, it bothers me. Like because I feel like I'm so vast and big as far as just who I am and just my aura. Like I can't just be like confined. Like if I'm in one place for like forever, I'm like, nah, I gotta switch it up. Like man, what's going on in Kansas City? What's going on in Utah? What's going on in Florida? Like, I want to be
Ain't
a
nothing
part
in
of that
Utah.
and feel that.
Empty. God, in Nebraska, nothing there. Nothing is there.
Yeah.
In Nebraska, like
Nothing. It took me the whole night driving through there.
wow.
Yeah, in the night. I was like, God damn. But Sacramento is beautiful. Big trees, oak trees in California. It's nice over there. And the crazy thing, when I did that road trip, I didn't even know where I was going. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go for a drive. Wherever it takes me, it just takes me. And as I'm driving, I'm stopping in all of these states. I stopped in Kansas, Missouri, Indiana, um, Michigan. I stopped in no, not Michigan. I stopped in Colorado. I stopped in Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, Nevada. Stopped in Vegas. Stayed in a hotel. Gambled and whatever. Even stopped in Colorado. It's snow everywhere in the mountains. People snowmobile and everything. Then drove all the way to Los Angeles. Walked around, take pictures, stayed in the hotel again. And this was in the peak of the COVID. And I didn't even care about that because people are traveling. Oh, well, you know what I mean? And it's what it is. Sometimes in life, you just got to do it, because the thing with this is why I don't like traveling with some people sometimes, because they don't have that same mindset. I don't like staying in one place and going like, hey, I'm going to Vegas and that's it. Because if I'm on my way to Vegas, I could be like, you know what, I'm gonna stay in Colorado. Then, oh no, I don't want to stay in Colorado. I thought we was going to Vegas. Just being a buzzkill now, you know. So this is why I advise people to travel and go out there. Don't just go on a plane and then fly over all of these other states. Go hit up all these states, see what's there. Because you could be in a convo, even if you're in a lounge or a bar, and somebody's saying, "Man, ain't nothing in Kansas." I'm like, "What do you mean? Have you ever been there before?"
Right.
No, I've never been there. I only heard about it. So you don't know what you're talking about. I've been there. It's pretty over there, surprisingly, you know. But this is one of them things, you know.
Listen, I don't have a chance to travel a whole lot. So when I travel, I like to travel. I'll be honest with you. I just came back from Egypt some weeks ago, and the strangest part of my trip wasn't even in Egypt. It was when I landed in Europe. I thought that I was in France.
Oh man.
I thought I was in France until I asked somebody, "Why is it that you guys sound muffled? Like you don't sound Frenchy. Like nobody is speaking French to me." And they were like, "Cause you're not in France." And then they were like, "Where are you from?" And I was like, "I'm from Maryland."
Wow, where is that?
It was like you're in Germany. And I was like, "How did I end up in Germany?" I ended up in Germany, and I was walking around like, "What part of France is this? They don't speak French the way French people speak French." I don't know how I ended up in Germany, but I ended up on the right plane to get to my destination though. And I was so stoked about that. I was like, these people really was looking at me like, this American. Ask, what country is this? They did not know. They were so sincere. And I really was. I didn't know. And I was like, wow, like now I know what Germany feels like, thinking they were French people.
Yeah.
It was crazy, but I mean, I liked it. But listen, it was expensive, but I saved up for a while because I wanted to go. But my next trip, I really want to go to Cambodia, so that's gonna be a while. But I think more driving around America would be nice. But
yeah, that's fun. Yeah, it's just the little things. Even Utah, it's pretty over there, surprisingly. You know, in the city in Reno. No, that's in Nevada, but Utah, it's pretty over there. But in Nevada and Reno, it's huge over there. You know, because I was like, wow, I didn't even know this was over here. You know, and what's the other city in Arizona? It's pretty over there too. I seen a lot of Native Americans over there. I'm driving through the whole nations over there, the Seminole nations. I'm seeing teepees. I'm seeing all kind of way. I'm like, damn, what the hell? And then I went to the Grand Canyon, and going to the Grand Canyon I took a picture of it, but when I'm looking at the picture, you would think I have a green screen behind me, thinking I'm not there. That's how pretty it is. You know, it's huge. You look down, you're seeing birds flying like you're in the sky. I'm like, wow, it's just surreal. So, and then the crazy thing is, you have people who live in Arizona who never went there, just like you have people in New York who never went upstate New York. You know, so this is why traveling is important, because in a convo you could hold good conversations. And just like when I went to Florida, I went to Key West. That's the very south of Florida. I drove all the way down to Florida, to Fort Lauderdale. Then I stayed by a family. Then I drove to Key West, and it kind of looks like Jamaica down there. You know, I was like, wow, it reminds me of Jamaica. It looks the same. You know, I was like, damn, and it's pretty down there. So,
wow. I
yeah,
got
yeah.
my dad loves Key West, but
Yeah.
I've been to Key West. I last time I was down there, I was at Cocoa Beach, on the far side. But yeah,
Mhm.
it was nice. He loves it. But yeah, I do that. But it takes time to travel like that. If you have the right job, it can work. I mean, I work from home, so
Yeah.
it could work for me. But that is my father been trying to get me to road trips, but it's just, Dad, you did that when I was young so much, and now I'm older, and I just want to get in a plane and stuff. So you know, but I'm gonna get back to the road. You know, get on the road, and, be real.
And even if you have a job and it doesn't pay much, use your vacation days. A lot of people just use their vacation days like, oh, I don't feel good, so I'm just gonna call out and use my vacation days. You're harming yourself when you do that. You use your vacation days, like you create a let's just say you put money to the side for your vacation. Every time you get paid, even if it's $20 or $10, just throw it in there. By the time you look, that's $1,000 or $1,500. And like for me, that's what I do, and I just have my money for gas, and that's it. I don't spend a lot of money. I'm not going there renting a fancy car. You know what I mean? I just rent something simple, like something that's good on gas, not a Tesla, but like a 4-cylinder car that's good on gas, and I drive. So using your vacations is very important. Even if it's 7 days, you could do a lot in 7 days away from home. Like for me, when I'll go away for 15 days, and that's a long time. So I'm out there. So I'm even in California, and next door I'm next to what's that place in Vegas in damn, I'm Compton. I was next to Compton. I didn't even know it.
Oh.
I was like, damn. Then I went outside. I'm driving. I went to the Chipotle. I'm like, damn, there's a lot of prostitutes outside and all kinds of wild shit. I'm gonna just take my ass back to the hotel. It's scary. Oh man.
He says too much going on out here. I don't like this. Like,
Yeah, it's a hot mess. In the nighttime, yeah, it's scary. I don't like it.
oh my God! Wow, I haven't been to California, but I do want to go. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I like it. And driving through the desert is nice. You see that one main pipe. That's where that water comes from to supply California, and with their water. It's running through the whole desert from Nevada. I was like, wow, thing is huge. Yeah. And when I was in Nevada, I seen the whole water and the power plant. So you learn a lot as you're driving. You see all kinds of shit. You see a dam, hydroelectricity, and I'm like, wow, I didn't even know this. I'm seeing it in person. I heard about it, but no, I'm seeing it. And California have droughts all the time. And
I heard.
yeah, so I want to live there, but I'll visit.
He said, I would live there. That's how I feel about. That's how I feel about a few places I went. I'm like, I visit there again, but don't ask me if I want to live there. Like, no, I seen the truth. Like,
yeah,
I'm not doing that.
I was even in Maine. That's way like next to Canada, Maine. It's beautiful up there, but I went in the summertime, so you got a lot of islands up there. You could go out there, take a yacht over there, go bike riding around the islands. You could buy food, ice cream, and stuff like that. You could even put your car on the yacht to move your car over there and drive on the island, and put your car back on the yacht, then put it back on the main island, on the main state. Maryland. No, not Maine. Maine. So you could come back and drive home. So yeah, it's a lot of shit out there. So people don't know this, but it's a lot. You could do a lot even if you're not making a lot. No, I'm not rich, but I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm just saying, even if you're making 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, you could still do a lot in life. So this is why I know we were saying with women, they want a guy who makes money, but if you just think about it, you could be making 100,000 if you're buying food out all the time. If you're buying fancy stuff all the time, you're pretty much making 50,000 or 40,000. So you know how to budget, you could do a lot.
Right. And I mean, and that's the thing. And I think I think that point was made earlier about what it actually feels like in terms of the dollar value. And some people can make less money, but it feels like they live off of more. It's just simply because of their spending habits. But I know when I was growing up, my father had credit cards all the time, and he had a lot of money. But when I got older, I had to actually learn how to save for stuff like that. So that's why, like, I do my little once a year trips or whatever. But that's based on what I can afford, and I mean, I'm not far from 40K, so it's like that's based on what I can afford, and I'm making it. But I will say, yeah, you have to be disciplined to do stuff like that.
Yeah, because even if you don't have a car, you could still ride a train cross country for less than $1,000. But if you want to do that for a yearly trip, you can. And people don't know. But you see, the thing is, people have pride in the stuff what they do. So if you tell certain people this, why don't you just fly the plane? Why are you taking the train? But if you're one to like see to go sightseeing and see mountains, see the desert, and see the shit where you never seen on the east side, because let me tell you this, on the west side of the country is way beautiful on this side of the country. Way beautiful. You think you're in Europe or some shit.
Okay.
So it's weird, but you could do a lot out there even if you're not making a lot. So
yeah. Now I'll be honest with you. I heard gas in California went up to $8 an hour, $8 a gallon. I ain't never doing that.
yeah, I filled up in Nevada before I went there.
Okay. It's like listen. I don't mind traveling, but when I see 8 point anything for gas, that's my cue to go back home.
Yeah.
And do something else. That's my cue. Like I can't do that. But I mean, if gas prices are high, obviously plane prices are high too.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I see they got the time going right here.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
That's you there? Is he there? Who is? He must have walked away. There you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
I'm here. Yeah, once the time is up, the show gonna be closing. But yeah, y'all can keep chopping. We got 3 minutes left.
I was gonna say, is the computer okay?
I gotta do some stuff with it.
Okay.
So once I do some stuff with it, I can still like mod, but I can't. My sound is out, but it's because of some program that I use and it's kind of messed up my sound on my computer. But everything else is good. But I just have to fix the mic part of it. But yeah, that's an easy fix. It won't be hard. I just got to dig in my tech bag. You know what I mean? And get her done. So
He said,
yeah.
I gotta get her. Okay. All right. Well, just say like we can make that we can make that happen. Because I see it's just a couple minutes left. But it was good talking with you all. I'm still gonna get myself back up to snuff soon, but it was really good talking with you all. And I'm telling you, Mr. Glucose, I will be trying out some of these tactics you guys are talking about, and I'm gonna report back because this is my real life. I'll report back to you. I'll be like, wait a minute, let me tell you something about what happened to me. And I will tell you, like, listen, I tried it, and what happened?
All right.
I'm trying it out. Hopefully everything goes well, and usually it do. But like I said, I try to speak from my experience and just, but right or wrong, is my experience.
Just the simple things, just think about it like when you were still in high school doing these little simple things, it's just that now we're adults now, it's just like, hey, thank you for doing this, I appreciate what you're doing. Just a random hug, random kiss on the cheek, just, maybe you pack lunch or say, hey, here you go. Or he's doing the same thing back, just that's how it is, random. You don't have to plan it and expect it, because then you're going to expect it. Just make it random. You don't expect it. Then your heart is going to be beating in your neck like, oh shit, I didn't expect it. You're nervous, and then both of y'all could just smile and be like, damn, and be goofy with each other or whatever. But that's just the way it is. That's the simplest things,
Okay. Keep it simple. Keep it random.
Yeah, simple. That's it. Because everybody's just thinking too hard, making things complicated, going on fancy dates, spending $200. You don't need all of that. You could just go to the park, do a picnic, or even a house, watch a movie together, and eat and order Uber, and that's it. And then ice cream. Yeah, buy a tub of ice cream and share it. Simple things.
Stuff like that. I'm saying I'm gonna try it out. I'm gonna try it out.
Simple. That's it.
I will. Thank you for that.
All right. I see you guys.
Okay.
All right.
All right, family.
See you,
Definitely.
Mr.
Peace, brother. I got 20 seconds left. It's going down. But yeah, man, thank y'all for tuning in to Knowledge and Relationships, man. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. You know what I mean? You know how we do, man. With that being said, we probably got something coming up tomorrow, the Chronicles of Lola. But yeah, I know what it is, man. Holla at us. We out.
Knowledge and Relationships.